Chapter 699 Bottom Copy, Rapid Reversal. Chapter 701 Bottom Copy, Rapid Reversal. Goldman Sachs Headquarters. What are you talking about? Someone wants to bet on Blue Star Technologies call option. Paul Watson in his office looked at the salesman who came to report this with some surprise. And now Paul Watson is already Goldman's vice president, one of the absolute core. His promotion path has largely benefited from Luo Sheng, which cannot be denied anyway. In a sense, Luo Sheng is a noble person in his life. But it is also undeniable that Paul Watson himself is also powerful, and people are incompetent even if they meet nobles. What's the point? Paul Watson asked again. According to the information provided by the other party, he is working for a private equity institution, but such private equity institutions are so many on Wall Street. The salesman answered truthfully. Hearing the words, Paul Watson kept silent at his desk, his fingers tapping on the table frequently, thinking, the so-called abnormal things must be demon. This thing makes him cannot help but think of the subprime mortgage crisis 10 years ago. Luo Sheng in that big market put options on the gambling market. Today, this strange thing happens to be more or less related to Luo Sheng. Paul Watson is thinking about a question at this moment, trying to figure it out. That is why the other party is optimistic about the future of Blue Star Technology and can rebound against the trend. Judging from the current situation, it is almost impossible. This time it is a combination of financial warfare, technological warfare, public opinion warfare, intelligence warfare and other dimensions to simultaneously attack Luo Sheng. The intensity is unprecedentedly stronger than that of the previous year. Stone is more than 10 times taller. Paul Watson hadn't figured it out for a long time. Even Bayfight had reduced the stock position of Blue Star Technology in his hand to 20%. The day before the trend pulled down, the stock had sold 80% of the stock. The salesman waited for a while and saw that Paul Watson kept silent, so he couldn't help breaking the quiet atmosphere and asked, "Boss, are we signing this list or not?" Paul Watson did not answer, but looked at the other side and asked, "What is the nominal value of the contract?" The salesperson replied, $323 million. Paul Watson pondered for a moment again. His eyebrows were sometimes loose and high, and after a while he decisively said, "Withdraw this order, and then we make a call option of Blue Star Technology ourselves." The salesperson who heard this said instantly, and said, "Boss, what do you say? You mean do a call option for Blue Star Technology? Who is crazy?" Paul Watson changed his previous wavering, unprecedented firmness. "If you heard correctly, just do what I said." The salesperson could not help but ask, "Why?" Paul smiled and said, "There is no reason, there is no logical reference to this decision, there is no indicator parameter, but I believe that Luo Sheng is my of luck. Nothing more. Believe in Luo Sheng and win the victory." At the same time, the eastern hemisphere on the other side of the ocean is in the dark. Luo Sheng got up from the bed at this time and went to the bathroom to boo. I don't know why. Suddenly, I felt goosebumps and shrugged. "Go back to the bedroom and go to bed." After Paul Watson made his decision, the salesman went to meet the customer, and the customer who came to the investment bank of Goldman Sachs was no one else. And it was Carl. "I'm sorry, Mr. Carl, we won't do this list. Go to another bank. Good luck." Carl looked at the salesperson politely and left a bit stunned. Goldman Sachs refused this kind of send money sale that he did not expect. He did not expect that Goldman Sachs not only refused, but also did it by himself. If the other party doesn't do it, Carl leaves decisively. And Wall Street is not only Goldman Sachs. Deutsche Bank will not do it. Carl's next stop was Morgan Stanley. In any case, this was his last order, and the task assigned to him by the agency was completed. Omaha, North America, Bras. Omaha is the largest city in Bliss, California, and here in May every year, Investors from all over the world will flock to this city, because this time period will be held here, called the Investment Carnival Berkshire Middle Hathaway Shareholders Meeting. And here is the hometown of the share god Buffett, where he lived for more than half a century. This year's Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting is only about 3 months away from the holding time. But now it is very quiet here and is not concerned by people. Jishan is now resting in his residence. According to a real estate information website in North America, his current valuation of this residence has reached $887,000. From the appearance, Jishan's residence is a grey two-story building. A red claw maple is planted in the yard. The door is surrounded by an iron gate and iron fence. A surveillance camera is installed at the door of the iron gate, and a security guard patrolling the door. If a car is parked near the gate, the security guard will go out to perform the torso, and the loudspeaker on the door monitor will also play a voice prompt in a loop to urge the other party to leave. Just 10 minutes later, a luxurious business car drove to the door of Buffett's house and stopped. The security guard in the door came out, but he did not drive him away, but talked a little and then put the business car. The two people who came down took them into the house. The two men were the employees of Berkshire Hathaway. In the residential house, one of the visiting employees reported, "Mr. Warren, today a strange thing happened on the Wall Street capital market. We think it is necessary to report to you as soon as possible." Buffett asked, "What is it?" The employee replied, "On this morning, a group of people appeared on Wall Street. They ran around with major investment banks to bet on Blue Star Technologies call options. This matter is believed to soon spread in the internal investment banking circle. I also heard about the news an hour ago." What? Bullish Blue Star Technology? Now, the stock was a bit different after hearing the news. He asked a moment later, "What's the news about the recent changes?" Another employee in formal attire shook his head. As always, regardless of whether it is the internet or traditional media, Blue Star Technology has been criticized, and the stock price has also fallen into a shady stage. At present, the total market value of Blue Star Technology has fallen to $789.8 billion. The US dollar has closed down 0.35% today. Incomprehensible. Even the stock is a bit unable to understand the logic inside. Buffett took off his glasses, while continuing to ask, "Who are the gold owners behind these people who bet on Blue Star Technologies call options?" Under investigation. As far as the information currently available shows, they are the most common private equity institutions on Wall Street. But obviously things are not that simple. Buffett asked again, "What has happened to Vancouver's Quill Estate recently?" Quill Manor, a very large and luxurious manor, is located in Vancouver, Canada. There are 20 or 30 people working in the manor today. The name of this manor in the investment world is unknown to everyone, and no one knows the office headquarters of the family fund. The employee standing next to him immediately replied, "Sir, Quill Manor is still really moving. As early as last week, there have been a lot of expensive funds circulating. It is not yet known what the intention of Quill Manor is." Hearing this, she immediately turned to look at the employee who was answering him, and was about to say something when Buffett's cell phone rang. "What did you say?" Even the stock suddenly showed a shocked expression on his face, and the two employees standing next to him were also quite surprised, curious what exactly was talking on the phone. "Well, I know, that's it." Buffett ended the call very quickly, then looked at the two employees decisively. "Arrange a liquidity fund immediately, and copy the stock of Blue Star Technology tomorrow." The moment the two employees heard this sentence, they were ignorant. "Mr. Warren, do you mean to copy the stock of Blue Star Technology?" Now, Buffett put on his glasses again and slowly said, "You want to know what was said on the phone? 10 minutes ago, Shengfeng Capital disclosed an internal undisclosed message to major global investors, and Shengfeng Capital made a short profit of 140 billion yuan for US dollars. Berkshire also holds a certain investment share of Shengfeng Capital, so it can also make a part of this 140 billion US dollars. But this is not the point. The point is that this shows Luo Sheng has long known the market trend and knows that Blue Star Technology will plunge, and he shorts himself again. Although there is no evidence to prove that these people who bet on Blue Star Technology's call options are Luo Sheng sent it in secret, but the probability is more than 90%, and now there is an iron evidence. At this time, he actively disclosed internal information through Shengfeng Capital. Today it happens to be the batch of call options for gambling Blue Star Technology. Sign the contract. What does this mean? It means that Luo Sheng has completed the layout he wants and started playing the cards. The purpose is to force the entire market to run forward. Until novel.com. Although I don't know what he is relying on, it must be there is a reversal opportunity. The position of Blue Star Technology's 879.8 billion is the support level, and it will not fall anymore. The new big market will start tomorrow, and the market will be fleeting. This is a double profit. The bargain must be fast. Now go, immediately. The two employees nodded again and again in the circle, and then hurriedly left the house of the stock to go to prepare to copy the funds of Blue Star Technology. After the two employees left, Buffett was alone in the living room. He thought of the banks on Wall Street that had signed the Blue Star Technology call option. He couldn't help but laugh happily. One leg was interrupted 10 years ago and it was not a long memory. Today, 10 years later, the other leg may have to be interrupted in rhythm. At this moment, ordinary outside Melanitas, media organizations, small and medium investors, and retail investors simply do not know that the situation is about to usher in a tremendous upheaval. Only a handful of people have foreseen the future. A handful of people like Warren Buffett have decided to copy the Blue Star Technology. This kind of person who has prophecy and consciousness, but pinches the point, is only a handful. End of this chapter. Chapter 700. Xiaosn. Fool me to pick up the car. Stop thinking. Chapter 702. Xiaosan. Fool me into the car to pick up the plate. Stop thinking. The next day, Friday, February 8th in the Eastern Hemisphere. Today, as the last trading day of the week, the bigger Shanghai Index opened green at 2.73%, and continued to dive during the day. The lowest drop was 6.11%. And it was about 62 points short of the 3,000-point integer. A wailing in the market is the main theme of the market this week. However, there was a change in the last 5 minutes of the end of the day, and a sudden violent upsurge in the capital suddenly entered. The main and northbound funds poured in. The Shanghai Index closed at 3,129 points after the day, closing 4.05%. And the two cities traded the amount is 520 billion yuan, and the last trading day of the week ends here. During the days of mid to late January, benefiting from the stimulating annual report data of Blue Star Technology, the Côte d'Azur, and especially the pure blue electric cars, Big A's market has also been rushing all the way, starting on January 18th for 5 consecutive years. The continuous rise in the trading day directly pushed the market from 3,400 points to 3,687 points. After entering February, the market quickly reversed. The reason is also very simple, that is, the Côte d'Azur was exposed to the shock scandal incident, which directly led to the following market bears. Although the Côte d'Azur is an unlisted company, the concept of the Côte d'Azur is very popular in Big A, and behind the Côte d'Azur is Luo Sheng. The name also means that it is related to Blue Star Technology. Although Blue Star Technology is not listed on Big A, Big A's Blue Star Technology concept is also very popular. The most important thing is that Big A has a supergiant with the second largest market capitalization in the world Azure Pure Electric Car. This company is also related to Luo Sheng. Only the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car company accounts for nearly 20% of the weight of the Big A, plus a bunch of related listed companies and concepts of Blue Star Technology, Azure Pure Electric Cars, and the Azure Coast theme. It is no exaggeration to say that the Azure Pure Electric Car and its 3 major concept stocks rose, the broad market rose with it, and the decline fell with it. It's just a matter of how much it goes up or down. This period of time is precisely the reason for pushing the market to more than 3,600 points, and dragging it into the water in less than a week. Today, it was almost lost to the 3,000-point mark. Today's late trading did not attract the attention of the majority of investors and small and medium investors. The main inflow of funds is the blue pure electric car and the technology sector. It is believed that this is the secret protection of Shengfeng Capital and wants to hold the market's 3,000-point integer mark. In fact, these funds are a manifestation that the holders have obtained some reliable heavy news through certain channels in advance, but the small investors with asymmetric information and small and medium investors do not know at all, or they are far away tell them it's not the right time, and it's still a matter of whether they will continue to gap down and open like the market today. In the afternoon of that day, the Science and Technology Complex building, the call signing rate of the call option contract is as high as 95%, and even if it is successful after 90%, that is, Goldman Sachs does not, Morgan does not hook. The speaker is Qin Weimu, adding a pause. Last night, Shengfeng Capital has already request to disclose some internal information and let out some rumors. Judging from the changes in the last few minutes of today, some people have realized something. Luo Sheng, who was sitting next to her, was energized. Very well. The group of people on Wall Street have now signed a call option and have been entangled. Even if 10,000 are unwilling, they will have to help me to share the stock price of Blue Star Technology. Lift it up. Anyone who has signed a call option contract on a financial investment bank on Wall Street is 100% certain that they cannot personally suppress the rise in the stock price of Blue Star Technology. On the contrary, they will also go into bargain hunting. Although the bargain hunting will cause Blue Star Technology to rise and thus lose this agreement, but at least bargain hunting Blue Star Technology's stock. If you do not bargain hunting, you will both miss Blue Star Technology's low valuation market and lose agreement on gambling. In the two options of being interrupted by two legs and only one leg, the capitalists will choose a decisive stop-loss option to interrupt one leg. Obviously, the call option contract not only allowed Luo Sheng to successfully a piece of meat from the other party, but the other party had to help with tears when he was reluctant. At this time, Qin Weimer looked at Luo Sheng and puzzled and asked, "Why don't you let me go into dip in advance, and only then disclose internal information? There will definitely be someone in the US stock market opening tonight to open a position to raise funds. How many I don't, it's easy to say, but there must be." In this regard, Qin Weimer still does not understand why Luo Sheng should let some people come in to grab low chips with her. Luo Sheng smiled and said in a concise way, "First push him to a dead end, and then open a small slit. People who do not have a desire to survive are very dangerous. No matter how old Lam is, he is also the world's hegemony. He has made the other party anxious and Luo Sheng can't control it. He doesn't want to have some uncertain factors beyond his control." Qin Weimer curiously said, "You mean, force them to take the initiative to ask for forgiveness?" "Clever, that's right. I let you disclose the internal information first, which is equivalent to giving them a certain chance. It depends on how many people dare to follow. This is one of them. Second, let me hold the evidence that the CIA has planted and blamed me, temporarily closed to the public and sent to the Wujiao Tower first. This is not only a flagrant threat, but also an opportunity for them to ask for forgiveness and clean up the mess for me. If the other side is iron, then I have no choice but to kill the net." Luo Sheng thought without thinking. He said, "Obviously, these are the plans he has already thought about, and different situations have evolved and have corresponding strategies." Qin Weimer nodded thoughtfully. "It makes sense that this is a good buffer zone. It is still a proper and thoughtful one in the overall pattern. It is bold and attentive. Basic aspects are considered. If you poke out directly, it will inevitably backfire. Poke out the blame and blame the matter directly. Let the world know the truth. The stock price collapses, thousands of people in North America are bankrupt, and Wang knows that he is not treated by the elite North Americans. See, if his underlying basic disk also collapses, it is estimated that the class will end. That knows that King has no second choice except to fight against the water at any cost. This is like confronting an enemy who is determined to die, and his fighting power will multiply like a buff. While pushing people to the dead end, he gave him a hope of life. At this time, he would not be desperate for death. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he would retreat and let it go in order to grasp the function of life. Liu Sheng said, 10 hours later, the evidence will be sent to the Pentagon, and I am waiting for them. Qin Weimu immediately got up, him going to prepare too. 6 hours later, the Western Hemisphere entered the day. Because of the time difference, the Western Hemisphere is now Friday, February 9th. And the North American stock market also opened as scheduled. The Nasdaq opened with a low opening trend. Market sentiment is still pessimistic. Investors generally do not like the current market trend, and the trend has dropped to 2.62% all the way. But there has been a market movement after 50 minutes of opening. The Nasdaq suddenly began to rebound and pulled all the way stronger, and Lapall could not hold back. From the disk side, technology stocks led by Blue Star Technology Group flowed into a large number of buy orders, and huge amounts of funds poured into buying and buying. It is impressive that Shengfeng Capital, Liuosheng Family Fund, Berkshire Hathaway, and other major institutions, Goldman Sachs Capital, Morgan and other major institutions are bargaining, paying billions or even billions of dollars. Among them, Shengfeng Capital, Liuosheng the Sheng Family Fund is the craziest, followed by Berkshire Hathaway, the stockholder of Buffett. Other Goldman Sachs institutions are relatively few, but they are also calculated in $100 million. The majority of small and medium-sized investors and small investors saw this situation and were immediately confused. In a private house in New York City, the owner of the house is a small man. At the moment, he is also looking at the market. The whole person is in a daze. He froze to himself, "Oh, what is the situation with MadFac? Why has Star Technologies stock skyrocketed by 7.67%? At that time, the market value of Blue Star Technology rose by $67.4 billion, with a total market value of $947.28 billion. Since chasing in at the end of last month at $2 trillion, the flash crashed all the way, and this little scary flash ran away, and the 2 trading days were short of about 50%, and people were scared. At this moment, after this little scatter came back, he immediately said cursedly, "Fake squid, still want to lure me in to pick up the dish? Don't even think about it, I will never take the same routine for the second time. This dish, I will not take MadFac." At present, most retail investors are almost in such a state of mind. I firmly believe that this is a temptation. It is the return of Blue Star Technology. It will fall sharply. I firmly believe that I will not get on the car. Their reason is simple. Now the negative news about Blue Star Technology and Liuosheng has not improved at all. Why should it rise? This is not a trap for temptation. The result is the day of February 9th in the Western Hemisphere. Novel.com. The last trading day of the US stock market this week, Blue Star Technology's share price opened all the way lower and closed higher at plus 14.27%. The dollar mark went up in one breath. But small and medium investors and retail investors did not get in the car. They still insisted on short and chose to wait and see. In fact, during the intraday trend, many retail investors watched Blue Star Technology's stock price struggled with greed and fear. Looking at this strong stock price, they wanted to copy it in, but they were afraid to copy it halfway up the mountain. In the end, sensible defeated greedy. Choose to wait and see. Wait for the situation to be clear before making a decision. At the same time, the Wu Jiao Tower was overwhelmed by the sudden receipt of a document, and received a big surprise. No, it was a great shock. The outside world is completely unaware of this. The media is still reporting on the return of Blue Star Technologies' market value to the $1 trillion mark and the Nasdaq's recovery of the 8,000-point mark. Various people are still analyzing this issue. End of this chapter. Chapter 701 Lame's Last Stroke. Chapter 703 Lame's Last Strike. Wood Corner Building. Chat. Look at the good things you did. Look at the good things you did. Was your agent trained by Mr. Bean? You mistreated us all. In a conference room, Madam's then Defense Minister, Mattis, spurted at the CIA head Mike, spitting stars, and Mike couldn't say anything. An independent intelligence department does not belong to the Pentagon. But now he knew that he was in great trouble, and that this pot could not be shaken off. Mattis pointed at the video footage and voice that was constantly playing on the conference screen, and continued to spit at Mike. I never thought that even the audio and video had left evidence, and I did not think that even the entire plan was intercepted. It can be seen that your department has penetrated to the point where the enemy has penetrated, but you are completely unaware of when, if not this incident. When will you be deceived? In addition to having ghosts, I really can't think of a second possibility. A senior person present said, let's think about how to deal with this matter. If they shake out, we will not only act like a leapfrog in the world, the stock market crash, dirty business and all the pressure will be transferred. When it comes to us, our previous achievements are abandoned, and the Côte d'Azur will only gain the support of more people and become the victims and the embodiment of justice. Another participant also spoke. What did he mean by secretly sending this thing? Private. It means being private, but it is a more blatant threat, Mattis said after calming his heart. He looked again at the CIA leader Mike, the pig teammate, and he was cold and grumbled. You provoke this matter. Please explain to Mr. Zongdong. The most urgent task at this time is to get rid of the pot before talking about others. I've talked with Mr. Zongdong by phone. Mike finally spoke, and then closed his mouth in a word. He knew this matter anyway, and his career ended here. However, what he did not expect was that it came so fast. I understand that Wang directly connected to the video, and then looked at Mike and said, look at what you have done. No one knows how much trouble you have caused this time. I always think that you are not just in the daily intelligence briefing. In terms of issues, even in the field of healthcare that is far beyond the scope of the CIA mission, I was very impressed. I am a trusted consultant. This time you really impressed me. Originally I wanted to promote you as Go Yuking, but obviously you are worse than Dillison. I would rather continue to use him. You should go home for retirement. I have selected a new head for the CIA. Miss Spear will take your place. Almost clean up this mess. The last sentence snarled loudly, and ended the communication after speaking, without giving anyone present a chance to reply, knowing that the baby was obviously angry. 10 minutes later, Mike came to another room. There were two people sitting here, both of them with Eastern faces, who were sent by Luo Sheng. Oh, you take this synthetic and fake audio and video and want to blame me? Are you too idealistic? Mike sneered calmly, and he really couldn't see his panic on the surface. After all, it was intelligence leader. Mr. Luo expected that you would say this. Is it true that you know the best in your heart? Oh, forget that. Mr. Luo added another thing. One of the men with an oriental face said calmly. Mr. Luo said, tomorrow if you don't go to see him, the day after tomorrow you will make the information public to the whole network. In addition to that, there are other little secrets that are more irritating than you, all of which are decrypted and disclosed. When Mike heard this, he finally couldn't control his expression, and he was really afraid of what came. It made him more convinced that most of the inside of the CIA had been penetrated into a terrible situation by the other party. And the man just got up and said, we are only responsible for spreading the word. And now the word has been brought. Say goodbye. After that, he left the Wu Jiao building directly. No one was embarrassed or detained the two of them. This kind of thing doesn't dare to do this now, and it doesn't make sense. They are only responsible for spreading the message, not an important person, and have no value in detention. As soon as the person sent by Luo Sheng left, The Yujiao building immediately had an urgent discussion on how to deal with it. It can be said that the pressure was huge, and the main pressure came from the deadline given by the other party. Tomorrow will not express his position. The day after tomorrow is when Luo Sheng expressed his position, and he is already playing a clear card. With reference to some of his past actions, Laum's judgment is that if he does not express his position, he will really do so the day after tomorrow. On the next Saturday, Luo Sheng was waiting for the other person to come home at home. As a result, he did not come all day, and there was no news. At night, Qin Weimar came to the Science and Technology Complex building. It's already past 2100 hours. It seems that the other party doesn't buy your account. Maybe it won't be able to hold this face after all. You may be wrong this time. Luo Sheng shrugged and said indifferently, then start plan B. If Laum is not afraid of herself, what am I afraid of? If you want to play a little exciting, then stimulate it. This is an era of rotten. Luo Sheng is not afraid of being rotten, because he knows that even if he is rotten, he is definitely not the worst. Just when Qin Weimar thought that the other party would not let go and ask for mercy, Xiaona's voice responded in this small living room. Master, I received an encrypted communication access request and the source of the signal is shown as Arlington. Qin Weimar's eyes showed a strange look, and he turned his head involuntarily to Luo Sheng, who looked back at her and smiled. It looks like I am not wrong. Arlington, the headquarters of the Woods Corner building has landed here. The signal will come from here, no one else. After a while, Luo Sheng said to Xiaona, come here. Xiaona, signal receiving. After a while, the phone connection was connected, and Mike came out with a wave of surprise. Mr. Luo, I don't know what dirty means, you know. We recognized this time. What do you want? From Luo Sheng sending people directly to the Pentagon to hand over the materials, and now the other party is actively connected, which has shown that the old beauty is soft and wants to be private. It's very simple. You mess up the mess. You didn't publicly comment on the negative news from the beginning to the end, just to wait for this moment, and wait for your attitude, Mr. Mike. Luo Sheng said lightly. After a delay of more than a second, Mike from the other side of the earth heard his voice and asked, now that we have acknowledged the plant, things will naturally come forward to clean up, but there is a premise. Why do I believe that you will not be in the future threatening with this thing? Promise? Oh, I want the same checks and balances. Hearing the words, Luo smiled in an orderly way. Mr. Mike, there is a saying in us. Keep everything in the line. You are doing too much this time. Lifting stones and hitting your feet. I would not do such a stupid thing, whether you believe it or not. At this moment on the Pentagon side, Mike and a group of high-ranking staff from the Pentagon burst into anger. It was about this time that I had already taken the initiative to lower my posture, and even fell into the rocks and sprinkled salt on the wounds, and I was so politely ridiculed, which made them feel hot on their faces. Mike spoke again, expressionless. I want the same checks and balances. I don't want to repeat it. Luo Sheng immediately replied, if I am right, Mr. Mike, there should be many people around you now. You have recorded every detail of our conversation. Is this not enough to make you feel secure? Does a corporate home make the overlord on this planet insecure? On the side of the Pentagon, Mike and others were speechless for a while, and it turned out to be a very difficult opponent. This is equivalent to telling them that the purpose of accepting this connection exchange and willingness to negotiate in this way is to reassure you. By the way, don't forget to ridicule another wave. Mike and others exchanged glances and said after a while, the last condition, Mr. Luo, please withdraw your spies undercover inside the CIA. I don't want to wash them out by myself, otherwise, washing it out means death. And people from the old and beautiful sides have firmly believed that the rollover was so miserable this time. On the surface, the breeze is light. But how can any internal cleanup be an easy thing? The whole organization that will be engaged in is still in danger. But now this is happening. The heads and brains of the old and beautiful sides know that if the CIA does not come to a cleanup, They will dare not do anything in the future. This organization, it will fall into a state of long-term shutdown and inoperability. No one would dare to use it without washing it out. Liu Sheng stunned. I don't know what you are talking about, Mr. Mike. The other party's words are both conditions, but more of a very secret and insidious trap. Once Liu Sheng admitted and nodded, the nature completely changed. Spy penetration is a hidden rule, everyone knows it. Even ordinary people know it. But 1 yardage to 1 yardage, if it is said that you have an undercover arranged by me at home, this is the handle. Old and American can directly bite back. And now the good situation will be greatly reversed because of this wrong sentence. The reason why Lam is helpless to Liu Sheng is because there is no handle in the hands of others. This is the most helpless place for the other party. Secondly, if Liu Sheng was behind a weak medium country, Lam would not care about the handle or not, and the aircraft carrier could ride the face directly, and the problem could be solved in the simplest and roughest way. But the problem lies here. Standing behind Liu Sheng is one of the world's second largest economy, a nuclear-powered country, and 5 rogues whose comprehensive national strength maintains rapid growth, playing hooligans against hooligans. Bewildered, not useless. Negotiations between the two parties seem to be asking for repayment of money on the spot. In fact, every dialogue conceals a murderous opportunity. If one is inadvertent, the abyss may bury the great situation. Soon came Mike's sneering voice. Mr. Liu, don't be perfunctory. If you haven't spied inside the CIA, how did you get the evidence? After that, Mike snorted in his heart. Look at your answer. The other high-rise members of the Wu Jiao building present were also gradually excited. mentalnovel.com At this moment, the final counterattack horn was launched, as if to see the Jedi counterattack in sight. Once you get the wrong answer or you can't answer it, you can sit down, and Lam can find a sufficient reason or excuse for all the actions at the moment. We do this because the national security has been threatened unprecedentedly, so as to clear the other party from being inserted. Spy agents inside you have to do this. Although the reason is far-fetched, its significance lies in the perfect concatenation of national security threats, and more importantly, the fact that the entire incident can be thrown to the other party is a bad thing that the other party does first. At this time, who shoots the first shot will fall into a passive situation. Qin Weimu, who has been listening to the silence throughout the whole process, was shocked when she heard the question from the other party. Oops. Without saying a word, Qin Weimu looked at Liu Sheng sitting next to her. End of this chapter. Chapter 702. Anti-Kill Mike and several high-level senators in the same room are looking forward to Liu Sheng's next response. It doesn't matter if they lose in the front, as long as they can win at the last juncture. They are the real winners when they laugh. Qin Weimu, who was worried at the moment, watched Liu Sheng stop talking, but she suddenly found that Liu Sheng didn't seem to be panicking. After a brief silence, Liu Sheng responded suddenly with an intriguing tone, Mr. Mike, do you really want to know the truth? I'm afraid you might not be able to say it. Mike looked at each other with a lot of high ginsings, and after Matisse gave his eyes, Mike smiled pretendingly. Oh, thank you for your concern, but we can accept whatever we say. Under Qin Weimu's curious attention, Liu Sheng smiled meaningfully and said, do you still remember Snowden? Mike and others looked at each other in doubt again. Snowden? That traitor? What does it mean? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just when Mike and others felt that the other party was playing with them, Liu Sheng's voice passed into their ears again. Of course. Please don't get me wrong. This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Snowden. I mean the information I have is given to me by your people. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Mike and others were dumbfounded when they heard this, and couldn't help subconsciously swearing. Qin Weimu, who remained silent in the audience, also blinked his eyes, and Liu Shengxuan replied with a helpless tone, I really don't want to crack down on your mentality. But from another perspective, I admire you magnesium people. Let me know that righteous people have always existed, and don't ask me who he is. I can only tell you this. As for who he is, sorry, my conscience does not allow me to do so. When Qin Weimu heard his last sentence, He almost couldn't help but quickly covered his mouth and covered Kyo's mouth, so as not to let out the pouting laughter. She could imagine that the wave of people on the other end of the communication didn't know what was going on at the moment. Enough, shut up. I admit it. This time you are ruthless. We will come out on the 12th to clean up the mess. Mr. Luo, let's see. You'd better be cautious and live alive. Don't give I grab your handle. Michael sent a sullen response with his teeth clenched, and then there was no news. Xiaona's voice responded at this time. Master, communication has been forcibly interrupted. Qin Weimar finally couldn't help but Luo laughed and said, most of them have already exploded. I thought about many possibilities, but I didn't expect you to break the situation they set up like this, which is a law. Luo Sheng smiled. This group of people want to give me a set, then let them doubt life. Seeing the other party wishing to kill themselves but not being able to kill themselves is indeed very dark, which is cooler than earning thousands of dollars. At the same time, the people on the side of the Wu Jiao Tower had already exploded, and Mike was once again spitting stars with Maddies. I thought it was a Jedi counterattack. I didn't expect to be humiliated by the other party in the end. It has never been counted that there will be a second traitor, no matter whether Luo Sheng is lying or really as he said. There must be a major cleansing operation inside the CIA anyway. Once this kind of thing is suspected, rather believe it. Luo Sheng answered in this way, directly and completely counterattacked, perfectly explained the reason why he could have these evidences, and at the same time perfectly solved the other party's buckling of the spy hat. Perfectly avoided the first pick of the first thing, a shot of hat. It doesn't matter whether it's a lie, because, when Snowden exposed the Prism Door incident before that, there were justices inside the old and American house who shake off these scandals. Then this time it is natural for another justice to shake off again. Even if Lam publicized this matter to public opinion, he would not buy it. Who made you unclean before? Not only will there not be any desired effect, but in the end it will only make you more embarrassed. That's called anger. The next day, the weekend, the outside world is completely unaware of these things. All the discussions and news reports that the people who eat melons see, hear, and discuss are like computer delays. The lagging information is always in an asymmetrical state. At that time, the person in charge of the North American Ministry of Commerce also said at a press conference this morning that it was considering a total ban on Blue Star technology in the products of the Blue Coast. For stockholders, this weekend is really bad. The news about Luo Sheng, about Blue Star technology and the Côte d'Azur, and about the stock market is full of bad news, and there is no good news. In particular, several major foreign media outlets are all gloating and declining. Monday, February 12th, North America, Wall Street, Deutsche New York branch, snapped. A contract was angrily shot on the table by branch president Frank Debrin. In his office, the salesman named Mark Sean, who had previously signed a contract with Carl, was here, but he was low at the moment. The head stood motionless. Are you a pig? Frank Debrin pointed at Mark and spit at Xingtsai, saying, this call option contract is almost exactly the same as Michael's contract for the gambling market 10 years ago. Forget it? No, you did not forget. You are not stupid, you're very smart. You know that this contract can earn a huge commission for you. Smart. Ha ha. Frank was very angry. And Deutsche Bank was broken his leg twice in the same place. As domestic netizens said, he could not find a suitable expression bag to describe his mood at the moment. At this time, Mark raised his head and hesitated for a moment, and said weakly, boss, although the stock price of Blue Star Technology rebounded against the trend last Friday, I think it is impossible to turn over. At this moment, today Monday is the first trading day of the week, and there are less than half an hour left for the opening time of US stocks. He didn't say that this was okay, and mentioning this made Frank even more angry. He didn't want to say anything to the other party, and he couldn't explain it to the other party. He already knew the exact inside information. Frank forcibly calmed down his inner anger and said as calmly as possible, you are fired, Mr. Mark Sean. Please leave my office immediately, and good luck." When Mark heard this, he wanted to refute it, but in the end he left silently. In the process of leaving, the picture when he communicated with Carl on that day flashed through his mind like a movie picture. Carl won and lost his job. Mark is well aware of his dazzling record, and in the current trend of layoffs on Wall Street, re-entering an investment bank is almost more difficult than going to the sky. Frank to bring in the office saw the dazzling contract, and when he picked it up, he would tear it awkwardly, but at the end he refrained and remained on the table again. Fack. After yelling, Frank returned to his desk and picked up the landline phone to dial a number. "Undertake Blue Star Technologies stocks. Go long." "Yes, you heard it right. The opening will be executed immediately, no matter how fierce it is in the market. Insist on going long." When I finished speaking, I hung up the phone, and when I was paralyzed on the seat, I voluntarily entered the state of autism. It wasn't until yesterday evening that Frank knew that Blue Star Technology was about to usher in a major reversal, and he didn't understand the reason why Blue Star Technology rose last Friday. Now it is basically certain that the Blue Star Technology call option contract is the set by Luo Sheng, which is a real hammer evidence, but up to now, no one will care about the evidence is not evidence, because it is meaningless. All the institutions that signed this contract were trapped by him, and they had to help tear down the tiers with tears. Frank, who learned from the inside information, can already determine that the stock price rebound of Blue Star Technology is soaring 100%. The fact is that the current position is still below the golden pit, which is a depression of value, and he can take advantage of the opportunity to hedge the loss caused by the stop-loss call option contract. At this moment, not only the senior executives of Deutsche Bank fell into autism, but also the senior executives of institutions that signed Blue Star Technologies call option contracts on Wall Street. They also knew the latest news at about the same time. At present, these definite news have not been fully disclosed, and the people who know are still very few. Someone is worried. Mentalnovel.com. Someone is happy. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley and Berkshire Hathaway all now have their noses crooked, especially Paul Walker of Goldman Sachs Investment Bank. Now he finally believes that Luo Sheng is his of luck, and makes him firm without logic. Believe in Luo Sheng and win the victory by victory. Not only was Luo Sheng's call option contract dead, but he also made a single order, definitely one of the winners this time, although not the biggest one. At this moment, the countdown to the last 15 minutes has passed since today's opening time. The outside world simply does not know that many of the top institutions on Wall Street have sharpened their heads and are ready to make a big copy of Blue Star Technology. A gold pit was smashed this time, and when I copied it in, I made a profit of more than 100%. It has been determined that as long as the money is almost free, how many people can't be bothered? However, the outside world knows nothing about it, especially small and medium-sized investment institutions and retail investors, and they still insist on being bearish. Some readers leave a message saying that the plot of the CIA's arrogance and blame has not been written yet. On the contrary, Xiao feels that the recent plot is too tight. She wrote it in a hurry, just to quickly explain the plot completely, because in this fast-paced era, you are too slow and few people wait for you. Open a single chapter to deconstruct the recent plot, and systematically tell everyone what has been written on text. Rushed writing is directly transmitted, which may be more typos than the text, but it should not affect reading comprehension. Recalling the recent plot, with the protagonist's initial emergence in the field of military technology, it is considered to have opened a new plot line. The CIA plot does not have a detailed outline. The plot is in some sense natural because of the introduction of the new variable of military plot evolved. This is easy to understand. The protagonist sells the drone to the big dogs. The goal is to make money and the actual combat test is improved. The big purchase of the big dogs is an alternative payment of protection fees. Because this weapon breaks the regional power balance, the Middle East tycoon is sure to blow up the hair, old beauty. It must be managed, but it is not easy to manage, and you have to create opportunities. If you find that you are selling arms, use this as a breakthrough. The news was fed back to Wall Street. There was a head start, a decisive entry into the short, and another force was involved. The CIA was found to be troubled by the protagonist Xiao as a kind of Goldfinger. The protagonist may be good when he sees bad things, and he can short himself. The CIA has exposed the scandal, and it is estimated that the collapse will occur. The plot is reflected in the fact that Lil is reselling mobile phones here in Mexico City, Wang Xin's trading in the futures market, and Wang's tariffs, etc., have also produced linkages. Frankly speaking, so many lines have to be connected in series to keep the story coherent. Maybe the gods don't think so, but it is a big challenge for PGU. Careful readers should find that the text plot is really trying to explain so many things in as little space as possible. It is reflected in many places. For example, chapter 695. The disclosure of the annual report information at the beginning attracts more players, and then, earns perspective on Wall Street. It must be accounted for, and it also tells the reader that the villain is also adjusting accordingly. After the completion of the event, there will be a netizen hot comment. Through the content of the netizen hot comment, explain some events and impacts, so that you can save the account to explain some content separately, such as the protagonist's asset changes, influence, and so on. After reading hot comments, netizens had another to switch Wang Xin's perspective, and to communicate with the subordinates to tell the reader some information. The content of chapter 695 is the layout, response, plan, etc. of all parties. The content of the 3 chapters of Water can be reasoned. There is no separate explanation in Qin Weime's short-selling fund. There is a chapter of Water here, but it is not necessary. Instead, I wrote Wang Xin and shorted the layout to explain it, and then linked the Azure 5 branch plot, and completed the larger stage that was promised to Wang Xin in the previous chapter. Explained to all. Then the layout of the parties is almost the same. The next chapter is about CIA ignition, detonating public opinion. I really can't wait to explain everything in one chapter and start the next plot, but when the plot advances here, there will be more and more events, and we have to take into account external force majeure factors. Frankly speaking, the current plot is not set long ago. There is no detailed outline. There is only one outline. The outline here is only 30 words. The key words are military industry, drone. Xiao does not have a detailed outline. These plot events are based on the framework of the plot node. For example, the plot of the military industry. After throwing the bee colony drone, Xiao himself entered from the perspective of God to specific parties for his own benefit. And action will produce intersection, there will be contradictions and conflicts, and because of the resolution of this contradiction, a new conflict has arisen at another node. The details are basically written according to such a logic. Mentalnovel.com. There is no detailed outline, only a general outline. This is Xiao's personal writing style. If a reader now asks Xiao, what is the plot of the next 10 chapters? I don't know. I only know the general direction of the theme, and I am not allowed to deviate from the general direction, such as the space ladder. Now I ask how to achieve this goal and what are the specific plots. I can't even spoil it, because I really don't know. Wow. In fact, the goal of completing the space ladder is really not the focus. The focus is on improving the technology tree and the commercial empire of the protagonist in the process of completing this goal. In the future of the protagonist's company may also evolve toward the super company Villain Town Valley in Alien or Umbrella such as Resident Evil. Because, until now, from the standpoint of the protagonist, he can't retreat. Retreat is a dead end, creating such a large business empire, offending so many people. Without retreat at all, he can only continue to move forward. Chapter 703 flashes the old waste of hundreds of millions of melanating people around the world. Los Angeles. John Klein, a 10-year-old North American retailer, is sitting in front of a computer desk in the bedroom at the moment, and the screen shows the plate of Nasdaq in Blue Star Technology. As the opening time came, John Klein waited for the opening, while looking at a financial newspaper that had just been retrieved from the door. The front page headline report was a press conference of the head of the North American Commerce Department of Blue Star Technology Weekend. John Klein smiled to himself. It really is a trap. The person who chased in the bottom last Friday wanted to cry. Fortunately, I restrained the temptation. After looking at the time, a few minutes before the opening, John Klein continued to read the next page of the newspaper, which was some news reports on other major stock indexes in the world. On February 12, the major Asian stock indexes opened higher, and the China Shanghai Stock Index jumped higher on Monday. It once rose 5.68% during the day, and closed up 4.88% on the day. As Electric Vehicle Company opened high and opened the daily limit, John Klein murmured while watching. The newspaper reports on the bigger market were much higher than other Asian indices. Due to time differences, the major stock markets in Asia have closed. When he read the newsletter of Hong Kong stocks, he was shocked on the spot and stunned. What? Blue Star Technology shares have risen 14.11%? Damn it. What the is going on? What happened? Seeing this news, John Klein seemed at a loss for a while. Blue Star Technology is listed on both Hong Kong stocks and US stocks. In a sense, it is full-time trading. In a tumultuous circle of John Klein, US stocks finally opened as scheduled. And then he looked at the Blue Star Technology Klein chart again after the opening, dumbfounded. What is happening is beyond his understanding. Why? John Klein held his head in his hands and stared at the information on the disk. He said, why does Blue Star Technology jump from high to high, and never go to fill the gap? Blue Star Technology opened the market by opening 5 points higher, then rushed all the way up, and the trading volume was enlarged. This kind of trend directly fooled all small and medium investors and small investors in the market. Technical analysis is useless. At this time, John Klein stared at the information on the disk and said unbelievably, God, it's going to break 10%. What the are these? Do you want to chase? Such thoughts immediately appeared in his mind. After struggling for a while, he finally made a bold decision. When all the impossible options are eliminated, the rest is unbelievable. That is the truth. Dry. John Klein finally made the decision, hesitated no longer. Hesitated will lose. At Blue Star Technology, when the stock price rose 12.88%, it chased the 5-story warehouse. Can't bear it. Next, just when he chased in, the stock price of Blue Star Technology plunged back 8 points in less than 10 minutes, and John Klein was stupid. Are you fighting against me? Are you? Fack. Are you fighting against me? The angry Claire directly entered the remaining 5-story warehouse, and when it did not take a few minutes, he was irrational for himself. Regret it. The 10-year-old stock is on the disk of Blue Star Technology and is useless. And just when he regretted that he was about to break the jar, the miracle happened again, and he was almost tortured to death. Blue Star Technology's stock price started to rise 5 points again, and continues to rise. John Klein's eyes were rounded. This time he sold very decisively, arbitrage 4.7 points in less than 20 minutes. Then it was another 10 points plunge. John Klein watched this time-sharing chart as the electrocardiogram, and his heartbeat also thumped straight. At this time, he boldly copied into it. Then he started to skyrocket again and set the pace. This time he sold again, arbitrage 7 points. It fell again, but it didn't take long before it rushed high, so it went up slowly and violently. During the period, John Klein has repeatedly continually tossed and sucked down a total of 22% of the net yield. He looked at the chart and murmured, crazy and crazy are already crazy. In his 10-year stock market career, he has never seen such a weird disk market trend in any stock. Such a sharp rise and fall in the intraday shows that there is a huge difference in funds, and the long and short double shots have killed the eye, as much as the tragic. The tragic, resulting in such a result is that not all large institutions have inside information. In addition, the benefits are too large and tempting. It is now a large organization with large hot money fighting. There are empty parties and many parties. The power of emptying is very powerful, but the bulls are as powerful and unprecedentedly determined. During the morning session, the two sides were evenly matched. But with the passage of time, the stock price of Blue Star Technology rose in a distant shock, indicating that the bears have gradually become difficult. John Klein was excited. In the past 3 hours, he kept making high, low, and low sales in such a short period of time. His $100,000 principal increased by 43%, and now even a profit-making copy went in. He didn't know what was happening, and he didn't know why the funds on the plate would be so tragic. But he knew that the rich were in sight. It's lunchtime now, but John Klein, who has tasted sweetness, is in a mood to eat. He wants to trade arbitrage as often as possible during the next 3.5 hours of trading time. After 20 minutes, Blue Star Technology's stock price once again rushed to 13.98%, breaking today's new high. Just when John Klein was about to sell off, the intraday stock price suddenly and violently rose and directly rushed to the 21.3% position. Klein looked dazed again. What? It's empty? What happened just now? At this moment, Klein heard his Azure phone respond and opened it to an alert news. The content was very short, but John Klein was the whole person. All jumped up excitedly. OMG. So it turned out. It turned out so. Just now, the North American side held a temporary press conference, and the newly appointed CIA head woman Haspel announced that the illegal trade of weapons between the Côte d'Azur and terrorists is a big oolong. The latest findings show that this is terror. The molecular set tempts us both to fight, and we have all been exploited. The United States has become a big hit and is the biggest victim this time. As soon as the news came out, people who eat melons, such a 180-degree reversal directly flashed the old waste of more than 7 billion melon-eating people worldwide. It's been a fuss for a month. You said it was the oolong incident and it was over. It seems that if it is not finished, it will be finished. Who can be the world overlord, but can kill him? So, don't block it, don't sue. Is the friendship boat rowing happily again? There was an uproar in the world, and this sudden news was fed back to the stock market at the fastest speed. The stock price of Blue Star Technology directly opened a violent surge in the market. The power of the Air Party fell apart in an instant. The withdrawal of funds was extremely decisive and did not take a second. Remember, the backhand began to do more. The news spread rapidly, and the stockholders saw that it turned out to be a major good, so they quickly copied it in and bought it. At that time, after pushing the air, the bulls had no suspense to crush the bears with absolute strength. The stockholders swarmed directly into the market. The pit where Blue Star Technology was smashed is the golden pit, which is now the consensus of everyone. Even the small fans are aware of it. Oh yeah, shredded coconut shreds. Rush. 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 Rush up. Ness. At the moment, John Klein looked at the picture of Blue Star Technology's stock price skyrocketing all the way. US stocks closed on Monday, February 12. www.mtlnovel.com. Blue Star Technology's stock price closed at $1,087.75, an increase of 101.48%. It has also hit a record high. The market value of Blue Star Technology dived from $2 trillion to $1 trillion in only 3 trading days. This was not expected by anyone. But even more unexpectedly, it rose from $1 trillion to $1 trillion, also reached a record high in only 1 trading day. As long as the historical trend of Blue Star Technology is opened, a super deep V is extremely eye-catching. This is a wealth reshuffling and distribution event. There are small and medium investors and small scattered bankruptcy, and there are small casualties like John Klein who have suddenly become rich. Including many large institutions have also been reshuffled. Some institutions the losses were heavy, and some institutions like Goldman Sachs and Berkshire Hathaway were filled. But the biggest winner is undoubtedly the Luo Sheng Family Fund, and handing over the money to Luo Sheng to manage the global tycoons. Some private equity and sovereign funds entrusted to Sheng Feng Capital also profited. Chapter 704 War Fruit. On Tuesday, the news that the stock price of Blue Star Technology soared by more than 100% in one trading day was on the front page of major news websites in the world, especially the Financial Channel, and it was covered with overwhelming coverage. Yesterday, the madness of US stocks refreshed my understanding once again, rising by $1 trillion a day. 1 trillion. The meat cutters are estimated to be mad. In contrast, the one who walks in the air is the most uncomfortable. It is more uncomfortable than losing money, and the thigh is broken. I didn't understand why the old stockholders said that a good stock like Blue Star Technology is the strongest leak harvester. Now I finally understand it and love it. Funny face. Looking at the time-sharing chart of Blue Star Technology yesterday, it is really a tragedy. The picture of Kingswang's mutual killing was staged 3 hours before the opening. The stock price fluctuated up and down, and the fluctuations reached 15 points at a time, and it rose sharply, hurriedly. I can see it in a panic. It's estimated that the shocks of the past few hours have basically shocked Zhongxiao-san. It must have been shaken out. Whoever withstood such fluctuations in this NEMA, those with a bad heart will get sick laughing and crying. It's absolutely profitable to do high sell and low suck in it. It depends on the ability of the heart. If it weren't for the sudden explosion of the Oolong event after midday, the empty side would not necessarily withdraw. Blue Star Technology, I'm really afraid that he won't come, and he's afraid of messing up, but expect him to mess up. He really messes up and can play. Covering face and crying. Almost all of this matter was discussed hotly on Tuesday, which is too powerful and has all the conditions to detonate the hot topic effect. In the past days, people will subconsciously think that this is the headline party news, but now it is the fact that it is happening, and it is exciting to think about it. Today, all major global stock indexes opened, basically rising. The bigger Shanghai Stock Index continued to open higher by 1.27 points, and finally closed at 2.03 points. The North American stock market also opened higher, and Blue Star Technology's stock price continued to rise. This is because yesterday was too crazy, and today's high open and continued high going is the result of continuing the previous day's inertial attack. The company's stock price once again hit a record high, closing at $1,180.86 after the market, an increase of plus 8.56%. And the total market value reached $23,723.51 million US. The stock market has fully reflected that as long as Lam does not toss, it is good for the world. If Lam starts to toss, it is bad for the world. Mexico City, Monterrey. Boss, when did the April and May contracts start to bottom out? A trader asked Wang Xin. Before the opening of Monday, Wang Xin's contracts had already completed the purpose of pushing up shipments. No hurry, this is not the time to bargain. Wang Xin shook his head. Although the current price has fallen sharply, it is not enough. Yesterday Monday morning, Azure 5 futures prices continued to soar. But in the afternoon, when the stock price of Blue Star Technology soared, the futures contract here reversed and swooped down the course. Blue Star Technology is a major positive, and the futures contract of Azure 5 is a major negative. Originally, market investors thought that Luo Sheng was going to be finished, and the international market would all be lost. The Azure 5 mobile phone here would immediately become a rare product, selling one less one, but the demand did not decrease, and the price skyrocketed naturally. But North America announced the Great Oolong event, which immediately reversed, and suddenly it was not rare. Demand still did not increase in volume, and the contract price naturally plunged. It just happened the other way around. An hour later, The Côte d'Azur released a heavy message late in the night in the Eastern Hemisphere. Xunxin Electronics will soon establish the first 9nm chip foundry production line to formally provide chip foundry for Blue Star technology, while orders from other supplier partners are not change. In other words, the Côte d'Azur will further increase production of Azure 5 products. This news for the Azure 5 on the Mexican side is simply a bad news for the worse. The financial department of the Coriolis Group and some hot money on Wall Street no longer hesitate to immediately close the position and stop the loss. Labor and capital are no longer playing. If you don't go away, you may lose your principal and you have to pay the money. At first, I still suspected that the strong village here was being done by other large institutions on Wall Street. Now even a fool knows that Luo Sheng is the biggest strong village here. He can pull it up if he wants to pull the platform. He wants to smash the plate absolutely. In the middle of the night, it was announced that the Côte d'Azur will be further mass-produced. This plate will be smashed when it is smashed. In this situation of strong village control, the hot money is the same as leaks. Wall Street was also out of luck this time. After working so hard for a big lap, it was exhausting. Except for the few institutions in Goldman Sachs and Muddy Water that ate meat, most of them only drank behind Luo Sheng's in the end. Soup residue. Some institutions were even worse. Not only did the soup not be drunk, but it was also peeled off, causing heavy losses. Previously, the short-selling Blue Star technology made a formidable amount of money, and then a bullish option contract took back the profit. Plus Mexico has been yawned by Luo Sheng, properly given to the series. If it weren't for the bottom-line Blue Star technology hedge stop, this time Wall Street absolutely must be angry with the rhythm of vomiting blood. It has never been so miserable. The leg was broken by the same person twice in a row. Blue Star Technology headquarters. Luo Sheng came to take the company to work today. In the eyes of the employees, the ultimate boss is more Buddhist, and will not come to the company every day. It is good to be able to come to the company once or twice a week, unless it is an important matter. Mr. Luo, early, President Luo, boss. On the way to the CEO's special elevator, Luo Sheng's employees met him and greeted him, and they all admired him in addition to his respect. A lot of news has been reading the beginning and the end of this incident recently. The cause and consequence of the whole incident are described as legendary. In fact, people with clear eyes know that the Great Oolong incident is just a step, and the real loser is the old beauty. If Lam is the winner, Luo Sheng can only guard the Greater China market now, but the reality is that its commercial companies are still operating normally on a global scale, including the North American market, as always, except that the tariffs have not been reduced. But Luo Sheng's company is still allowed to carry out the original legal business activities in North America. To put it simply, it was to maintain the original state before the incident, tossed around for a while without catching anything, and Luo Sheng countered a wave of "Wall, please come in." Someone knocked on the door shortly after arriving in his CEO's office. The person who came in was Luo Xin, the current temporary assistant and secretary of Tang Xin. Mr. Luo, this is the information report sent to you by Mr. Qin. Tang Xin came in and handed over the documents that she brought. She didn't know what was inside, and it was unopened. Only Luo Sheng had the authority. Tang Xin naturally didn't dare to open it without permission. Luo Sheng didn't pick it up. He sat on the chair and closed his eyes. Pick up the key points and listen. Tang Xin secretly rejoiced at hearing this. This is the first time she can see the important internal documents of institutions other than Blue Star Technology. There was no such authorization before, which means that it is more trusted and recognized by boss. After disassembling the information and looking at the contents, Tang Xin couldn't help seeing the numbers inside, but it quickly responded. After a brief overview, he said, "The current round of the market has ended, with a total profit of $770 billion. Shengfeng Capital accounted for $320 billion. Its total asset management scale broke through $6 trillion, and family funds accounted for $450 billion. The scale of asset management broke through $2 trillion for the first time. When Tang Xin was reading these data, Rao had seen the big scene and was still a little dazed. In the content of this report, $100 million is the basic unit of counting, compared with 1 month's basic salary of RMB 48,300. The salary, bonuses and dividends of virtual stocks throughout the year barely exceed 1 million, and even the fractions in the fractions are not counted. Although the company has a series of benefits such as 80% house purchase subsidies of less than 10 million yuan, it is considered a successful elite in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is still impossible to achieve personal lifelong financial freedom. At least another 10 years of work. Only then is it possible to achieve true lifelong financial freedom. Because income has risen, so has the corresponding consumer demand. Tang Xin was thinking of a picture in his head, tossing the information in his hand, and then flicking at Luo Sheng, giving birth to a child for him. No need to struggle in this life. End of this chapter. Chapter 705. Users who uninstall the product. Really fragrant. The income of more than 700 billion yuan is quite good. It's a little annoying. When you don't earn it, you have to work hard for how to earn your hand. When you get it, you have to worry about how to deal with it. Annoying. Luo Sheng said. A long sigh. Hearing his feelings of beating, Tang Xin rolled his eyes in his heart and couldn't help saying, Mr. Luo, please take care of the hearts of ordinary people like us, okay? This kind of troubles we ordinary people can't wait for, more the better. Xin Dao, if you feel troubled, please give me these troubles. Luo Sheng glanced at her, and pretended to be solemnly said, hey, an ordinary can push me to the opposite of the public. It is deliberately creating a contradiction of hafnium and deducting your salary. Tang Xin hurriedly said, no, you can't deduct wages, and you can't deduct life anymore. Luo Sheng looked at her and knew that Tang Xiaomi had a lot of small ideas. He gradually hinted in his words that he was surrounded by smart people, but he would not reach this level if he was not smart. I'll ask you to settle the account later. What else did the information say? Luo Sheng skipped the episode and asked about work. Tang Xin also answered the official matter. The report said that Shengfeng Capital's financing consulting has risen sharply, including new and old customers who hope to provide more funds to Shengfeng Capital Management. Upon hearing this, Luo Shengxuan took over the data report and looked at it in person. He couldn't help laughing. Oh, this group of people are all in June. The children's faces change when they say, before the stock price of Blue Star Technology was at a low point, and before the crisis passed, many investors around the world wanted to redeem their money. Well, now seeing that the blood has been earned, I have changed my mind again, waving my banknotes and asking to get on again. Fortunately, when the private placement was conducted, a ban contract was signed and the door was welded to death, just to prevent some unwilling investors from encountering some disturbances in the middle, because of panic and demanding the redemption of funds. Tang Xinyun smiled and said, who wants such a terrible money-making ability and huge growth in the future? Who wouldn't want to get on the bus? If the entry barrier is too high, I would definitely get on the bus when I started the global private placement. The minimum entry threshold for Shengfeng Capital is $100 million, and more than 99.999% of the world's people cannot pass this threshold. This car definitely has no chance to get on. Luo Sheng smiled at her. Although there was some relationship with this Tang Xiaomi, it was nothing more than that. It is impossible to modify the rules just because she got in her car. Luo Sheng is not crazy. Shengfeng Capital's current assets list is as high as $6 trillion. And willful will have very serious consequences. Immediately added, however, there is another train to get on. Tang Xin blinked her eyes and wondered, what kind of car? Luo Sheng, I will know when I get on. After a period of time, Tang Xin, who got out of the car, left the office with the materials approved by Luo Sheng and sent the approval to Shengfeng Capital. On the afternoon of the same day, Shengfeng Capital issued a public announcement on the official website, responding to the global investors' willingness to purchase private equity, and currently not considering the second global private equity activity. If you are doing it once, I am afraid that the scale of the subscription must reach the rhythm of the annual GDP of a small book, which will cause the risk of short-term tightening of global liquidity and affect global economic activities. The stock market will usher in a sharp decline. Luo Sheng's current legendary aura. The private equity campaign itself can be used as a good card to play at critical moments, and now it is completely unnecessary. After this news was announced, it was quite regrettable for global investors. Now the wealthy people all over the world know that it is most reassuring to give money to Luo Sheng's asset management agency, but to other trust institutions is afraid that Luo Sheng's institutions will cut the leak. This time, so many private equity firms on Wall Street couldn't beat Luo Sheng and suffered heavy losses, resulting in many investors managing financial affairs and losing money. Top-level organizations like Shengfeng Capital generally have a great appetite and like to start with other organizations. Handing the money to Luo Sheng to take care of it, not only has a high probability of making money, but also avoids being harvested by him. This is what the world's top rich people care about most. With the passage of time, practitioners who have focused on the financial field for the past 2 days have known the news, but the news has always been lagging. Until now, there are still people in North America who are resisting the products of Luo Sheng's companies. This is the intentional control of public opinion and traditional European and American media. Many people who can only focus on traditional media have not yet realized the major reversal. These people have a common feature, which is that they joined the ranks of boycotts some time ago. And all major social app products of Blue Star technology in the mobile phone have been uninstalled, so the news is seriously lagging behind. Alan is a typical representative. Recently, he was suffering. Just a few days ago, he uninstalled the major social products of Blue Star technology. 3 days have passed now, and these 3 days he feels very uncomfortable, as if he was isolated from the world. What made him helpless was that he only found out that when he really boycotted, if he didn't use the products of Blue Star technology and the code DIAZER, he could hardly go online as usual. Alan now retains only one product provided by Luo Sheng, Azure 5 smartphone. This is really a bit expensive, and I can't bear it. Uninstalling the app is okay. The phone can't be smashed, and the parallel imports that were finally found are much cheaper than operator channel purchases. Today is the 3rd day of the products of Luo Sheng's major companies that Alan boycotted. Then he couldn't take it anymore. He found that his life could no longer proceed normally. Sorry, I surrendered. I really can't live without them. Alan first opened the iOS application store of the Azure 5 mobile phone, and then click to download the Blue Star Technology Family Barrel app application, social network Blue Space, cross-platform chat application WhatApp, online streaming media video site BV Video Network, a Farid browser, Reddit forum for online tearing, microblog service, music space, Steam, etc. After some time, all the uninstalled software was ready, and Alan then downloaded the client on the PC. After he got all of this, he felt that his life could finally return to normal. When Alan used Blue Star's products again, he saw another world of the internet and was angry again. Backhand, I opened the Reddit forum to start spraying, because he found that only the internet service products of Blue Star technology reflect what is happening in this world. No matter whether it is Google's application or traditional media, there is no coverage of recent major news, but one-sided coverage. Some world headlines. Almost all news items at the level are cold-handled. Now on the BV video site, Reddit forum, including the Blue Space social network, are discussing the latest things. In just 3 days, these things happened. Alan found that he knew almost nothing. He finally realized that what he saw was what the other party wanted to show him, and he was kept in the dark. in. Blue Star Technology has also been wronged, and North America has also come out to clarify and admit that this is a big oolong incident. Alan was angry because he realized that he seemed to have been shot by a gun. After getting angry, he was happy, and reinstalling the Blue Star Technology family barrel immediately felt no sense of self-blame. Alan realized that precisely because it is the internet giant in China, Blue Star Technology products will be more at ease. If they do evil, they will be caught by North America. So relatively speaking, in order not to leave instead, it is the company that is least likely to do evil. I swear that I will never boycott Blue Star products again. During the next period of time, almost all internet users who had uninstalled Blue Star Technology's Family Bucket products were like Alan. They could not bear the status of being almost isolated from the internet world and were defeated. They began to secretly re-download and install the product. 2. After downloading the results, I also saw the lagging news and realized that I was scammed. This group of people has since become the most steadfast supporter of users.mentalnovel.com. Last week, major applications of Blue Star Technology's Family Bucket International version appeared to be uninstalled, and this week began to rebound, before vowing to uninstall. Never reused users are gradually returning, and the whole family of barrel products appeared in the top 10 of the top list in the application market. The picture is really picturesque. Friends and businessmen in the same industry are speechless. Industry media also reported on this. People finally realized how terrible the ecosystem that Blue Star Technology Group has built over the past decade or so has reached the point where the user can't normally surf the internet without him. The most terrible thing is that the user habits that have been developed for more than 10 years have caused these users to be extremely unsuitable for using other similar products. Some of the experiences are even bad, but they further enhance the product experience of Blue Star Technology. Chinese website. Chapter 706 Luosheng's Superpower. Chapter 708 Luosheng's Superpower. Blue Star's strong rebound not only shocked the industry, but also attracted more people to analyze and interpret, including academics. When many people thought that this time the crisis Blue Star Technology will not be dead and have to peel off, everyone did not expect to be more courageous and stronger. It only took less than a month, not only in terms of the number of users to recover lost land but also a wave of small new highs, which was an unexpected result for everyone. The amazing vitality of Blue Star Technology has undoubtedly refreshed people's awareness, and also stimulated the company's stock price to rise all the way. It has already begun to make great strides towards the market value of $2.5 trillion. On the occasion of the arrival of March 2018, the stock price of Blue Star Technology has been strengthening all the way. The market value has reached $2.373 trillion, and the price per share is as high as $1,181.18. This price is placed on the majority of ordinary working class people in China and needs 2 months of wages in order to be able to afford one share of Blue Star Technology. Technology complex building. Xiaona, what's new in the world recently that deserves your attention? At this time, early in the morning, Luosheng simply finished washing and stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, looking out at the neck, and the whole person was quite lazy and comfortable. Every day I spend a little time focusing on the global wind direction to ensure that we are not outdated, which Luosheng has always insisted on. After a while, Xiaona's response came. Retrieving. Search completed. Master. A new vocabulary called technical resistance is popular in the global science and technology community recently, which may be worth your attention. Luosheng surprised. Technical resistance? Xiaona, this is a boycott and criticism of the global technology giants. Your company is undoubtedly the first live target. It has been named by academics many times, and those Silicon Valley technology giants such as Microsoft, Amazon, and Google have failed. Stay out of it. Luosheng said calmly, Academia. Which academia is spraying me again? This year, everyone is rubbing Luo Sheng's fever and is being consumed madly. In this regard, Luo Sheng was helpless. Too much attention has been given to the wood. Xiaona, New York University Stern School of Business professor Scott Galloway bears the brunt, and now a North American evening financial television station is broadcasting a CNN reporter's interview with Scott Galloway soon after dawn in the Eastern Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere is at night. At this time, a young housemaid stood at the door and knocked. The door was open. "Mr. Luo, breakfast is ready for you." Luo Sheng nodded, and immediately left the bedroom, came to the restaurant for breakfast, and said at the same time, "Xiana, that Galloway, right, see what he is spraying me." After talking, she looked at the high-definition screen on the front wall. Xiaona quickly turned on the screen and relayed the TV picture and heard the sound. The stock prices of the 5 technology giants Blue Star Technology, Azure Pure Electric Car, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft have increased by an average of 53% in the past year. The current market value of Blue Star Technology is as high as $2.37 trillion US. Equivalent to the entire Germany. The market value of the stock market is more than $500 billion US, and the sum of the market value of the 2 listed companies of Luo Sheng is equivalent to the market value of the entire Euronext $3.38 trillion US and more than $500 billion US, which is staggering. This number is so huge that most of us cannot even quantify its value. Even if you describe it as the same as the total economic volume of a big country, it is still difficult to understand the power behind this number. How terrible. After the screen appeared, there was the voice of Scott Galloway. During the show, when he listed these data, his expression was extremely exaggerated. Luo Sheng, who watched the show, heard the opening lightning strike and felt that it was time to find people like Larry Page and Jeff Bezos for some points of benefit. Every time the tech giant is denounced, he will always be at the forefront and attract the most firepower. Instead, they hid behind to make a fortune. The host took the speech and said, "For all topics related to technical boycotts, we found that private equity managers in Boston, London, and New York shrugged and continued to work. They believe that technology giants are destined to have endless wealth. No one can stop it." Scott Galloway on the television nodded and added, "Yes, but this is not where I worry most." Moderator: "What are you most worried about?" Galloway: "One person." Moderator: "Who?" Galloway: "Luo Sheng." As the founder of a social networking platform with billions of users and the CEO of Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast, Luo Sheng has this incredible power. His the source of power is different from tradition, but technology or monopoly technology. The scope of power also exceeds the boundaries of the country. The power brought by digital technology makes him have unparalleled superpowers, and makes him the most dangerous in the world. People. Moderator: "The most dangerous person in the world?" How to understand? Galloway danced his body language wide, and explained and described his conclusion further. According to the latest fiscal year data report of Blue Star Technology, at least 3.5 billion people worldwide use at least one product of the instant service owned by Blue Star Technology every month, and an average of more than 2.6 billion people use the product every day in the world. The campaign is WeChat, BlueSpace, Messenger, Microblog, WhatsApp or Reddit products and services. When I talked about the Blue Star Technology marketing course at Ernst Business School, I told how the company integrated its major instant messaging service platforms, although users around the world can still use the company's instant messaging service applications. But when Luo Sheng's plan is completed, these services will run on the same back-end technology infrastructure. Luo Sheng is trying to encrypt the backbone network between these core platforms so that he can have a communication network spanning 3.5 billion people. The host asked, "What problems will this cause?" Galloway reminded, "In this way, our world will face an algorithm for a person to determine the backbone network of 3.5 billion people. No matter what the intention of this person is, The idea is not terrible, but I think that comes from various public voices and opinions around the world should, at least in theory, contribute to social health. And the key guarantee of social health is the diversification, diversity, checks and balances of media views. What I worry about is the same set of algorithms, which is controlled by a single person and cannot be driven down by this person. The users of Elon Star have a major impact. The volume of Blue Star technology itself is as huge as the entire internet, and Luo Sheng has not yet shown the ability to ensure that this world-class information machine will not be weaponized by bad guys, and no individual even has this ability. I don't know if he will do evil. Although he has not done evil, he already has the ability to do evil. Seeing Luo Sheng couldn't help but see it. Galovai had one thing that he still very much agreed with, that is, no one could drive him from the highest helm position of Blue Star technology. Luo Sheng controls the company's 3 meetings and 1 layer, and has absolute say in the board of directors, board of supervisors, shareholders meeting and senior management. Originally, Wall Street was quite ambitious to Blue Star technology, and it was not a day or two for the two sides to fight in secret. Wall Street has always wanted to expand its right to speak within Blue Star Technology Group. The biggest dream is to kick Luo Sheng out of the game. Luo Sheng, he has done the reorganization strategy a few times, and all of them are disgraced. Now, basically, he has abandoned the idea. Unless Luo Sheng voluntarily surrenders control of the company, no one can drive him down. The host asked, is there any other purpose for the integration strategy of Blue Star Technology? Galloway, of course. Blue Star Technology's measures to integrate its information infrastructure may actually be in response to possible antitrust investigations. Luo Sheng looked at this show with a smile on his face. He is now determined that North America is absolutely impossible to split Blue Star North America. Quite simply, if his company was torn down because of this, www.untilnovel.com, Amazon, Google, Microsoft will be liquidated. If North American technology giants are split into smaller parts, Luo Sheng will wake up with a dream. This it's white, and it's a rhythm. The North American technology giants such as Google, Amazon, Microsoft and Luo Sheng do not have an advantage or even disadvantage in international competition. If they are split, the tentacles of these North American technology giants extending to the global scope will definitely be Luo Sheng when cut it, and finally make a round of the North American market. This sale can be voted on by foot. Now it is not the upper hand. If it is split, it is the fish meat sent to Luo Sheng's mouth. It is precisely because of this that it is impossible to split. Those who engage in academics can do research on the subject. Idealism can only talk about it, but it cannot be done. North America is not stupid, and Silicon Valley technology giants will also resist fiercely. Ask for a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 707, Super Tech Giants' Obvious Ambitions. Chapter 709, The Obvious Ambitions of the Super Tech Giants. Luo Sheng finished breakfast, but the show was not over yet. Instead of closing the show, he lay on the big, curved sofa and continued watching with great interest. At this time, the host of the show said, I once had a phone interview with Mr. Larry Page, the founder of Alphabet, Google. In the interview, he said that if Alphabet is split into more and smaller parts, it can't compete with foreign technology giants, such as China's Blue Star Technology and Alibaba. Galloway said, I think this is just an excuse for these technology giants. In economics they call it national competitiveness. Their reason is, if you weaken our scale and strength in any way, we cannot defend our share of the global market. We cannot defeat foreign rivals and defend the interests of the United States. Speaking of which, Galloway sarcastically said, but from the results, it seems that these technology giants in Silicon Valley have not beaten foreign competitors, but have been suspended. Moderator, so you do not agree with this view? Galloway nodded. I don't believe that Larry Page's statement was established, because compared to large companies, smaller and more flexible technology companies have stronger countervailing capabilities, making the Big Mac level of companies are rampant in the world. absolutely unfriendly to the world, and absolutely unfriendly to the whole society. The host asked. The problem is that it is still difficult to defeat foreign technology giants. If it is split, wouldn't it have no chance? Galovi said. I think the senior leaders of the two parties should initiate more advanced negotiations and jointly agree to periodically spin off their respective Big Mac companies, just like discussing with the Russians to jointly reduce nuclear arsenals. Hearing this, Luo Sheng directly gave Galloway 2 words: naive. This kind of thinking is undoubtedly a naive idealist. Galois naive place is to break away from the basis of reality, think of human nature too beautifully, and the weakness of human nature, whose greed is destined to be impossible. The chain of suspicion in the three-body story can be said to perfectly explain Galovi's idea that it is impossible to realize, and there are examples in reality, that is tungsten. At that time, the silly white sweet-tongue clan thought that Eagle Source was a good person, and resolutely removed his nuclear power. Now he knows that he is fooled and knows that the other party is a rogue. It is too late, and he has paid the price of blood. If it wasn't so silly and sweet at the beginning, as the world's third largest nuclear force continues to this day, today's top 5 gangsters have to deal with tungsten coal and 3 points. The show continues. Galloway said, 2018 is the first year of the tech giants ruling the world. If we don't make changes, everyone will live in the shadow of these super tech empires in the future. Among the many technology giants in the world, 4 of them are listed and written into books. The 4. After that, Galloway took out his book and showed it in the interview lens. The translation is Big 4. Luo Sheng saw here that he seriously doubted whether the goods came to advertise his book. Moderator, which of the 4 major technology giants, Galloway, Cote d'Azur, Blue Star Technology, Google and Amazon, whether in terms of market value or influence, these 4 companies are all successful companies that have to be talked about in the past decade. How do they infiltrate the lives of ordinary people? Why do their stock prices soar while they cause serious social problems? And when they become trillion-dollar companies, can anyone stand up to challenge them? Of course, of these 4 companies, the Cote d'Azur has not been listed so far, but I don't think anyone will doubt that as long as it is listed, it will be a trillion-dollar super company, even more exaggerated than Blue Star Technology. The company's revenue will exceed this year. The Walmart Group has become the top 500 in the world, which is the optimistic expectation of most people. It is worth mentioning that at the end of the first quarter of 2018, there are already 4 companies in the world standing above the trillion-dollar mark, and Galois said that the Big 4 accounted for 3. In addition to the Blue Star Technology Group and Azure Pure Electric Car Company, which have already exceeded the trillion-dollar market value, Google and Amazon broke through the trillion-dollar for the first time in March this year. These are the stock markets that accelerated their sprints after Blue Star's plunge and surge, and rushed to the trillion-dollar mark earlier. This is also not expected by people in the industry. Galloway added, whether you are a competitor, their partner, or just an ordinary user of their products, you need to understand some of the greatest companies of this era. Moderator. Great. This does not seem to be consistent with your previous remarks. Galloway, of course, they are great companies. They have promoted the progress of human society and technology. This is beyond doubt. However, this does not mean that they will continue to be great. The problem we are facing now is this: the 4 super tech giants are comprehensively covering and continuously feeding our material and spiritual needs. I described them in this book as the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. The power of the 4 Knights is constantly growing, and Luo Sheng's global power is showing exponential growth and has superpowers. So I said that he is the most dangerous person in the world. When it comes to this, the screen switches the shots and lists a piece of data. Galloway's voice continued to be heard on the show. This set of data is very intuitive. Google occupies more than 90% of the global search market. 95% of young people are using Blue Star Technology and its products. 50% of online transactions, 80% of e-book transactions are completed through Amazon, and the Cote d'Azur holds $350 billion in cash. Of all the listed companies in the world, Only 9 companies have a market value higher than this, but this is only the Côte d'Azur cash assets. So far, the 10th listed company in the world is Johnson & Johnson, and its current market value is $340 billion. Galloway continued. The cash on the Côte d'Azur is greater than the total market value of the last 245 companies in the S&P index. Although as your mobile phones only have a market share of about 15%, they monopolize more than 90% of the industry's profits. The 4 giants have shown all the details in their statements for the past fiscal quarter. The Azure Coast brought the explosion effect of Azure 5 to increase its revenue by 22% month-on-month and reached the threshold of more than $200 billion for the first quarter. Blue Star Technology revenue surged 37% to $12.87 billion in single quarter profit. Google's revenue has continued to grow at an average of about 20% over the past 30 quarters to $30 billion in single quarter revenue. Amazon's revenue jumped 37.5% to, for the first time, the $60 billion, and the skyrocketing profit of more than $1 billion was finally lost. 68% of the magnesium people obtain information through the products of the 2 companies, Blue Star Technology and Google. More than 70% of the traffic flowing into the major media websites comes from these 2 super technology giants. The survival of these media websites is highly dependent on due to the compassion of Google and Blue Star Technology. Blue Star Technology is pinching 33% of the traffic sources of the New York Times. So we found that in the past month, the New York Times criticized Luo Sheng and his campaign's strength against peer newspapers. It's a lot weaker. You can judge it yourself. At the moment, Luo Sheng, who is an audience member, smiled slightly at the words. No wonder that the New York Times hadn't been so hard to black himself in the past period. It was not as good as CNN. It turned out to be the reason the New York Times still has a scheming. Before seeing Luo Sheng's irreversible crash, he dare not easily increase his strength. Pinching a third of the flow is tantamount to being pinched by the throat of fate. Black, it's the same thing, but eating is more important. Galloway said again, for global consumers, we can only pray that Google and Blue Star Technology can consciously not do evil, otherwise these 2 supergiants still pinch the internet entrance. They will want to feed like fake news. Fake information filled in our throat. More terrifying is that at this moment, you may even deceive yourself to have a free illusion, completely ignorant. Alan, an ordinary internet user far away in North America, is watching this late-night program. He takes it for granted. Before that, he was fed by Google, but he is more supportive of Blue Star Technology. Do evil. The show is coming to an end here, and at this time the director switched the camera to release the Amazon logo. Galloway interpreted this. In fact, all the ambitions of the super tech giants have been revealed. You can look at this trademark image of Amazon. Under the Amazon is a smiling arrow from A to Z. Bible, Revelation chapter 1, section 8 records the Lord God said, I am r4.mtlnovel.com I am Omega, the Almighty who was, is, and will be forever. The host said, Alpha, Omega is the first 2 letters of the Greek alphabet. Galloway said, the Amazon trademark was changed from the millennium, like a sickle hammerhead. With a strong will, how much ambition does a company have to use a paragraph of God's words in the Bible to endorse itself implicitly? Afterwards, Google also realized that, so they changed their name to the Mouthful Alphabet, and barely left behind. And Blue Star Technology has made no secrets from the beginning to the end. Our planet is not a blue planet. The scary thing is that the name has not changed since the day of its birth. I think Luo Sheng has been from the beginning. It's very clear about his goals, which is both incredible and disturbing. In a sense, his strength is above Jeff and Page. Luo Sheng, who watched the program, felt quite different. Although his evaluation of Galloway was a naive idealist, it did have a thing. The angle of analysis and interpretation was quite tricky. End of this chapter. Chapter 708, the number one money-burning project on the French Riviera. Chapter 710, the number one money-burning project on the Côte d'Azur. After the show was broadcast, it quickly became popular. Glovis theory is very popular nowadays, and many people buy it, and his Big Four appeared on the bestseller list as soon as it was published. Isn't there anything wrong with moths? It only took a few days to stop, said one of the executives at the routine meeting of the internal executives of the Côte d'Azur company. Luo Sheng is also present. He is sitting in the position of chief, and he holds a book in his hand. This book is The Big Four by Scott Galloway. It is currently well known in the industry and is relatively popular. Sell well. The attention that is triggered is indeed not small, but it will not actually appear. The AT&T group has gradually merged from the split to the present. This is the default result of North America, although the voice of the split giant in the private sector seems to be increasing. The bigger, but when the competition among the major powers is not settled, the multinational giants cannot be split. Luo Sheng put the book down and went on to say, you have to split your large-scale head enterprise, and you will be reduced to someone else's fish and lose its transnational competitiveness. You are not facing a better market environment, but facing the competitive pressure of supergiant companies in other countries is overwhelming. Small companies face such a behemoth. Yao Jianhong little bit. It makes sense that if you lose your international competitiveness, you will lose your international market share. No one will be stupid until the end of passive defense. The existence of multinational giants is to take the initiative to attack and use offensive defense. Lau Mei's side shouted every day for antitrust investigation and to split supergiant group companies, but in the past 20 years, no one has seen anyone who was split. Instead, the AT&T group that was split before is now united. For one, the executive was still slightly worried. On the basis of Europe and the United States, we are outsiders after all. They can protect their technology giants, but we can play double standards for us. After all, we have to go out. Luo Sheng said in an orderly manner, it is natural to guard against one hand and pay more attention to it, but you can't be afraid of it. In today's digital age, we have our unique advantage. We will gain a stronger bargaining position for this advantage. Take the Zhaozi market as an example. If you don't use my technology and service products, you will be abandoned by the times. Don't want to have too much negotiating status when you use it, so don't be scared by their threat of intimidation. Very good. Internet big data is really hard to beat. The traditional European technology giants Nokia and Ericsson have gradually become obsolete. Those who are not outdated are basically pinned by the old beauty, will be forcibly merged by Lomai across the technology giant. At present, the entire beating continent is basically the world of foreign multinational technology giants such as the Côte d'Azur, Blue Star Technology, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Samsung, etc., competing here, but the local technology companies have no one to fight. Most of them are forced to survive the pressure of survival and choose to join a party. Can only worship the peer as a little brother barely lived like life. In fact, Pao Chou once also had a startup with a giant posture. Pureleaf, a visible light wireless communication technology research and development company founded by Headhunters, is the most typical example. Now Poser people have broken their thighs, and they just gave this company to Luo Sheng. After joining the Côte d'Azur, the current Pureleaf company is standing on the shoulders of giants and has a lightning rise. It is currently valued at $200 billion by the industry. It is a well-deserved super unicorn company and the only one in the world that has been valued so far. More than $200 billion in new technology companies. In this year, Headhunters has begun to draft Pureleaf's IPO listing plan on the New York Stock Exchange, and has discussed this matter with Luo Sheng, the head of the parent company. After all, the largest shareholder is also the largest backer. Although Pureleaf is founded in Pazou, the head is also German, but the basic market is in the Greater China market. Although it was a skin attack, it was a bone. The penetration rate of Li-Fi light guide technology in the Greater China market is the first in the world. Luo Sheng also readily agreed and strongly supported his rush to the NYSE to ring the clock for listing. At that time, it was the full rise of a supergiant, and it was also the largest holding subsidiary under the Côte d'Azur. The Financial Times described the 2010s as bang 10 years in an article the day before yesterday and stated that most experts predict that these tech giants will continue to maintain their industry dominance in the next decade. Yao Jianhong at the meeting said with a smile, and then he added another sentence, but more interestingly. The Financial Times reported that the NYSE officially created a Bang Plus index the day before yesterday. The so-called Bang concept has a long history. It was first proposed by the CNBC TV presenter Jim Cramer in 2013. The initial concept is to represent four high-performance technology stocks: Blue Star Technology, Blue Star; Amazon, Netflix, and Google. The first letter of these four companies to form the Bang concept. The Bang Plus index created by the New York Stock Exchange does not specifically refer to these four companies, but it is an index tracking of a basket of stocks of technology giants listed on U.S. stocks. It also includes Microsoft and Alibaba, who brings the second day, in addition to Pure Li-Fi, which is about to rush to the New York Stock Exchange for visible light wireless communication technology. These companies, without exception, are representative of future technology trends, while another common point is the huge scale of hundreds of billions of dollars. If the Azure Coast was not listed, and the Azure Pure electric car was listed on the Big A, these two companies will definitely enter the Bang Plus index without suspense. Luo Sheng laughed. The NYSE will also play. This so-called Bang Plus index can be called a galactic warship composed of technology stocks, and we are the undisputed leader. The participants at the meeting couldn't help but chuckled for a while. The NYSE's Bang Plus index has an unbelievably high barrier to entry. Only true super tech giants or tech giants who have clearly become a hegemony. Eligibility is included in the index tracking, such as Pure Li-Fi, which has only risen in recent years. The routine meeting was over, and other executives all left. But Luo Sheng, Yao Jianhong, and the head of the company's technology department stayed to continue the meeting. Gao Hua, a senior technical director from the Côte d'Azur laboratory, said, "Mr. Luo, the R&D budget of the virtual brain machine has exceeded the budget again." When Yao Jianhong heard the word "you," he couldn't help but solemnly said, "Why is your project overspending again?" Overspending year by year, the R&D expenditure of this project has already become the company's #1 gold-swallowing monster. It is more than 3 times the graphene material R&D expenditure. 10 years later, 100 billion yuan is still $1. Oh my god, you can't save a point. They are almost a third of the company's R&D expenditure. Other R&D project teams have complained to me. Who do I complain to? No money, just print it myself. The technology research and development projects under the Côte d'Azur coast are as diverse as hundreds of billions of dollars, ranging from a few million to a virtual brain machine. 10 years ago, the Côte d'Azur laboratory formally established the Virtual Brain Machine project and started research. At that time, the company was far less rich than it is now. At the time, it was a sci-fi concept, so the budget was only $2,000 in the first year, $10,000, but then began to increase massively year after year. Gao Hua said helplessly, "This is not good for President Yao. So much money has been thrown in, and the entire project will have to be put on hold when there is no money. Wouldn't all the previous investment be spent?" It's not nothing. The technology has been iteratively improving. If it is shelved, it will really float. Yao Jianhong said with a stubborn head, "If you want money, you have to kill one. You can do it." As for the speed of your project department, the you will read books. In a few years, the entire company will not be affected by you. It's impossible to hollow out. It's not enough money to build a superparticle collider. Luo Sheng watched the two of them silently, glanced at both of them, and immediately went out of his breath. "Dim sum, if you have an opinion, Just say don't turn around and complain in front of me. Besides, the project was approved by me personally 10 years ago. Even if the project fails, it's my fault. I am fully responsible. Give me a top bag, it's almost enough. You have to do what you should do. The two looked at Liu Sheng and surprisingly showed a honeyjuice smile to cover up the awkward side. Boss was still as perceptive as ever, and could not hide him. Looking at the two of them, Liu Sheng thought that it was too difficult for him. These individuals in the management are all ghosts, and they can't control Lao Yao without any strength. To say that the biggest consensus of the company is both service Liu Sheng. This point there is no disagreement from top to bottom throughout the company, and if he leaves office, the company may not have the centripetal force of the concerted effort. End of this chapter. Chapter 709. Whoever masters the entrance to the virtual world will master the future. Chapter 711. Whoever controls the entrance to the virtual world will have the future. How much do you want? Liu Sheng asked Gao Hua directly. 40 billion yuan. Gao Hua replied. Liu Sheng roughly calculated that 40 billion yuan is about $6 billion US, and immediately said, then you will have to play me in the second half of the year. I will give you 100 billion yuan this year. Don't bother me with money. Is it enough? Not enough? Gao Hua responded quickly with a big smile. Enough is enough. This is definitely enough. Maybe there will be a balance. Yao Jianhong said on the spot. Listen to your tone. Is this worth the pride? When will you take out the prototype to be proud again? Gao Hua. Alas. It's really killing people at the rank of Guanda University. I want more than you, and I don't even get you right now. Liu Sheng dared to smash the money without hesitation, and he assured the project department that he was appropriating because he knew that the money was indeed used in research and development, and he didn't greedy his money into his personal pocket. The company has an account book, and Liu Sheng himself has another small book that only he knows, that is, Xiao now will track the whereabouts of each fund. Liu Sheng cannot know all the details of the company, as long as it is normal and reasonable operation. He basically does not know, unless he takes the initiative to find Xiao Na to check the files, because he does not need to know. But as long as something unusual happens, Xiao Na will report to him separately, and he will know everything about these things as soon as they happen. Without the existence of Xiao Na, the walking Jin Yiwai, Liu Sheng's handshaking will never be as easy and so reassuring as it is now. The plate is so big that the combined global employees of all companies have more than 2 million people, more than the employees of the Walmart Group. It is impossible for everyone to be clean. This is unrealistic. In recent years, some of its departments have been more or less everyone commits crimes, and middle-level managers misappropriate public funds and embezzle public money, and all are sent in without exception. The loss was second, even insignificant. What he really could not accept was being blindfolded by the people below. Liu Sheng looked at Yao Jianhong and said, Musk is also engaged in minimally invasive brain-computer interface technology. Another technology giant, Google, is also challenging in this field. Everyone can see that the competition for this type of technology is to compete for the future. We can't stop. We are 7 or 8 years faster than them, and you will be caught up as soon as you rest your fingers. Yao Jianhong said concisely, the question is coming, where is the future? Liu Sheng laughed. The current answer is that the world's major technology giants are working in the frontier technology field, all pointing to the future of mankind, to the virtual world created by computers. Over the years, humans have been opening this virtual world. The entrance of the tunnel carries a series of technical reserves. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng broke his finger and enumerated one by one. Now the ubiquitous artificial intelligence can provide the virtual world with the functional algorithms required for normal operation. In this field, I'm on the Côte d'Azur and it is absolutely ahead. Secondly, the blockchain technology with a new distributed architecture is a more efficient and safe hardware structure framework. Furthermore, the 5G technology, which is already on the eve of large-scale commercial use, has further increased the efficiency of data-to-interaction transmission and can meet the requirements of larger digital interactive demand. This piece of Huawei is already leading the world. Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile on the boss's chair. Before that, we had been waiting for Huawei to be this strategic partner. If we let them walk ahead and wait for us, I would be uncomfortable and have no face. It is worth mentioning that the most successful application of blockchain technology is a variety of encrypted digital currencies, which has become the prototype of the future digital currency. Once the digital currency matures, it means that a set of comparable digital currencies can be built in the virtual world. Realistic economic system. Luo Sheng withdrew his hands and turned to look at them one by one. He added, "For my company, the biggest problem is that one day the virtual world will be scaled, and how to obtain access to this world. Entrance? To put it bluntly, what technical route does the hardware terminal take? Tech giants are looking for this entrance. At present, the industry provides two major solutions. One is the brain-computer interface that has risen in recent years and is basically in concept. And the other is the virtual reality that is very popular. These two solutions, they are all regarded as the entrance to the virtual world. It can be said that whoever has control of the entrance to the virtual world will have control of the future. The brain-computer interface that Musk wants to do is to take the immersion route. The so-called immersion simply means to make a hole in the human head, which is a bit of a hacker empire. And the test results also prove this one route is indeed feasible and technically feasible. However, although Musk's brain-computer interface technology is declared to be minimally invasive, there are congenital social ethical controversies. Whether the brain is opened or not, the resulting terminal will become an indispensable part of the human body. It will affect the physiological properties of human beings, and even subvert the self-cognition of individuals, which will bring questions about who am I, more difficulties in privacy protection, ambiguity in the determination of legal responsibilities and free will, distortion control, etc. Although the brain-computer interface technology currently promoted by Musk is mainly used to help people with brain disabilities who have inconvenient lives, no one can guarantee that normal people will not be tempted by the enhancement of physical functions. The rhythm of the well-predicted cyberpunk precursor. Google is betting on virtual reality, which is more humane than that, and there will be no ethical dilemma of who am I, which can avoid many unnecessary social risk disputes. But the biggest problem with virtual reality is that it is impossible to achieve a truly immersive experience, which is the biggest reason why Luo Sheng did not hesitate to abandon the development of virtual reality technology. The virtual brain machine under the Côte d'Azur coast combines the advantages of the two. The non-invasive technology avoids the ethical dilemma of who am I, without the need to make a hole in the human brain, and the product will be smooth in the future launch, will not suffer too much social resistance. At the same time, it can bring a real immersive experience. But the virtual brain machine also has its own pain points. That is, this thing is too difficult, the technology is too difficult. The Côte d'Azur laboratory has been dead for 10 years, consuming sky-high R&D funds, and the budget expenditure is over and over. But once it is done, the competitiveness of the virtual brain machine must be invincible, and it is really possible to hang Musk and Page, and the previous efforts will inevitably bring unimaginable rich returns. Once the commercialization of the virtual brain computer is realized, it is not an exaggeration to be able to build an economic system comparable to reality. In fact, its full-featured simulation system can achieve a highly realistic degree of human-computer interaction that cannot be achieved by any terminal device, making it sufficient. Widely used in game entertainment, education, design, military simulation training, aerospace and so on. There are too many things a virtual brain machine can do, and it is also extremely valuable in military applications. But it cannot be labeled as military products. This is not conducive to the promotion of products. This is a problem we want to avoid. Looking at the two of them, they said in an orderly way, "So, What should we position it on the label as much as possible? The answer is to move closer to the game entertainment segment, so we have to define it as the next generation game console. Both Yao Jianhong and Gao Huan nodded in agreement. The advantage of doing so is to avoid unnecessary controversy. As for some military institutions at home and abroad to buy in batches for simulation training, it doesn't matter to me. All military forces now use game consoles as terminal control drones and unmanned submersible vehicles. Some domestic hosts are used by the military for military purposes, and foreign Americans also use Microsoft Xbox game consoles for military purposes. Because the game consoles are really easy to use, they don't need the military's extra funds for research and development. These game technology companies have invested hundreds of millions of billions of dollars in research and development to improve performance. It's easy to get started if you don't play games. The two major advantages can quickly form combat power and reduce military expenditure. Luo Sheng murmured to himself, "I'll say hello to Lao Jiang later. Let him urge R-Star and other game production companies to quickly set up a virtual brain machine project for the new work. The development cycle will not be short. You need to engage in advance. Products with hardware in place at the application level also have to follow up. This is necessary, otherwise when your virtual brain machine comes out, there will be nothing in it, and there is no rich virtual content ecology. Then what is the use of advanced high-end cans? Now it's time to plan ahead, and then you have to wait for those developers to get the content done, wasting huge time costs." Luo Sheng has established in his mind that several major game works will be released simultaneously with the virtual brain machine in the future. The earlier layout has now begun to play a role. Blue Star Technology Group's international top third-party game developers have occupied half of the country. This avoids being stuck in the content ecological sector. The first is CDPR, which is known as the Polish Stupid Donkey. At present, the company is developing Cyberpunk 2077 inches. This work is one of Luo Sheng's masterpieces that is scheduled to land on a virtual brain machine. The second is the DA-Star also has two masterpieces, GTA 6 and Wild Darts 2 inches. It is worth mentioning that GTA 5 was released in 2015. And it is still on the Steam bestseller list. It even hangs some new works that have just been listed. It has been sold for 3 years and it is a bit outrageous. Our developers have lost their motivation to develop GTA 6. Why can they develop the Constellation just for a while? This Salesforce. It seems that the sales of GTA 5 can continue to play for another 3 years. In addition, Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed series has to urge them to set up a new work on the virtual brain computer port. It also includes the holding of Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft to develop a virtual brain computer port work for the whole to move it over. A wave of nostalgic New World series. Although this phenomenal online game of World of Warcraft is no longer the grand occasion of that year, the fans accumulated over the past 10 years are extremely huge. The revolutionary new technology and feelings can definitely cheat many game users. Naturally, the Resident Evil series is also required to land on the virtual brain machine platform. After listening to his requests for major game developers under Blue Star Technology, Yao Jianhong said, "For a brand new platform, these developers may not respond positively. They are also afraid of overturning, and the development of the virtual brain computer port must be made 3A level. For high-quality products, the development cost will multiply, and they may not dare to take this risk." Luo Sheng said calmly, "The risk issue is plainly a matter of money. Is it not that the blood loss will not return the cost? This is easy to handle. I will give subsidies. Whether it is a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology or an external third-party development merchants, I'm subsidizing all of the Côte d'Azur on this trip." What about the $350 billion in cash reserves put in a small vault? The works I named above directly fund his development costs and guarantee them 100% profit. If you don't lose money, you will not believe what they refused. Yao Jianhong spread his hand. "Well, Yu reads the book to solve the problem of unresolved banknotes. I am so speechless with such a simple and ingenious trick. Liu Sheng smiled. Even if 100% of the losses of all the above works were covered by the Côte d'Azur, it would be like a loss of $10 billion US. This money is really tickling. Even scratching for the current Côte d'Azur itchy doesn't count. Third-party game developers, do you believe it? In fact, I refused at first. But Liu Sheng was really all in all. Liu Sheng's purpose is very simple. Through these well-known and accumulated fans of the game as an attraction, try to cheat all users. Let me quickly establish the ecosystem of the virtual world. Keep the entire virtual community active. Not to mention hundreds of billions of dollars. Even if it is $50 billion or more, it is an investment at any cost. Virtual world. This is the ultimate evolution of the Internet. After the ecological establishment of the virtual community is completed, the company can really lie down and count the money to the top 500 in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 710. This technique is not difficult, it's done. Chapter 712. This technique is not difficult, it is done. After the meeting, Liu Sheng returned to his office, followed by Gao Hua, the head of the Virtual Brain Machine project. After the meeting, Liu Sheng directly approved the R&D expenditure budget of 100 billion yuan for him personally, and also went to the Azure Coast Laboratory with Gao Hua to see the progress of the Virtual Brain Machine project department. It is worth mentioning that Côte d'Azur Laboratory is just a general term, which refers to the most powerful comprehensive R&D institution of the Côte d'Azur company. There are R&D centers with Azure Coast Laboratories around the world. The emphasis on talent is well known in the industry, and some geniuses are weird and do not like to stay away from home. The Côte d'Azur said that there is no problem. If you have the ability, I will pay to build a research institute near your home. You don't have to drive to work, and you can walk there. Nowadays, the fame of the Côte d'Azur laboratory exists everywhere in the world. People in the world of science and technology are all aware of this, and they have even entered some primary school textbooks. People no longer call it the Bell Lab of the East. This force is no longer enough. It has already joined the Bell Lab of AT&T Group and Lockheed Martin's Core Advanced Research Department. Skunk Factory has the same name and is a globally recognized black technology R&D center in the industry today. But Bell Labs has fallen, and it is too unscrupulous to say Eastern Bell Labs, but the Côte d'Azur laboratory is the youngest. Speaking of youth, Google's XLab is also very young, and it is now very well known. But quite speaking, in terms of influence and output of technical products, Google's XLab is a weak grade. Virtual Brain Machine Project Department, Azure Coast Laboratory. Liu Sheng came to an independent research building. This building is dedicated to the headquarters of the Virtual Brain Machine Project Department. It is the only separate project department in the group company and has a headquarters so far. Having a headquarters means there are also branches, and these branches are all over the world. 90% of the technology of virtual brain machines is blank, unknown, and it is necessary to continuously expand the technological boundaries little by little, covering not only one or two scientific fields, but interdisciplinary applications, involving electronics, biology, materials, human brain and other disciplines of applied research. The project department's research funding is not unreasonable every year. At the moment, Gao Hua and Liu Sheng hang out in the laboratory. The internal space is very large. The partition walls are made of transparent glass partition walls. Engineers, researchers, and scholars are busy with their own work. After a meeting, I will say hello and continue to work busy. The employees here know Liu Sheng. But Liu Sheng knows that they are less than 1%, that is, the vast majority of the 1% they know is a one-sided relationship. But Liu Sheng has a good memory. Generally, he will remember even after a long time after seeing him. Different technical principles have led to very different applications. Google's virtual reality relies on sensory feedback from the human body, and the minimally invasive brain-computer interface created by Musk is derived from the physical structure of human bioelectricity. Luo Sheng stopped and looked around. Gao Hua, who was with him, introduced the two sentences from time to time. The project was set up by the big boss himself, but he rarely came in person. At this time, Luo Sheng saw a laboratory through a transparent separation wall. Several staff members were conducting a test job. One tester was shaved and his head had conductive glue and some wires. The tester focused on the screen in front of him. The screen contained the interface of the Tetris game, but instead of using his hands, he guided the game with ideas. At the same time, Gao Hua went on to say, biology believes that almost every cell is a miniature generator. The heart beats, muscles contract, and brain thinking. Any subtle physiological activity in the human body is related to bioelectricity. Neuronal cells, the transfer of information between them is done by bioelectrical signals. If these bioelectrical signals can be captured and collected and converted directly into computer-readable information, then a direct interaction bridge can be built between humans and computers, and the data exchange capability of this bridge will far exceed any current physical terminal, even killing Azure 5 phones. Luo Sheng is still paying attention to the tester who used brain consciousness to play Tetris, saying, "It looks good." Gao Hua looked down his line of sight, glanced at it, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. To tell the truth, President Luo has been stuck here for several years. The pain point is that it is too mentally intensive. The tester must concentrate and concentrate. It is distorted to feed back the wrong logic signal, and it is too laborious for people, and the product experience is very bad. Actually, we have found two questions. The first is how to obtain the correct information from the brain. The second is how to send the correct information to the brain. The first is about receiving the output of the brain, namely, recording nerves Yuan's words. Question 2 is about transferring information to the neural network of the brain, or changing the nerve flow, that is, stimulating neurons. These two things are sent naturally in the brain, just like a person's eyes are doing some horizontal movements, so that he sees the picture in front of him. This is the brain neurons output information to the machine, which is the human eye, and the eyes received the information and responded appropriately, entering the retina through the eyes, stimulating neurons in the occipital lobe to make the image enter the human mind, and the image stimulates other neurons in the brain to enable the person to process and store the information in these images, and then understand the outside world. Gao Hua added, when we truly understand what is happening inside the brain, we realize that understanding these problems may be the most difficult thing that humans can do. At this moment, Luo Sheng glanced back and looked at Gao Hua. This is the hardest thing humans can do. Why don't I think how difficult it is? Gao Hua was shocked when he heard this, and said awkwardly for a moment, Mr. Luo, I talked to death this day. How do you let me take it? Luo Sheng smiled. It's not really difficult. I've done it myself. I'll copy a piece of information back to you. You can access it from the cloud. Gao Hua suddenly glared round. What? This? President Luo, aren't you kidding me? Luo Sheng said calmly, do you think that when I throw my hands at the shopkeeper, I'm just a night away? I also have my own private laboratory. You reads. Don't forget your boss. My expertise is artificial intelligence. Link it. Bionic people have come out, and a lot of technologies are applicable to virtual brain machines. After Gao Hua reacted, he was suddenly ecstatic, which was so unexpected. He didn't expect that the big boss was also doing research and development in silence. Now I have realized that the big boss is not just a founder and an entrepreneur, but a technology giant himself. It is only because of his reputation that it is because he founded several super technology giants and the scale of wealth of the unprecedented people. However, as a technical master, this identity has gradually been ignored by people. Gao Hua also realized that the most important place for boss is artificial intelligence technology. The Azure Coast Company's artificial intelligence technology is in an absolute leading position in the world. In fact, the core contributor is the founder itself. Luo Sheng turned to ask, Oh, did you find a solution for the true immersive experience? End of this chapter. Chapter 711 Immersive Experience Like Dream 1, Unprecedented. Chapter 713 Immersive Experience Like Dream, Unprecedented. The project name of the virtual brain machine actually is a question for this set of technologies, that is, the combination of virtual reality plus non-invasive brain-computer interface. The biggest technical pain point is the word non-invasive plus combination. The technical difficulty of achieving the coefficient soared exponentially. Gao Hua heard Luo Sheng's inquiry and immediately said, "Solve the true meaning of immersive experience." There is a solution that is the most favored within the project team. It can be summarized in one word: dream. Luo Sheng froze. Dream? Something interesting. Gao Hua immediately reached out and signaled, "President Luo, please, I will show you a scholar." Along the way, Luo Sheng also wondered curiously, and this idea also made him quite bright. It was a big coffee. After Gao Hua's question, he probably guessed why the project team would start the dream. Everyone has dreams, but there is no clear answer to how the dreams are formed. However, scientists believe that the production of dreams is related to the function of the human brain's memory storage function, brain hippocampus. When a person is awake, they will form memories and store them in the hippocampus functional area. When they sleep, the memory fragments of the various functional areas of the brain will be intertwined, and there will be a dream of flying horses and horses with a certain probability. Some people have nightmares, some people have beautiful dreams, and the dream time is also very random. Because the dreams are very random, the scientific community has always been unclear about how dreams are generated. They can only give some general answers, but they do not rely on them. The theoretical support of spectrum can only be a guess at best. How dreams are born is still an unsolved mystery. Soon after, Luo Sheng was led by Gao Hua to a room where a foreign-faced scholar was sitting. "Mr. Luo, this is Professor Victor Vladimir, who graduated from the University of Texas at Austin. He holds a double doctorate in neuropsychology and neurophysiology. His hometown is Tukland, Kiev." After Gao Hua's brief introduction, Luo Sheng immediately shook hands with Victor. Luo Sheng respected the scholar no matter where he came from. After a few words of greeting, Gao Hua briefly told Victor that Luo Sheng was interested in what he was studying and wanted to know one or two. The three immediately sat in the rest area of the room, and Victor didn't seem to be good at telling words. He looked at Luo Sheng and went straight to the theme. "So far, humans have not been able to find the reason for the dream, but they have found control. The method of dreaming is very simple, which means that if you use certain techniques to control your dreams, you can make yourself any dream you want." Luo Sheng said curiously, "How to achieve?" Victor said, "First of all, you must realize that you are dreaming. After entering the dream, the moment when the dream occurs is unconscious, but at this time, if you can work hard to reawaken your consciousness and combine it with the dream, you will succeed in controlling the dream. A step. Secondly, conscious memories and note down some of the things that happened in the dream. When I first woke up, when I first dreamed, the scene in the dream was very clear. At this time, I must try to remember anything that happened in the dream. When you dream next time, you can easily control the development trend of your dreams, and the details that are remembered determine whether your dreams are vague or clear at your conscious level. If clear, it means your consciousness. The dream has been controlled, and the dream will develop in the direction your consciousness thinks. This is not supported by scientific theory, but a large amount of experimental data proves that this is indeed the case. Gao Hua also smiled at this time. An old saying also says that you have to think day and night and have a dream. The summary of the predecessors is already in place. Luo Sheng combined with Victor's description, and he understood it after a little thought. He said, "I understand. I think I should understand your solution." Although the cause of the dream in the human brain is still a mystery, but this is not the point. It doesn't even have anything to do with it. The focus is on the inspiration it brings. Instead of using the human brain to directly dream, but using the host computer to dream, hosted in the cloud and data center. In other words, A digital world constructed by 0 and 1 artificially is a digital virtual dream. After the neural network human-computer interaction, the sober consciousness can bring about as if it is in a dream while traveling in a virtual world the same real feeling, so as to achieve an immersive experience like never before. Everyone has dreamed and experienced how strong the spiritual feelings in the dream are. In this way, you don't need additional crappy somatosensory peripheral hardware assistance to enhance the immersive experience, and you can achieve an unprecedented immersive experience while lying motionless, being chased and killed in a dream. The dreamer will always lie in bed and will not really follow the desperation, but for the dreamer, the true degree of that feeling is also unforgettable. You should know that the virtual reality VR devices somatosensory peripherals. When players wear VR glasses and other auxiliary somatosensory peripherals during the experience, to outsiders, it is like a sand sculpture, like a person dancing there. The science fiction movie Number 1 Player, directed by Spielberg, which has just been released shortly, actually has a big bug. When players use virtual reality devices, some actions in the virtual world cannot be done in reality. The experience is extremely poor. There is also a scene in the movie. A group of players yelling and running on the street with VR equipment is like a group of sand sculptures. This is very ridiculous. In reality, players with VR equipment have hit the telephone pole. Why? And through the inspiration of controlling dreams, it brings a dreamlike immersive experience. Its most wonderful place is more than this. Compared with a person's normal dreaming, it is often a person's world, and there is no social awakening. Interacting with the virtual digital world created by computers means networking, which is a qualitative change. This is also an unparalleled interpretation of the phrase "the same world, the same dream." Luo Sheng continued to spend some time in the Virtual Brain Machine Project department, and he was quite satisfied with the general research and development progress of this project. Although he burned a lot of money, the future was brighter. The significance of its birth is no exaggeration to say that it is absolutely no less than the birth of the world's first computer ENIAC. However, the virtual brain computer terminal device is still some distance away from commercial popularity. MTLNovel.com. This is not a one-time thing, but an unprecedented new thing. A complete set of corresponding underlying infrastructure needs to be completed before the virtual brain machine can be truly commercialized as an upper-layer application. Not to mention, the 5G communication must be laid, and the data transmission efficiency of the 4G network cannot be carried. The second is the computing host. The amount of data generated by the virtual world is exponentially higher than that of the traditional internet, and the traditional data center cannot bear the same. However, this problem has been solved. Blue Star Technologies Data Center has begun a large-scale upgrade. The host of the virtual world will be connected to the DNA storage data center. All these problems are summed up, and to achieve them requires a keyword: money. The popularization of 5G communication technology requires money, and the upgrade of DNA storage data centers also requires money, which is often a huge expenditure of tens of billions of dollars. Without money, everything is false. End of this chapter. Chapter 712. The development of the Virtual Brain Machine Project is steadily advancing. The operations of the major companies are progressing according to the original plan. The focus of this year is to establish the investment plan for the infrastructure required by the virtual brain machine as soon as possible. It also takes a lot of time and investment to achieve. The laying of 5G network is a huge amount of numbers. Visible light wireless communication must also follow up. In addition, it is the upgrade of large data centers. These new technological infrastructures are not well built, and virtual brain machines cannot be launched on the market. Since its release, DNA storage technology has been further optimized over the years. The market is certainly not lacking. The upgrade of its own data center is a huge demand. Every project is not an ordinary enterprise that can be undertaken. Only super multinational giants like Blue Star Technology can afford to take it for themselves. In a sense, all these technical reserves, including those of strategic partners like Huawei, point to the virtual digital world created by computers. North America. Mr. Barrel, according to incomplete statistics, the number of Azure 5 smartphones resold from Mexico this year has exceeded 18.76 million units, directly causing economic losses of $14.07 billion. Hearing the report from a close friend, Wang immediately said with curse, "These are not willing to allocate $6 billion. These losses are enough to repair the wall twice." According to this shipment, the North American market will be able to digest another 50 million units this year. The parallel selling is cheaper than the official flagship store by thousands of dollars, and the sales are surprisingly strong. This figure means that it will also face a tax loss of $37.5 billion. Mao didn't get one, but he lost money, and he didn't raise taxes very high. These things wouldn't have happened. In fact, what really makes the king feel pressure is that this figure is still directly damaged. In fact, this account loses more than this. For example, the revenue of operator companies such as AT&T Group has greatly reduced, and there will also be a loss of taxes and fees. The indirect losses are counted in astonishing numbers, and Wang knows to reduce corporate tax rates to attract transnational companies from North America to relocate their factories. Fiscal revenue will inevitably be further reduced and the deficit rate will be enlarged. That will only overdraft the future rhythm of debt issuance. The North American debt problem of up to $20 trillion and the GDP growth rate of less than 3% are a mess. Counting these scattered pieces into a general ledger, Wang understands that he is bloody. Mr. Bucket, Lowell's tech elites are afraid they will not compromise. Their attitude is very firm. I think they know that the federal government will not be able to sustain it first, and they will threaten to proceed on the grounds of open source throttling. It is very bad for you to lay off employees and increase the unemployment rate. People in North America are unemployed, and the spearhead will be the first to target the authorities. This is undoubtedly. It is inevitable that the authorities are incompetent and the support rate will definitely go down. Mexico? How's it going there? Wang asked instead. Mr. President, it is hard to say. The Mexican side clearly promised to crack down on illegal electrical products to flow into North America, but as a result, the police force they sent was wiped out by the local gangs. The world has also given some reports on this matter, including some ridiculous news talk shows. The host directly said that the harm of smuggling smartphones is far less than the harm of single products. What's more interesting is that because the resale of Azure 5 is more profitable and the legal risk assumed is relatively small, most of the underground grey forces in Mexico have spared their energy to resell smartphones and almost vote with their feet. Reselling mobile phones has become the largest source of income for their current main business, which directly leads to the tightening of the circulation of unique products in the market, triggering price fluctuations. Simply speaking, less goods are circulated and more expensive. According to this logic, it seems that the Azure 5 mobile phone can also get a credit. The bosses of the underground gangs in Mexico are not stupid. They also do business. They know that there are not many business opportunities for reselling Azure 5. Maybe one day the situation will change and the business will disappear. Then we must earn quick money first, and then say that the unique products can be sealed up, and then sold, and the old bank can start at any time. Yi Wang immediately angered when he heard, "Damn, they didn't do their best." This is a violation of Yang Feng and Yin. It can't be forgiven. Nonsense. It's not a fool in Mexico. Is the Azure 5 smartphone entering Mexico and lying down to collect import tariffs? Anyway, the regular army can't beat the local grey forces. The whole world knows that this is not a day or two. It's a long time since the face has been lost, so it doesn't matter. It is the last word to live a good life. The Mexican side also has a clear logic in dealing with this matter. What you asked for coming here, you agreed to it, and then went to do a fight, but you can't beat it, or you come by the old beauty school Ma Run. Anyway, you are not afraid of annexing Mexico. On the contrary, the Mexicans want to be merged into a state under the old beauty. But Lam didn't dare to ask, but he really didn't dare to ask, because this piece of meat was poisonous and could not be eaten, and it would be poisonous to death. Now they are all repairing the wall to prevent Latin American refugees from drifting north to find their magnesium dream. Mr. Zongdong, the root cause of this problem lies in the Côte d'Azur itself. If you can pinch off the source, all these problems will not be solved by yourself. Yi Wang heard the scolding and said, "Is it still for you to say? No one understands the key problem better than I do. How can you pinch off the source? I tried it a short time ago, and my goal was aroused all my life. I had to fire the head of the CIA, and used a big oolong incident to get the matter over. During this period, the stock price also crashed once, but the result was that Luo Sheng counted the US stock short, and the proper US version lost his wife and collapsed. After a lot of toss and turn, Azure 5 mobile phones still spread from Mexico to the United States. The Côte d'Azur still sold their drones to big dogs, making money everywhere, losing money everywhere. Knowing King, the more you think, the more angry you are. Suddenly I felt more tolerant for a while, and the more I stepped back, the more I lost. This matter can't end like this, endless. Understand that Wang Dunming said, since the Mexican authorities are a group of waste, then you don't have to expect them anymore, and sent someone to secretly contact the local gang leaders and talk to them. This time, if you don't reveal the stuffing, don't come back. If they can negotiate some peace transactions with the local grey forces, they will not bring the goods, and Luo Sheng will be no different. It is a way out. Understand, Wang does not want to easily compromise. People with a discerning eye know that the Côte d'Azur played a tricky way, but they certainly won't end up doing this kind of thing. Not only will they dirty themselves, they will also be caught by the handle, and it's not worth the loss. After telling the baby, he decided to look at what fake news is in the dark today. He will be very angry every time he can accurately predict the news in advance, but knowing that it is unbearable to read, and after reading it, he became more angry. At this time, the quarterly reports of major companies have been released. Understand that the baby found that today's news are all reporting on US stocks. The three major stock indexes have recently set record highs, which is a huge difference from February. The Nasdaq hit a new intraday high today, and stood at the 9,000-point mark for the first time. When I look at this situation, I am very happy to understand the baby. The economic situation in the United States is very good. No one knows fake news better than him. This one can be seen at a glance. It is definitely not www.metalnovel.com. He posted a message on his microblog account to suppress it. The total magnesium economy has performed very well since I took office, and it can be said to be very strong. We have loosened financial controls, and the stock market is currently at an all-time high, and the market value continues to increase to break through to $4 trillion. 4 trillion US dollars. This is a lot of money, and each of them has become very rich and making money. Of course, I have nothing except myself, but this is nothing. I am very happy, blushing, and don't jump to give credit to his own family. The stock market has continued to rise in the past period of time. Knowing that Wang is not the first time to give credit to the market for its bullishness, one post doesn't feel good enough. Let Wang know another post. The Nasdaq has set a new intraday high. I doubt that the media that make fake news will report that way. There was an arrogant chatter between the lines. Chapter 713, All Doing Things Mexico. What did you say? Let me go to rob the retail store on the Côte d'Azur, steal their warehouse. Duke Xiao looked at the magnesium man in front of him and said with a smile, your magnesium man is really humorous. Not to mention that the Blue Coast has paid a lot of money to hire people from Horizon Security to protect. Why should I cut my money? Eat a meal that is saturated, and still know how to choose it? This is a deal. If you want, we can even help you to rule the country and recognize your legal status in the United States. Hearing the other party's promise, the Mexican top owl smiled directly and said sarcastically, I'm not interested in the empty checks of your magnesium. If you are really sincere, please be honest. What international joke. To rule a country, you have to face a lot of troubles, such as education, diplomacy, medical transportation, firewood, rice, oil, salt, water, electricity, gas and a series of national economy and people's livelihood. There is no need to worry about these outsiders. Isn't it more fragrant? There is no need to take responsibility for all these troubles. Another one. Duke Xiao knows that this is the magnesium people digging a pit for him to induce himself to jump in. Even if he really has the strength to overthrow the Mexican authorities, he dare not break through this red line, because international organizations have been staring at it. Once the line is broken, the United Nations has an excuse to intervene and is deeply hurt by the single product. Some countries will inevitably intervene to cut off its source. When you start, you will definitely not be ambiguous and will not take too much into consideration. It doesn't matter if you leave a feather on the ground. Anyway, it's just a pat on the and leave. It's not a responsibility to throw the mess here. What kind of aid payment is enough? But for the owl, it suffered a fatal or even devastating blow. What do you want? Magnesium said directly. It's very simple. If you really have the sincerity to make this transaction ... $100 billion. The Mexican owl is also unequivocal. The results were obvious, and the negotiations ended in talks. If you really give $100 billion, you might as well use the money to allocate a little bit more directly to the Marun. The military-industrial chain in North America has started, employment has also gone up, and it has also injected some vitality into the economy. Of course, Lam knows that he is an unspoken person, and also knows that these grey forces in Mexico have even worse credit. These extra-legal fanatics have no scruples and really beat the money. They will be happy the next day, save the money, and then continue to happily resell the Azure 5 sales fly. That would make me cry without tears. If this road does not work, it can only start the preparation plan. Lyle Binary Company, Menlo Park, California. Will Parks from Magnesium Equipment Headquarters visited the company for the second time. Mr. Marcus, how is your progress? When will you be able to invest in a batch of combatable equipment? Both are in a workshop production line. Marcus Lyle replied, in theory, we can speed up production to provide a batch of goods, but at present only through theoretical tests. We are formulating the next actual combat test process. Will Parks said immediately, there is now an actual combat opportunity. Marcus Lyle immediately looked at the other party and reminded, Colonel, I must remind you that there are still certain security risks with this product, and we have some security tests that have not yet been conducted. First issued the disclaimer. Will Parks disagreed. The military has its own considerations for these things, and all you have to do is provide a batch of combat-ready drones as soon as possible. Naturally, the risks have been considered. As long as there is no loss of life, there is no risk for Laum. At most, it is a loss of money. The annual expenditure is more than $700 billion. Customers said so. Marcus Lyle naturally had nothing to say, and asked directly, how much do you need? Will Parks said, the $1 billion purchase order is the first and insignificant batch. Marcus Lyle bluntly said, sorry Colonel, our production capacity is limited. I am afraid that we cannot provide so many sources in a short time. The bee colony drone under the Lyle Binary Company sells for an average of $50,000, and the cottage goods are more than twice as expensive as the foreign trade version of the genuine goods. The purchase amount of $1 billion is 20,000 drones. Although not many, as a startup company, Lyle Binary is less than a year old, and its production capacity is not an objective reality. It is not that it can be manufactured in batches. Will Parks said, then increase production capacity. The $1 billion purchase will be paid to your company in full, and output as soon as possible. As far as you can make as much as you can. Marcus Lyle, okay. The customers have said so, there is nothing to say, and the rioters are done. After sending away Will Parks, Marcus Lyle backhanded what happened here to the other side of the ocean. Science and Technology Complex. Master, the latest information came on the 3rd. Xiaona's voice responded. Before Luo Sheng spoke up, she added, I also intercepted an important intelligence message from North America. The forces started. Hafnium, do it. How are they going to intervene? Luo Sheng immediately thought more about the matter. Using a fixed point strike with a drone. According to the information from number 3, Lyell Binary Company has undertaken the first batch of purchase orders worth $1 billion, which was used for the operation. Xiao Na responded. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng immediately opened the panel and browsed the information sent by Xiao Na. The other party changed its coping strategy again, and decided to disguise itself as a local grey gang to create a black and black illusion. The strategy is not very clever, or even very simple. The local grey force has got some cheap but some very useful drone, and then attack the opponent. Then use these drones to attack their own hostile forces. The purpose is to grab the other party's business, expand their own market share. The target of the attack is the warehouse of the hostile forces, and after the other party completes the delivery of the goods, use it directly in the middle drone destroyed. If the product is directly destroyed, it will naturally be impossible to resell it to North America. At the same time, the huge loss will make the local gang forces unsustainable. Without this middleman, the products of the Côte d'Azur can't be resold. After reading the news, Luo Sheng said to himself, they are still a little sane, and they have no choice to directly kill my employees. For the black hands of the Côte d'Azur employees or the storefront, if the matter is not contained, it will be a big deal later. This old beauty also fears its rebound strength, fearing that the deterioration of the situation will exceed its own control, so I dare not do it. That's it. However, there will be no such scruples against the local grey forces in Mexico. It was originally a group of black and evil forces. Everyone must be blamed. Even if they are shaken out at the time, at most they will be condemned. The means are too rough. As for prosecution, the Mexican side did not dare to put one, nor could it stand up and say anything. To say this is to help the black forces speak, which is equivalent to indirectly admitting that it is its umbrella, and it has been morally stuck. The grey forces have their unscrupulous advantages, but their moral disadvantages are also fully revealed. They are unclean and will not be helped by someone who has been killed. At best, it is just a chess piece, but it is just a fan of the authorities, producing the illusion that he is the one playing chess. Luo Sheng swept the panel, closed all the information, and said, Xiao Na, retrieve the contact information of the leaders of the small and medium-sized grey forces in Mexico as soon as possible. Xiao Na, do you want to inform them in advance to avoid danger? Luo Sheng, it's not right, half and half. This feeling of controlling everything from the perspective of God behind the scenes makes Luo Sheng feel at ease. Since the other party has made new moves, Luo Sheng will keep up with the plan, and the plan is very simple. It is necessary to let Lam blow up apart and let the other party see that the results are good and increase their strength. At the same time, they must secretly send an early warning signal to the local gang forces and run away apart. In this way, Lao Mabian has the determination to increase its strength, and the local grey forces have the luck. Although they have lost a little goods, they can continue to take the goods to earn money as long as they are careful. If the direct regiment is extinguished, will completely die, which is not in the interest of Luo Sheng. Therefore, both sides must be lucky. As long as they are lucky, the old and beautiful sides will increase their efforts. The grey forces in Mexico still have the chance to take chances and take risks, so that they can unconsciously invest more in sunk cost. The goods were blown up. The demand of consumers in North America is still and as long as there is demand in the market, there will be supply. This is the basic market logic. For the Côte d'Azur, anyway, the product has been delivered, and the goods are delivered in one hand, and finally the goods are blown up. The Côte d'Azur will not have any losses. Instead, it will create a larger shipment, returning the loss and buying another batch of goods. Of course, the shipment of the Côte d'Azur is even higher. The profits of the local grey forces are also cashed out until the last profit is completely squeezed out. The layout of the Mexican market can be successfully completed, and these grey forces have no use value. Only in this way is it in the interests of the French Riviera. Chapter 714 finally became the most hated. Look, Connor, what's the status of the security company run by Auguste Fron? Luo Sheng asked about this matter, and since the Bionics August left the building with a mission, he hasn't paid attention to the business of Horizon Commercial Safety Insurance Company for a long time. Xiao Na soon listed a series of latest data about the security company. Owner, Bionic Man number 1 Auguste Fran's operations are expanding very quickly. Currently, Horizon Security has reached 2,800 employees, with an asset size of $3.67 billion, and currently has branches in 55 countries and regions around the world, and undertake paid commercial safety insurance services. The main branches of its business are in North Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America. The main customers are entrusted by Chinese companies. There are also some scientific research teams that go deep into the war zone. There are even some individuals such as the producer of Linksing. Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Company can be described as a well-established company that provides paid security services internationally, with complete licenses, and at the beginning of this year, Auguste has established its mercenary division to undertake some agent war service. However, the scale of the agent war service is limited, and there are not many customers. After all, it takes time to establish a good reputation. Compared with the Blackwater Company in North America, the current gap in all aspects is very large, and the business scope is mainly in the African region. After a while, Xiao Na then added, Master, Horizon's current development has encountered a bottleneck. The main problem is the lack of reliable executives. The vast majority of Horizon Security's personnel structure is dominated by foreign unemployed veterans and mercenaries. The loyalty is not high, and it is a contractual relationship between employment and employment. The company sends it to employees who lick the knife. Wages, they sell their lives for the company. It's that simple. The company's bottom-level employee structure is not a problem. The key lies in the senior management, especially the core layer. If these positions are controlled by unreliable people, the company will face huge instability factors. Because of this, the company's expansion has been constrained. Blind expansion is likely to lay hidden dangers for internal collapse. Of course, Luo Sheng will not let the Horizon stay hidden and develop. After listening to Xiona's report, Luo Sheng immediately got up and came to the underground laboratory from the living room. The host. When Luo Sheng came to a wide room in the underground laboratory of the building, a soft voice came, forming a ray of echo in this quite empty space. A 20-year-old woman walked towards Luo Sheng. She was fair-skinned, slender, but she did not lack the plump posture necessary for women. Her face was the light, delicate white, big dreamy eyes. It became darker, more translucent, and more harmonious. No one would think that a perfect woman like her is actually a bionic person, but it is precisely because the bionic talent will be so flawless, because everything before her birth is designed according to the most perfect structure. She is Bionic Man number 2. With only one code name. After Luo Sheng created her, she handed over all the manufacturing of the follow-up Bionic Man to her. Open the Bionic Dormant Warehouse. Luo Sheng glanced at number 2 and said, as for why number 2 is designed as a feminine character, and it is a talented beauty, in fact, Luo Sheng likes beautiful sister paper. The entire 3 big and 5 thick affect the work, only the expatriate will be big and old. As for being around, of course, it must be beautiful girl, seductive. Yes, master. Bionic Man number 2 sister paper responded. After a while, the ground cracked and the floor seal opened. 16 transparent cylindrical glass tubes slowly rose. There is a Bionic Man in each cylindrical cabin. The appearance features are male and female. They are soaked in the solution and have catheters in many places on their bodies. They have been dormant and sealed since they were manufactured on the 2nd, but the metabolism cycle has been going on. The so-called dormancy is actually in a vegetative state. To wake them up, They only need to activate the biochip in the brain. Luo Sheng reached out and pointed a few, and then said, this, and that. Wake them up. Yes, Master. Bionic Man 2 responded again. After a while, only the solution in the 7 cylindrical tanks began to evacuate, and Xiaona's voice resounded. The system is being updated. The update is complete. A progress bar immediately popped up on the display panel next to the cylindrical cabin, and time was passing by 1 minute and 1 second. Luo Sheng turned to look at Bionic Man number 2. You go and prepare a suit for them. Nodded on the second and then went to get the clothes. The clothing needed by the bionics had already been reserved in the laboratory, both men and women. About 3 minutes passed. The progress bar was full, and for a moment, all 7 bionics were awakened by Xiona. After wiping off the catheter on her body, they came out of the cabin, and the 7 bionics stood side by side in front of Luo Sheng Channel. Master, be ready to hit, please tell me. Luo Sheng glanced at them, but he didn't say anything, and he didn't have much to say with the tool person. Not to mention that 2 women and 5 men stood in front of themselves. What can you say? After seeing the number 2 coming, Luo Sheng said, first put on all your clothes. The 7 bionics took their clothes and put them on the spot quickly. Luo Sheng added, Xiaona, arrange their identities, and then distribute the tasks. Xiaona, received. The information is being uploaded. The 7 well-dressed bionics stood motionless and speechless at the moment. They were all receiving data from Xiona. Their identities had already been arranged. At the end, Luo Sheng said to the 7 bionics in front of him, all the data have been received. Yes, Master. Luo Sheng nodded and continued, your mission is to assist Auguste Front to develop Horizon, and to expand the company's employees to 10,000 within this year, and to be able to be capable within 3 years. Eliminate the military power level of a medium country. Observe, Master. The 7 bionics responded with a slight bow and respectfully. In their logic program, Luo Sheng's instruction was to obey the absolute first priority. Go ahead. Watching the 7 bionics leave the laboratory one after another, Luo Sheng couldn't help but sigh. It looks like him more and more like an evil villain who wants to manipulate the world in secret. At this moment, the beautiful Bionic Man number 2 Sister Paper suddenly said, Master, if you want to rule the world, we will do our best to assist you to achieve this goal. Yes, I'm not interested in this, as long as you don't mess with me, Luo Sheng said with a smile, but he sighed a moment again. Finally, it gradually became the most annoying way I used to be. In fact, Luo Sheng didn't want to secretly arrange such a big thief as Zhang. It was too frustrating, but he had to do it. The business technology empire that I have built continues to expand to today's scale. There are countless coveted people. If you do not have a strong force of your own in your hands, these brilliant achievements may disappear in no time. Luo Sheng did not feel too much emotion, and turned to look at Bionic Man number 2 Sister Paper, staring at her for a long time. Bionics are also shy. Master, I detected your birth. Luo Sheng raised her hand to lift her delicate jaw and sighed. To be honest, I made a big mistake when I created you last year, and I shouldn't have designed you so perfect. It's okay now, I can only watch. It's really full of eyes, bitterness, greed, and a bit of into hell. Master. Luo Sheng couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard this delicate and charming voice. Xiaona, what personality type did you add to know 2's emotional logic system? Xiaona, do whatever you want. Luo Sheng, Hafnium. Gazing at the Bionic Man Sister Paper again, Luo Sheng realized that the future commercialization of the Bionic Man is definitely the explosion of the explosion, even if people know it is fake. But it has already crossed the terrorist valley effect. Imagine a perfect bionic girlfriend who will never get angry without warning, cook, wash clothes, warm the bed, take care of people, etc. In addition to the high price that would prevent bionics from selling, Luo Sheng couldn't think of any other factors. Chapter 715 XOP, Individual Soldier Weight Bearing Auxiliary System. So far, Bionic is undoubtedly Luo Sheng's most proud work. It is no exaggeration to say that the future commercial valuation of bionic technology in the future is unmatched by the entire Côte d'Azur. Welfare of the dead house is only one of the directions, even insignificant, as long as it can be done by human beings. In addition to intellectual creation, traditional labor work can be done by bionics. What humans cannot do, or some dangerous work that they are not willing to do, bionics can also do, and do more it as good. For example, thousands of people can enter workplaces around the world, and safe and dangerous work can be left to bionics. By that time, being able to work and being able to work becomes a privilege for human beings. In the near future, qualified work will become a privilege that only a few people can have, and most low-level labor will not need humans in the future society. In the near future, when human society releases unprecedented productivity with the advancement of science and technology, a large number of unemployed people will multiply. But the unemployed people can still live and have basic living security, but it is not too much for these groups. Meaning, and this will bring instability to society. At this time, it is necessary to hedge against this unstable factor. Undoubtedly, Luo Sheng's solution is a virtual world, so that these people can rediscover the meaning of living in the virtual world. At least if they are addicted to it, they will not be in reality. There's something wrong in the street. Luo Sheng put his hands down and wasn't teasing the beautiful tool Ren my paper, but number 2 suddenly said, if the owner really wants, I can remodel my body. The owner only needs to provide some of your inverted mold data. The parameter index is enough. After hearing this, Luo Sheng stumbled and looked at the real emotions simulated by human beings on the second. He coughed a few words and said, don't mess with this set in front of me. I just praise it. It's just a genius-like design level. Luo Sheng is still not going to start with the tool man. Real people can't wait, not to be hafnium. Well, then, I'm going to make number 18. Bionic Sister number 2 said with a paper smile. This is her main job at present. Just when she went to work, Luo Sheng suddenly stopped her when she heard this. Wait. The 18th symbol is defined as a female, just follow this blonde image. After talking, Luo Sheng called up a picture on the display panel. Bionic number 2 paper quickly downloaded the image information, and asked curiously, yes, master. But I can ask why I want this image? Luo Sheng said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just because of feelings. Let's go get your hands busy first. Okay, master. When hearing the word number 18, Luo Sheng couldn't help but think of the artificial man number 18, and immediately thought of saluting. So far, manufacturing bionics is not enough to achieve mass production. On average, only one can be manufactured every month, and only 12 in a year. But now it is only for exclusive use. Before the establishment of the virtual world ecosystem, Luo Sheng will not consider the commercialization of bionics. It is completely sufficient for his own use, and the cost is huge. Only the super rich can afford the cost of a single unit of $200 million. 2. Luo Sheng left the underground laboratory and went to the Côte d'Azur laboratory on the same day. The company undertook 3 major military research projects, one of which was the UAV drone, as well as unmanned submersible vehicles and powered exoskeletons. Compared with the outsiders, especially netizens who call it mechanical exoskeleton, the Azure Coast internally defines the equipment as a single weight-bearing auxiliary system, which is oriented to the military field, focuses on compressing the weight, and can quickly a set of peripheral auxiliary equipment that synchronizes the wearer's movements. The research and development of the ExoPX system has entered the debugging stage. It is equipped with 128 size sensors, 18 drivers and 3 controllers, which guarantees the perfect synchronization and increase of the mechanics. The cost is about 400,000 yuan. At this moment Luo Sheng came to the single load-bearing assist system department. The head of the department was receiving boss and introduced the current work progress. In this indoor test site, 20 or 30 staff members are doing their own work, and 5 or 6 complete EXOPS individual weight-bearing assist systems are being tested. Luo Sheng looked around slowly and said, exoskeletons have been active in the human science and technology stage for nearly 100 years, and have made great progress in recent years. But there are still many problems that solve the most basic mechanics of movement. In addition to synchronization, the method of EMG signal collection has strict environmental restrictions. The sensor will be disturbed due to the influence of subtle factors such as sweat, which causes the exoskeleton to delay the action feedback, which makes it difficult to perform difficult movements. This technical pain point. It is important to note that on the battlefield, this is fatal and cannot be tolerated. The head of the department nodded and said, overall, our EXOPS system is in the world's leading position in terms of load-bearing capacity and design structure. It is more advanced than the old and beautiful Raytheon and Boston Dynamics, but it still faces battery life. With the lack of power, the power problem is okay. This year can be high or low, and the solution is only a matter of time, mainly the problem of battery life. Luo Sheng said, don't worry about the battery life problem. The New Energy Research Department has been developing new high-density energy batteries for some years. The technology is constantly improving. Combined with the application of new materials such as graphene, the battery life problem will not be delayed. Maybe it will be first. One step succeeded. The New Energy Department has been established for 7 or 8 years, and the capital invested is also huge, especially the development of new graphene materials. This project is the company's second largest beast after the virtual brain machine. At this time, the person in charge of the department proposed, Mr. Luo, the lack of endurance is mainly relative to more demanding military applications. For civilian use, I think it is okay. Can we consider launching the corresponding products in the civilian market first? In this way, R&D costs can be shared to a large extent. Although the company is super rich, the major departments also have KPIs, two different things. The load-bearing auxiliary system is also a very broad product in the civilian field. For example, it can play a major benefit in the logistics industry. In addition, in some disaster areas, such as the place of fire, firefighters wearing this peripheral auxiliary equipment break the wall in a circle. It is not impossible to save people. As long as practicality goes up, there is no worry about no business prospects. However, his proposal was rejected by Luo Sheng on the spot, but he shook his head and said, even civilian, even if the EXOPS system is focused on military, it is enough for the civilian part to be done by Bochuang Technology. Was repeated. Bochuang Technology is a technology company founded by Chen Xin after 1990. Now it is already a well-known startup in the industry. People know the company is a provider focused on providing human bionic prostheses. It is worth mentioning that the birth of Bochuang Technology has impacted the existing prosthetic market. Its price is more than 10 times lower than that of traditional manufacturers, and its superior experience quickly occupies the market. Chen Xin is also actively expanding into new markets. The bionic prosthesis is also a type of mechanical exoskeleton, which is only a partial exoskeleton, but it also shows that Bochuang Technology has a technical foundation. Luo Sheng asked, when is it expected to be in use? The person in charge replied, it can be put into use sooner, in the second half of the year, at the latest at the beginning of next year, but the premise is that if the endurance is unchanged, it depends on the research and development progress of the new high-density energy battery in the New Energy Department. Luo Sheng nodded, well, put together a report to me, and I have to send it back to Colonel Yang Hongyi. The X of the EXOPS system is the test version, that is, the prototype, and the first-generation product after the finalization is the EXOPA model. Chapter 716 Expansion of the Horizon. As time passed, the time disclosed in the 2018 quarterly report came as scheduled, and the Q1 financial reports of major listed companies have been released one after another. Blue Star Technology also routinely disclosed the company's financial audit report. In the first quarter, The global total revenue was $90.15 billion and it was the first single quarterly revenue to exceed the $90 billion integer mark, a 21.18% quarter-on-quarter growth rate and a net profit of $17.9 billion. The net profit was 19.86%. The performance report that far exceeded Wall Street analysts' expectations pushed the market value of Blue Star Technology to the $2.5 trillion mark for the first time, making history again. And the one that made history with one of them, and the Nasdaq index, also rushed to the 10,000-point integer mark, and several major technology giants in the Bang Plus index concept such as Blue Star Technology, Amazon, Microsoft. Other companies are listed on the Nasdaq and account for a great deal of weight. Now it is no exaggeration to say that as long as the stock price of Blue Star Technology collapses, the technology stocks must collapse, and then properly pull the Nasdaq into the water to collapse together, and vice versa. Although a deep V trend was hit at the beginning of the year, generally speaking, the stock market of LAM has been a bull market for the past 10 years, and the stock market has made new highs. But behind the prosperity of the stock market, from another point of view, it is also a reflection of the serious collapse of North America's economy. There is a very strange phenomenon. When the real economy is going up, the stock market plummets. When the real economy is going down, the stock market soared. Many people tried to use economic theory to explain this problem. In the end, it's not as thorough as the uncle who took a dip under the big tree at the village entrance. When the economy is good, they go out to work, and when the economy is bad, they gather at the village entrance to gamble. LAM's stock market has continued to prosper and has reached new highs, but the real economy represented by manufacturing has been declining, and it is no wonder that when the baby goes online, it shouts that the manufacturing industry has returned. By the end of April this year, the North American capital market was excited again. An emerging giant technology company was going to the IPO of the New York Stock Exchange this month. It was a subsidiary of the Côte d'Azur Coast, that is, Pureleaf, a wireless communication technology research and development company. This company was established 6 years ago, and ushered in a lightning rise after joining Luo Sheng. No one expected that Pureleaf, a company not to be seen by PSU Capital, would grow to such a large scale today. The capitalists of PSU have cut off the end times, and Luo Sheng basically belongs to the series of lying winds. In this month's technology world, Pureleaf founder Highland has a strong sense of enthusiasm, and the limelight is unprecedented. If there is, then he can only add Luo Sheng. On Friday, April 27, 2018, Pureleaf company officially launched its IPO under the public attention that day. The main board of the listing is the New York Stock Exchange with the stock code LIFI. The initial price is $67. 317 million shares are launched, and the total initial fundraising is $21.2 billion. Its IPO scale is second only to Ali in the past 5 years, and it is also the largest fundraising operation for this year's IPO. The first lead underwriters are Hang Seng International Investment Bank, Citi Global Market, Credit Suisse Securities, Deutsche Bank, and Morgan Securities. Pureleaf company soared 48% on the first day of listing, with a market value of more than $260 billion, making it the 10th largest listed company in the U.S. stock market, second only to Magnesium Bank. The nominal value of founder Highland has thus reached $46.8 billion, ranking 19th in the Forbes Global Rich list. The New York Stock Exchange is very decisive. Pureleaf is included in the Bang Plus index concept. The companies in this basket of stocks are all world-renowned multinational technology giants. The entry threshold for size and volume is $200 billion in market value. Any company in the industry in which they are located, whether in terms of scale or in terms of influence, is an absolute leader. After the launch of the Bang Plus index, It has been loved by value investors. Excellent technology companies are already making money and have high growth, especially after Pure Leaf joined the club. The growth of the company can be said to be the highest so far. Yes. The Bang Plus index also has more upside potential. The vast majority of investors agree that Pure Leaf's future must be a technology giant capable of reaching $500 billion, which means that it does not need to wait long for its share price to double. When the major media and capital markets are focused on Pure Leaf, Lyell Binary has produced a total of 1,244 drones, which were delivered to the Wujiao building this month. Boss, a person called Horizon Security, came to visit. They wanted to purchase a batch of bee colony drones and hope to place orders as soon as possible. In Menlo Park, California, Marcus Lyell's assistant entered his office and reported on the matter. In fact, he had known all about this for a long time, and he also knew that the head of Horizon Security also worked for the same owner. After all, they were all connected to the internet. Marcus Lyell asked, pretending not to know, "How much do they want?" The assistant replied, $122 million. Marcus Lyell asked again, "Is this company's information clear? Does it meet the procurement requirements?" The assistant replied, "It has been investigated clearly and meets the legal requirements." Marcus Lyell, "If there is no problem, find someone to sign with them, and supply them for the end of the year." The purchase volume of more than $100 million, that is, more than 2,000 drones, is completely sufficient for the current Horizon Security company. It has to purchase ammunition, which generally costs about $300 million. There is no threshold to purchase, as long as Horizon Security is not an enterprise from China, and there is still a competitive relationship. The military companies on the old and American sides do not want Horizon to go to buy Luo Sheng's drones and related equipment. The 7 newly added Bionics have joined Horizon Security and served in senior management, laying a stable foundation for further expansion. However, it is far from enough to solve the personnel problem of the senior management. The ensuing expansion of the first-line thugs members, the corresponding weapons and equipment must also be purchased. And these all lead to a problem only. Expecting Horizon Security's own current business income to grow to rival the current Blackwater company or beyond is almost in the foreseeable future, and it must accelerate expansion and growth through the injection of external funds. Science and Technology Complex Building, Underground Laboratory. "How can I send the money to the Horizon reasonably?" Luo Sheng muttered to himself in a chair, and he's been worried about the matter these days. Involved in these unknown layouts, Luo Sheng will be alone in the underground laboratory. Don't let anyone know these things well, but at the moment, the beautiful number 2 Toolman sister paper is pounding his master's back. Horizon Security's current assets scale is about $3.6 billion, which is not up to the expansion scale Luo Sheng wants, and the funds will bottom out immediately. Luo Sheng is not short of money. He is super rich. At his current scale, even if he invests about $50 billion a year in military expenditures for the Horizon's budget every year, he can easily raise for nearly half a century. The current asset size of the family fund has reached $2 trillion, and Qin Weimu is still using this money to continue to make money. How to send the money reasonably is the biggest problem. Direct large-scale capital injection is definitely not acceptable. From a purely capital for-profit perspective, such an investment behavior is obviously counterintuitive, and it is worth billions of dollars. A security company investing in such a large scale, the return cycle is almost far away. It is better to buy shares of Blue Star Technology. Obviously, no normal investor would do this, and it would not be explained. If this is really the case, then there must be other conspiracies, and some interested people in the outside world are not fools. They will definitely investigate this, especially the old and beautiful intelligence agencies. You can only do this with Tanjiang Henki. Luo Sheng thought for a long time that only this strategy was feasible, and immediately patted his little hand on the right shoulder of the tool paper, and let him stop and said, Take the tablet. Okay, master. After a while, the tool sister paper was handed over to the tablet. Liu Sheng opened the global map and swept around the African land, and finally fixed it in the North African generation, which is exactly the country of Libya. The country is currently in chaos after Cardozo dies. And Liu Sheng's strategy is very simple. Horizon Security Company has business in the local area, and has been active here for a long time, undertaking small-scale agent war services, private security consulting services and other businesses. That's simple. I was very fortunate to have received the accident information. I found Cardozo's small vault treasure, where hundreds of tons of gold were all taken away by Horizon. As for the question that Libya will ask the Horizon to repay the money, I'm sorry, no. You have the ability to beat me. Local warlords of all sizes are calculated on the basis of 100. Not to mention that there is now a lot of sand, even when Cardozo is in. As long as he is out of Libya, he can't take Horizon Security. Okay, deal. Liu Sheng made a decisive decision to make a decision. Everyone knows that Cardozo was a rich man in his lifetime. The legend of Cardozo's gold treasures has been circulated in Libya. There are many people who look for treasures. Cardozo will not jump out to clarify this question. Chapter 717 $50 billion fund transfer problem. It was night, and according to unwritten agreements, Liu Sheng spent today at Qin Weima's villa home. After taking a shower and returning to the bedroom, Liu Sheng flung the bath towel on his body and came to sit in front of the bed. He looked at Qin Weima and said, "Send me $50 billion from the family fund to be anonymous. Xiono will cooperate. You complete the delivery, but you need physical gold and cash US dollars. Preferably the more gold, the better, and then the client will be shipped from the sea to Libya in North Africa." Qin Weima looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing so hard to do? Do you pay the local refugees?" No wonder she would say that if you send $50 billion of cash and physical gold to the place of Libya, if the news leaks, it will definitely be contested by all parties. The so-called wealth is touching, not to mention this is $50 billion. The huge sum of money is enough to make any local forces crazy. Liu Sheng said, "Lay out the future, what must be done. It is inconvenient to tell you now, the time is ripe and then tell you, this matter is only me know so far, you must be the second, but not now." Seeing him refused to say, Qin Weima became more and more curious, but she didn't ask much or doubt anything. Her trust in Liu Sheng was unreserved, since she refused to say that there should be something he was worried about. In fact, Qin Weima's IQ has analyzed some problems. It is the cash environment, the North African zone, and it cannot be said that most of the things he does are not allowed by international rules. Qin Weima did not further speculate on these, but soon considered Liu Sheng's request, how he could help him accomplish what he wanted to achieve. Qin Weima, who was sitting on the pillow, thought with one hand on his jaw, it is impossible to convert $50 billion into physical gold, worth 1,200 tons of gold. According to the current international gold price of $1,320.86 per ounce, 1 ton of physical, the price of gold is $42.465 million. If it is not found, the delivery amount of physical gold will definitely not be up to 100 tons. The equivalent of 100 tons is equivalent to about $4.2 billion. In fact, whether it is a family fund, the Côte d'Azur or Blue Star technology, it has a large amount of gold assets under its reserves. Of course it is custodial. Although it is very difficult to put in $50 billion in physical gold, it is not a problem to bite your teeth. Go to the market and buy some at a higher price. But the problem is that the things to be done cannot be seen now. Such a huge amount plus physical delivery must go through manual and various checkpoints. It is obviously easy to understand, but the problem is that it cannot be concealed. Liu Sheng said, "This I know. Physical gold must be available, not less than 30 tons, other funds should use cash dollars." Qin Weima glanced at him with a grudge. The cash also weighs hundreds of tons. I like to give me such a problem. After hearing this, Luo Sheng creeped over and smiled. It's not easy to know, so I will use your essence to help you fly happily. While handing over $50 billion to Horizon Security, it is indeed a very difficult thing to clarify the relationship under the eyes of the world. It takes a lot of thought to arrange. With this $50 billion in cash assets, Horizon Security has rapidly growing capital. It is difficult at first, and it will be relatively easier when blood transfusions are performed in the future. While Luo Sheng was actively planning for non-stop fund transfer arrangements, the Lyle Binary Company handed over 2,400 B Colony drones to Horizon Security after expanding capacity. Of course, the actual delivery was airlifted directly from North America to the Magnesium military base in the Middle East. Horizon Security directly went to the base to pick up the goods. This was originally a normal transaction for international security companies. The matching ammunition was ordered by Lockheed Martin, an improved air-to-ground missile based on the miniaturized air-to-air missile CUDA. The information on the horizon of Horizon Security is Wall Street Capital Holdings of Nordic companies. This identity saves a lot of trouble when many things are done. In mid-June, Lipair, the local base of Horizon Security. Boss, what is my task this time? The head asked by his employees was Bionic Man 8, codenamed Gross. Receiving 2 batches of goods. We are all in spirit, and the first batch will arrive soon. After waiting for more than half an hour, a transportation convoy drove in a mighty way. Boss, the goods are here. Release. The mark of the transportation fleet is the exclusive logo trademark of Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Company, indicating that these are the assets of Horizon Security, and this cargo is the swarm of drones and ammunition shipped from the Magnesium base in the Middle East. The tall and mighty Gross came out of the headquarters from the headquarters. It is worth mentioning that the bionics are not fragile, but have a force value that exceeds humans because they use artificial bones made of new materials. Bionics and humans are fighting head-to-head. Absolutely, the bones of humans are broken and the bones of the bionics are unaffected. Even the petite and fragile number 2 bionic girl Paper has a strong combat power and is proficient in various combats. Skills and tactics are too simple for the bionics to learn these combat skills. The learning is completed after the data is downloaded. Unlike humans, which requires constant practice, this is where the bionics have unique advantages. Naturally, Gross's authority here is needless to say, although it only took more than a month to descend from the upper level, but it has also achieved prestige, and the technical and tactical level has convinced everyone. The transport convoy entered the base and stopped, and the mercenaries on the scene opened the door immediately, and everyone saw the new B swarm and logistic ammunition inside. Let's carry it out, and quickly pack up to form combat power. Gross yelled, and his logistics were also technical. While everyone was busy, a man brought him a mobile phone-sized matrix object box and gave it to him. Boss, this is for you. Gross took over and nodded. He didn't say anything and returned to the headquarters with something. After closing the door in his room, Gross sat down at a table, opened the box and connected a data cable to the matrix object. He held a needle shape at the other end of the data cable in one hand and moved it to the ear profile rear. The tip of the needle moved behind the pinner for a moment to find a position, and the tip of the 3 cm long needle was inserted into it. A swarm combat system is being uploaded. Gross was motionless, and this state continued for about 5 minutes before pulling out and disconnecting the data connection. The B Colony combat system has been downloaded into his biochip and installed. It is worth mentioning that the capacity of the B Colony combat system is extremely large, but this is insignificant compared to Gross biochip, which integrates DNA storage technology. Obviously, the Colony combat system will be directly controlled and commanded by Gross. The mercenaries under their hands must rely on them to sell their lives, but they cannot trust them completely. Unlike the military, which has the supreme honor of defending the country and defending the country as a cohesive force, Horizon Security relies on money to condense those mercenaries in their own hands. It's actually very fragile to buy and sell for it. These potential hidden dangers were considered when Liu Sheng decided to establish Horizon Security. Bionics are absolutely loyal, but these mercenaries are not necessarily necessary. So there must be another force for them to feel the absolute power. Only in this way can those reckless mercenaries earn their lives honestly. Otherwise, they will give you the opposite if they are not guaranteed. With the passage of time, Qin Weimo began preparations in May. $50 billion of cash gold was finally arranged in more than a month. Arrived in July. A freighter full of 80 tons of gold and hundreds of tons of $100 bills of cash sailed on the sea for nearly 28 days and finally crossed the Suez Canal and reached the port of Misurata in Libya. There have been several setbacks on the way, but finally arrived in Libya. Gross personally took their horse and arrived at the port 1 week earlier to wait. Here is controlled by a local warlord. It is said that the warlord is actually the leader of the thousands of people. All the AK equipment plus a little RPG is not enough. Look, the members of Gross team are experienced retired veterans from all over the world, and there are many retired special forces with well-equipped equipment. In addition, with Liu Sheng, a super gold owner and technology giant behind, the equipment will only become more and more sophisticated in the future, including arming more advanced high-tech weapons and equipment, and the swarm drones are only appetizers. Gross had already greeted the local warlord investment, and a sum of money was used as a borrowing fee to take the freight away. Chapter 718 Jiangxin Justice, Explode Labor and Capital. Libya, Misurata Port. A western-faced soldier walked towards an American Hummer military vehicle, came to the window and knocked. "Boss, the ship arrived." Gross got out of the car and looked towards the port. A huge cargo ship had already called at the port. The ship would leave here for 1 day after docking. The final destination was to arrive in Western Europe as a merchant ship. With his eyes closed, Gross snapped his fingers, waved his hands, and dozens of heavy truck transporters drove into the unloading dock. For a moment, Gross opened the major communication channels. All units pay attention and stay alert. At the same time, a house in the distance was being focused on the cargo terminal with a telescope. Horizon Security dispatched more than 300 people this time, which attracted the attention of many forces. This almost brought together members of Horizon Security's first generation in North Africa. Everyone knows that Horizon Security is a modern version of the dartboard, able to dispatch so many people. It is obvious that the goods escorted this time must be valuable. Naturally, it also caused coveted by many forces. At this moment, a total of 83 containers have been unloaded from the cargo ship, and a heavy truck is assigned to a standard container. Without exception, there are tens of tons of cash US dollars. 3 of the containers are fully loaded with physical gold, for a total of 73 tons of physical gold. Everyone present, except for Bionics number 8 Gross, knew what was in the cargo box. The others knew nothing about it. Each heavy-duty truck transports the container out of the freight terminal, and everything is moving forward steadily. But just when the 67th container was towed to the transport truck, the crane operator's mistakes caused the cover container to tip over and hit the ground heavily, which caused great fun. "Boss, something happened." Gross received the news and went straight to the scene. The people present were staring at the golden bricks scattered all over the hatch of the container. Unfortunately, this container was loaded with physical gold. There is also a small portion of cash in US dollars, but it is relatively small. In fact, there are several tons of cash, all of which are 100 yuan bills, and a little more than 1 ton is 100 million US dollars. At this moment, a liaison officer sent by the local warlord stood on the left side of Gross, his eyes droopingly with the gold dollar bills on the ground. His heart was jumping wildly. "Do all these containers contain?" Boom! A gunshot suddenly sounded and awakened everyone in the port. Several members of the mercenary here looked subconsciously, and saw the picture of Gross hand grabbing the liaison officer sent by the local warlord. The liaison officer's head has been opened by a bullet, fell to the ground. Controlling the port, the units are ready to fight, and any intruders are directly killed and continue to transfer. Gross' face was ruthless and decisive, put away his firearms and left here with a calm pace, heading towards his Hummer. At the same time, all the mercenaries reacted and acted quickly. Within 15 minutes, all the local warlords in the port were captured or killed, and the entire port was controlled. Where do you want to go? Load the remaining cargo boxes immediately. A mercenary quickly rushed to a crane control room at the dock and pointed the gun directly at the operator inside. Don't kill me. I'll do it. I beg you, don't kill me. The operator shuddered and frankly returned to the driver's seat, and began to unload the goods tremblingly. At the same time, in the houses in the distance, some people called out immediately after seeing the picture of the gold dollar bills scattered on the ground. The nearby forces soon began to gather troops and rushed towards this side. This was the temptation to the gold and dollar bills in the container. There was almost no resistance. Gross came to his Hummer. He was expressionless, and even the adjutant next to him was a little vacant. This is his design. I saw that Gross had set up a unique signal transmitter and then sat in a Hummer. He didn't say a word, but the signal in his mind had already been sent out through the transmitter. Fortunately, a preliminary plan was made, and the goods were too expensive. Trucks were parked along the way back to the branch camp. Nothing else was in the car, but it was the B-Swarm drone produced by Lyle Binary. The staff here immediately received the order and opened the door at the rear of the car. The slide rail is automatically extended. I saw a drone take off and rush to the sky. Misurata port. The rebels were killed, and those who gave up resistance were unwatched. After about 2 hours, the remaining containers were finally unloaded, and the scattered gold and US banknotes were also recycled. Gross did not have any memories. At his order, more than 300 people all boarded the car. More than 100 vehicles consisting of heavy-duty trucks, military transport vehicles, and Hummers were pulled into a long line, and they left Misurata port. The dust rising from the desert is spectacular. In the front of the team, Gross was in the co-pilot position of one of the Hummer military vehicles. He said nothing, and the whole person was extremely calm. For the people under his hands, he was used to the calmness of the boss. They did not know that Gross, who was a bionic man, could not have had a tumultuous mood, nor would he be angry or panicked, even if he showed it. But it also awed the people below. An hour and a half later, a voice came from the public frequency communication channel. Boss. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft came from a screen showing a large number of enemies approaching and their identity is unknown, but there should be several groups of people. Obviously, the news here spread out, and some nearby forces came as soon as the shark smelled a smell. There are nearly 4,000 or 5,000 people visually. Gross said calmly, all units pay attention. Move at full speed. Don't worry about them. There will be things to pack them. The convoy continued to move forward, and at the same time, many figures appeared on the front and sides of the road. Da. Suddenly, the forces around me, those who held AK no matter whether the range was enough, suddenly said. The scene was shocked by the AK gun in the expression package, and some people shot directly into the sky. The position was very bluffing. But the mercenaries of the convoy were calm and did not panic because their opponents were more than 10 times larger than their own. They were just preparing to fight. The snipers in the team were already in place and were looking for leaders. Chong, full of gold, full of US dollar bills. In the desert, thousands of people are coming out completely. And some off-road vehicles are also galloping in the crowd. These people are completely unaware that there are more than 2,000 B-swarms carrying air-to-ground missiles hovering over their heads, just as they are about 2 kilometers away from the convoy. The terrain image of the whole field was appeared in Gross consciousness. As his idea moved, the brain chip issued a command to transmit it through the launcher. Among the drone groups hovering above the sky dome, more than 300 were unmanned. After receiving the command, The aircraft immediately launched the missile according to the coordinate information received by each aircraft. More than 300 flaming tongues appeared in the sky dome. All the forces on the ground, those brothers holding axe, saw the sudden appearance of the sky, subconsciously slowed down the pace of the charge. But the time left for them to hesitate was only 3 seconds. The next scene is Heavenly Justice. SHT. A mercenary in a Hummer car in the convoy was shocked when he saw the outside scene. You were reading book. This round of air-to-ground attacks, basically an third of the enemy was gone. Another mercenary sitting next to him said stunnedly, "When I was serving in the Marine Corps, I participated in the Seabend War and I have never enjoyed such awesome air support." Hey, times have changed, man. Enjoy this high-tech violent aesthetic. These mercenaries who have lived at the edge of the knife have been numb to the outside scene, and in this land, they will either kill the enemy or be killed by the enemy. This scene also played a deterrent effect on these mercenaries, realizing that their meager strength and the disparity between large institutions, the Horizon's treatment far exceeds the industry level, and honestly take a generous treatment to sell their lives. With such a powerful air support, the survival rate has also greatly increased. The mercenaries live a life of licking the knife edge, but it does not mean that they are really not afraid of death. Everyone wants to live and live better. Chapter 719. Don't justify. Talk about business first. Some mercenaries who saw gold dollar bills shaking out of the cargo box said that it was impossible for them to have no idea, but after seeing this round of Jiangshan justice, some of their thoughts also converged. I was shocked. Secondly, these mercenaries come from all over the world and have different nationalities, which means that it is basically impossible for them to hold a group, and they dare not reveal their inner thoughts because the trust between the two parties is not enough. In the final analysis, it still deterred Horizon security. If you have the ability to cut off, you have to see if there is a life flower. Several local warlord forces who came to rob the money after receiving the news were immediately blinded by a round of air-to-surface missile bombardment. With a few AK and RPG assaults, the colony drones' suppression of them was like a drop. Like Uiger strikes, unilateral ruthless crushing. After the first round of scrubbing, Gross turned into a robot without emotion, and issued a second round of strike commands again, without hesitation. Above the sky was another round of air-to-surface missile scrubbing, and the convoy was moving at full speed during the indiscriminate bombardment around it. Several local warlord forces collapsed directly, and all the people who were still alive were scared as birds and beasts scattered. Come fast, go faster, which is unpredictable to everyone. The people of the U are the people of the U, and they are vulnerable. High-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft always monitor the battlefield situation in real time, and the images returned show that several local warlord forces who came to rob the money have given up the idea and began to retreat, to be exact. 3.5 hours later, the full-speed convoy arrived safely and unharmed. All units pay attention, the boss has spoken, and all gather. One of the heavy-duty trucks was parked outside. The other vehicles were already in the parking garage. More than 300 mercenaries all gathered at the empty playground one after another. Everyone noticed a heavy truck parked in front of them, knowing that it contained $100 cash dollar bill. After waiting for about a minute or two, they saw Gross walked in a hurry. He was speechless and silent, his left eyebrows were broken, there was a scar, and his character was a ruthless man. Gross, holding a large wrench in his hand, came to the back of the heavy truck's cargo box. Under everyone's attention, he smashed the wrench at the bolt of the cargo box, and the tail door of the cargo box was followed by the internal dollar bills. The stamping pushed away, and a stack of banknotes fell out of the cargo box and scattered all over the place. Everyone in the base, $2 million per person, divide the money. Gross said succinctly that there was no unnecessary nonsense, and he left the wrench in his hand as soon as he finished speaking. Oh, yeah, Ness. As soon as the boss left, the mercenaries present were immediately excited, and the next step was to line up one by one to divide the money, a bundle of 10,000 US dollars, and 200 bundles of cash US dollars each to get 2 million US dollars. If the petty accident does not occur at the freight terminal, there is no need to divide the money, but the incident has already happened, and only the witness can share. Because they are cash, they can't take it away if they are too much, and it's not interesting if they are too small. $2 million in cash is as heavy as 40 to 50 pounds. Horizon's first-line employees are treated with millions of dollars in annual salary, which is the highest treatment in the industry. Like LAUM's active special forces, the average annual salary is only about 50,000 US dollars. Of course, there are many other benefits and subsidies. However, these special forces leave the army to join mercenaries, and their annual salary can be increased by 10 times, which is 50 tens of thousands of dollars, which is why many veterans like to join mercenaries. Horizon Security directly doubled this standard. The current split of money is tantamount to directly sharing the salary equivalent of 2 years. After the money was distributed, Gross ordered all the staff to begin to strengthen the base's defense measures and activate the highest alert state. The news will spread out over time, and it is necessary to prevent some warlord forces around the world from going around. The next day, some media had already reported the news, and soon began to rumors that Horizon Security obtained a large amount of anonymous money left by Cadazuo. I don't know where Horizon obtained the information. I even got these anonymous accounts and secretly it was taken out and shipped to the local area. As the news fermented, Horizon Security quickly grabbed the front page headlines of the world's major news sites that day. This is the first time that it has made headlines on the world news. There are rumors that the asset is as high as 20 billion US dollars, some say 50 billion US dollars, and even 80 billion US dollars. In short, the news is endless, and it is basically difficult for the masses to judge me. And Cadazuo, who has been so cool for several years, was again mentioned by people. He knew that Cadazuo ruled Libya in those years and accumulated a lot of money. In order to cover up his actions, he transferred a lot of assets to Western countries. It's just that Cadazuo didn't think that this is a fool. Among them, LAUM alone has frozen more than 30 billion US dollars in the old card, and the United Kingdom has also frozen more than 20 billion US dollars. This also includes other Western countries such as Switzerland and France. Wait, the exact number of Cadazuo's assets has always been a mystery. In addition to the assets that have been frozen, major institutions are still looking for, because they believe that the property searched by Cadazuo during his reign is not only these, at least not less than 200 billion US dollars. But it is clear that there are still some funds not fully found. Now it is revealed that Horizon Security has found a huge amount of tens of billions of dollars from Cadazuo, which is naturally of great concern. Technology Complex Building. In the large living room, Liu Sheng and Qin Weimar were sitting together, paying attention to the news being broadcast on the display panel. The content was exactly the news of obtaining Cadazuo's legacy with Horizon Security. Welcome back. Let's continue to pay attention to international hotspot information and focus on relevant news of Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Company. Recently, Havertl, who controls Eastern Libya, spoke on the matter, saying that Horizon Security Company should return the property of Gaddafi. The property belongs to all the Libyans. Horizon Security has no right to use the property. It is worth mentioning that Haftar is the old force of Cadazuo. It seems to be justified to inherit its property. It is not surprising that the first one jumped out and made a sound. Qin Weimar looked back and asked Liu Sheng, "What are you going to do next?" "The money is deducted from the name of Kazaf, and the corresponding troubles will follow." Liu Sheng smiled. The things that were expected. Qin Weimar said, "It turns out that Horizon Security will be your chess piece." Liu Sheng, "I don't understand what you are talking about." After hearing this, Qin Weimar flicked him angrily. "What else do I pretend before me? And I'm afraid I will report you failing." Liu Sheng said with a grin, "That's true, you and I have been one." Qin Weimar, Come Young, who is one with you? After a few words, Luo Sheng returned to the topic, and Luo Sheng analyzed the nature of Horizon Security. The work done is doomed not to expect any good reputation. Notorious reputation is sure. This is nothing. As for Havertel, the flow is not to be afraid. The key is the attitude of the West, especially Laum, towards this asset. The West is not a good bird. Black is not good. When the assets of Cardazuo were frozen, the interest generated by these huge sums was not frozen. The interest generated each year is an astronomical figure, so some people moved the huge wealth. Mindfulness, using the loophole to transfer it. Who has transferred it has not yet been investigated clearly. Western countries condemned Cardazuo these assets as ill-gotten wealth, and they flew up and played. And they did not admit that they were playing football with each other. People and ghosts were playing. Qin Weimu asked, "So what are you going to do?" Luo Sheng said without hesitation, "What else can we do? Horizon is nominally a Western enterprise, and they are themselves. With this money, they can find Laum to place an military purchase order. Basically, it is certain that Laum will blame and ask Horizon to return the money to Libya or help the Libyans rebuild after the war. But I must be thinking about how to swallow this tens of billions of assets. For Laum, who is shouting morality, he is the owner of the business." Luo Sheng originally used this money to purchase equipment to expand and develop Horizon Security. Yes, when you don't talk to them directly, when you directly throw a $20 billion order on their faces. Laum, the moral of going on horses: hurry and talk about business first. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Fiction Chinese Network Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 720 Large-scale purchase of equipment. After confirming that the $50 billion of funds was actually controlled by Horizon Security, Luo Sheng immediately sent Auguste Fran the latest instructions to convert the money into combat power as soon as possible. As for the sharing of $600 million in cash with local mercenaries, this is a trivial problem with little money. I don't know what it will eventually become like this, whether it is right or wrong. Qin Weimu said suddenly and emotionally, after learning that Horizon Security was a dark chess played by Luo Sheng. She felt a lot of emotion. Luo Sheng said, "If we are just a small company, there will not be so many problems in the small business. But the actual situation is that the Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology, Azure Pure Electric Vehicles plus Shengfeng Capital, this year it is not surprising that the total income of these four institutions will exceed $1 trillion. And there are several other institutions such as Star Arrow International that have not yet exerted their strength. I am afraid that there will only be more in the future." What is the concept of annual income of $1 trillion? If it is regarded as a country's GDP, it can rank 15th or 16th in the world among more than 200 countries in the world, and will continue to advance in the future. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng added one word at a time. We are now rich, but not enough. Strong, rich but not strong, but others are on the plate. All our achievements today, everything is in one night. It can be subverted, and even the whole family can't be preserved. As long as you think of my little princess who is just over a year old, she must go firmly and must succeed. Qin Weimu sighed leisurely, not much to say. She also understood that the career is as large as it is today, and now that it offends, I don't know how many people, and how many people can't wait for Luo Sheng to evaporate instantly, disappeared in the world, divide his achievements. Behind the cliff is the only one going forward and there is no escape route. This is probably the person in the rivers and lakes. Can't help it. At the end, Luo Sheng took her into his arms and said relaxedly, I am standing in front of you, the rain is still not on you. Don't think about the ones that are not there. It is better to discuss in depth about integration. It's true that this may be more meaningful. Qin Weimu. Wood Corner Building. This is a list of equipment procurement lists reported by Horizon International. They want to purchase 48 used F-14 fighters, 33 brand new F-16 fighters, 5 C-130 transport aircrafts, and 100,000 colonies. Man-machine, including some tanks, light weapons, etc. A total of $19.9 billion in purchases. A high senator who attended the meeting put down the report in his hand and then looked at the participants. Horizon Security's purchase list was submitted, which surprised a group of high-profile gangsters in the Wu-Jiao Tower. One participant said, "Does Horizon International want to compete with Draken International?" Draken International Corporation, a private military company founded in 2012 in Lakeland, Florida, North America, founder Gary Isaacman, is currently the most powerful private air force in the world. The company currently has 118 fighter jets, most of which are used aircraft retired from the air forces of various countries, as well as new aircraft purchased from other defense companies. Their strength is stronger than the air force of some medium-sized countries. The average medium-sized country not only has less fighters than Draken International, but also far less than Draken International in terms of pilot numbers. The Draken International Company in Crane is only one of the North American Air Force private contractors, in addition to Newport News Air Tactical Advantage Corporation ATAC, Las Vegas Blue Sky Aviation Training, Pennsylvania's Coastal Defense Company, Renault's Tactical Air Support Company and Mesa's Advanced Ace Company. These are private military companies and are of a nature different from Horizon Security. These military companies are very different from the traditional concept of mercenaries. Their customers may be national departments and their affiliated troops, or maybe international organizations, commercial enterprises, etc. Provide them with expertise in the military field and various types of military security services. This is different from mercenary organizations. In addition to combatants, employees of private military companies also have a variety of technical personnel, legal personnel, expert consultants, and even non-combatants such as research departments. The services they can provide far exceed traditional ones. The category of mercenaries. Another participant present pointed at the map and said, if Horizon Security International had this equipment deployed in North Africa, it could almost go sideways. The military company focused on North Africa generation. If there is an emergency here in the future, we are completely. You don't have to do it yourself. You can contract war missions to the company and let them represent the war. If you know that the owner of Horizon Security is Liu Sheng, the gangsters in the Wu-Jiao building don't say that the weapons have been approved for sale, and they will burst. Until now, Lam has always regarded Horizon Security as its own person, just like Draken International and Blackwater. This is also very good. The province has asked Draken International to entrust its agent to fight for a price. Another participant said, obviously in favor of the purchase order declared by Horizon Security. Draken International was active in the Middle East world and once contracted the $6 billion proxy war service of the Wu-Jiao Tower. North American defense trading companies such as Loma, Raytheon, Boeing, Lyle Binary all received calls from Horizon Security's management, and now they are wailing. The used F-14 fighter is priced at about $30 million per aircraft. The F-16 fighter is cheap, and the new aircraft is also $20 million per aircraft. There is no requirement for the takeoff runway. The C-130 transport aircraft is about $40 million. Inexpensive B-colony drones are the most expensive because of the largest volume and the willingness to purchase up to 100,000. Especially the retired second-hand fighters. It is already troublesome to handle. There are too many old and beautiful cemeteries in the aircraft. Why can someone buy it? After discussion and weighing, the Wu-Jiao Tower approved Horizon Security's purchase list. As for how the money from Horizon has come, now the news is in full swing. Of course I know. But is that important? Not important at all. No one will care. The major arms dealers in North America have profited. And the Wu-Jiao Tower is happy to see that a private military company is deployed there in North Africa, which is equivalent to indirectly realizing the magnesium military presence in the local area. Any emergencies that require rapid intervention can be delegated to Horizon Security's agent for execution. In addition to the incident, the pan can be dumped to the private company to share most of it. After being approved, Horizon Security soon signed purchase orders with major North American military-industrial companies such as Lockheed Martin and Lyell Binary. This super-large order, close to $20 billion is expected to be completed by about 2021. Delivered, including Lyell Binary Company to provide at least 40,000 Bee Colony drones this year. Before the equipment was delivered, Horizon Security Company did not wait. The Air Force pilots had to start recruiting, including other combat employees, but also including recruiting more technical personnel, legal personnel, expert consultants and so on. All in all, Horizon Security is now growing under the infamous international infamy with this huge amount of $50 billion. With the acquiescence of the old and beautiful, those infamy are simply not painful. Lam will of course acquiesce. Horizon Security purchased all magnesium equipment, which means that the $50 billion will basically flow into North America in the end, and another 70% of Horizon Security's shares are assumed. How to look, the biggest winner is North America. On the other hand, Luo Sheng also awakened the sealed bionics and sent them out. Except for the 18th. This huge amount of $50 billion made Horizon Security usher in a real development for the first time. The previous steady development was at most only a firm foothold in the field of private military companies. Chapter 721 Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo. With the passage of time, the matter of Horizon Security Company came to an end temporarily, and Luo Sheng gradually shifted his energy from here. At present, Auguste Fran, who is in charge of Horizon Security, is frequently accepting the interrogation from the major media. The reason for the use of the term interrogation is because the campaigners' actions in Libya morally criticized. The points of criticism mainly include the overbearing private swallowing of the huge $50 billion of funds for its own possession. Another point lies in the relentless attack on the local warlords on the road of transferring $50 billion. The washing directly caused up to 2/3 of the casualties of wealth robbers and more than 1,300 people killed on the spot, and was therefore detained as the hangman. The media on Lau Mei's side are also critically criticized, but the business relationship between them has not been pulled down at all. Horizon Security also has a public relations team and lawyers responsible for slogan warfare and legal issues. Anyway, the nature of Horizon Security is destined to become infamous sooner or later. As a private military company, this will happen sooner or later. Whether it is the private military contractors Blackwater and Draken International, which one has a good reputation. But reputation is really not important to these private military contractors. The reason is very simple. The customer group is not the general public, and the destiny is not in these hands. On the contrary, Horizon Security has established a good reputation in the industry, and many corporate customers are increasingly trusting and entrusting them to provide security services. If customer groups like Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur are oriented towards ordinary business people, it is very important for corporate reputation. If the reputation is too poor, they will face resistance from consumers, which will affect the company's performance and income. But for private military contractors, as long as the law cannot be sanctioned, other issues do not need to be concerned at all. After Luo Sheng's energy was transferred from Horizon Security, he focused on the results of the Côte d'Azur laboratory in the second half of this year. His private mailbox has received news about a series of technological breakthroughs in new graphene materials. The research in this field has been for more than 10 years, almost from the establishment of the Côte d'Azur laboratory. The corresponding subject has been demonstrated. To this day, the scale of funds invested has reached hundreds of billions of dollars. The research staff under it is struggling on the front line year after year and day after day. A series of breakthroughs in technological achievements are accidental, inevitable and predictable. This afternoon, Luo Sheng came to the Galaxy City, the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur. The construction of the site is progressing in an outdoor plaza. From the layout point of view, It is a large-scale exhibition. President Luo, this is an exhibition project of major subsidiaries and affiliates of the group company. There are a total of 1,289 startup technology companies from 129 countries and regions around the world. Just as a group of people accompanied the super big boss on the field, Yao Jianhong, the company's second character, walked quickly to him and handed him the information in his hand. Luo Sheng took a look at it. These affiliated companies including Kaojun Hui's Huacheng Technology and Chengxin's Botron Technology are all on the list. In the following August, a large-scale event called Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo will be held. This is a new project of the company. It will be held in August every year from this year onwards. A major exhibition of major technological breakthroughs of its affiliated affiliates. Few companies in the world can use the term expo to engage in their own technology exhibitions. Such words are often only used for large-scale events held by a large number of companies in the world. This exclusive expo on the Côte d'Azur is fully qualified to use this term, not to mention the fact that the group's close to 1,300 subsidiaries and affiliates is a very exaggerated number. These companies are basically technology companies, most of which are investment-supported startup technology companies, some of which are above the scale, and some are still in the incubation stage, involving major frontier fields and hot areas, such as integrated circuit fields, biological, the field of medicine, new materials, new energy, etc. Well, it's pretty good. Let's arrange it according to the plan. Luo Sheng took a brief look at the table of contents, did not look at it in detail, and gave the information to the accompanying secretary assistant Tang Xin, and added to everyone, this the groundbreaking point mentioned in the event is a large-scale event of Cell Show, focusing on one-word show. How to show, how to come, to show the technical details of our group company. The person in charge of the accompanying event smiled and said, Mr. Luo, please rest assured that all departments are focusing on this event and everything is going smoothly. Luo Sheng looked around for a week and said, how many people can the venue accommodate? The person in charge of the event said, the daily flow of 150,000 people is completely stress-free. The big data deduction analysis shows that the highest peak may reach the scale of 180,000 people, and the site limit can carry 200,000 people. Luo Sheng said in a deep voice, there are so many people from all over the world. Security and confidentiality work should be done well. The restricted control area should be clear. Don't let the unclear people go to some places that should not be. The anti-spyware task must be focused on this work. The person in charge of the event nodded again and again. The workload in front of the scene of such a large-scale event was already so large, the workload behind the scene would only be greater. And these jobs were not seen by ordinary people. Luo Sheng must say this on his lips, but he is actually very relieved. Xiaonan monitors the overall situation. In addition, the country also provides a lot of counter-espionage help, not only provides related agents, but also provides related inquiry consultant. The technology of the Côte d'Azur company is not coveted by foreigners. The country is also a treasure. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the case of core technology that may be out of the country, even if Luo Sheng does not care about himself, some people will replace him. Get on top. A large number of unknown work arrangements behind the scenes can ensure the smooth development of this expo. With the passage of time, by the end of July, the Côte d'Azur company held a press conference and officially announced the holding day of the 2018 Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo. The exhibition will last for a week from August 25 to 31. Until, in fact, long before the official announcement, there were already rumors in the industry. To hold such a large event, more than 1,000 affiliated companies had been notified in advance, and it was impossible to hide all of them. Known as an expo in the name of a company, few companies in the world have this confidence, but no one will doubt that the Côte d'Azur has this capital. The more people understand the business technology empire under Luo Sheng, the more horrible it is. Many European and American media often use the term tentacles to describe the expansion of this huge business technology empire. After the official announcement, tickets were also sold to the outside world. The cost of the event was huge. The tickets must be collected. Although the whole is definitely a loss for Seoul business, the ticket income is also very expensive. Of course, the company does not lack money for activities, but this is not the reason for losing. There are 6 kinds of tickets for the expo, 280 yuan for regular tickets on designated days, 199 yuan for concession tickets on designated days, 200 yuan for ordinary tickets on weekdays, 140 yuan for weekday discount tickets, 700 yuan for 3 tickets, and 1,200 yuan for 7 tickets. Relatively speaking, the ticket price is very cheap, everyone can afford it. There will not be great economic pressure. For technology enthusiasts it is definitely worth the fare. This is much cheaper than the tickets for the product launch of the Côte d'Azur coast, but it is also because of the wide audience, and the company's internal big data analysis estimates that the total number of people in this expo can reach 1 million. Chapter 722 Artificial Electronics Skin August 24, Friday night. The highly anticipated 2018 Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo officially held its opening ceremony at 7:45 this evening. Approximately 70,000 spectators came to the scene. The highlight is tomorrow. But tonight's show was just as exciting. The director of the opening ceremony invited Lao Muzi. The director of the tube is naturally equal to the big scene. The audience who came to the scene and watched the live broadcast enjoyed a grand fireworks show. The highlight is an ultra-large dense grid composed of 150,000 rotary wing swarm drones in the night sky. Each drone is equipped with LED lights to form a floating display panel. Although the resolution is a bit large, it is high enough from the ground to display a line of eye-catching welcome to the 2018 Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo. There is no problem at all. When this scene appeared, the audience cheered in an instant. The audience who saw this scene for the first time were all shocked. Basically, 2/3 of the city can see this scene as long as they look up at the night sky. Even the average netizen who eats melon knows that this is not easy. Don't look at it, just light up a line of words in the night sky, but this is not something that everyone can do. Behind it is an extreme interpretation of drone swarm technology and artificial intelligence technology. So far, only 2 companies in the world are recognized to be able to do this. The first one is naturally the Côte d'Azur, and the second is the Lyle Binary Company in North America, but the technology is slightly inferior to the Côte d'Azur. However, the outside world did not know the truth, and did not know that Liu Sheng was manipulating behind Lyle Binary. Next is the 150,000 rotary wing drones shifting their positions in the night sky, performing a starry sky performance that the audience has never seen before. In terms of the making and highlighting of the big scene, the Huaxia people have been good hands since ancient times. After all, the Great Wall was built more than 2,000 years ago. The art performance at the opening ceremony tonight is the best compliment to technology. A media reporter from the mainland looked up at the starry sky and sighed and said that swarm drones can not only carry out ruthless bombing in Libya, but technology always has its 2 sides. The opening ceremony didn't end until about 9:30, and the news here spread quickly, and it was also featured in the hot search terms, which officially ignited the Blue Coast Technology Expo. At around 8 o'clock the next morning, the exhibition venue was officially open to the public. Visitors and tourists entered the venue with their tickets. The main entrance of the Côte d'Azur company Galaxy City in the early morning was already bustling and crowded. For people who are not employees of the company, it is usually impossible to enter the interior of Galaxy City. This exhibition is a rare opportunity for many people who want to get a glimpse of this world-renowned Black Technology Research and Development Center. Over time, hundreds of thousands of people poured into the exhibition site, and most of them came to the area in front of the main stage. According to weather forecasts, the next week will be scorching sun, and with thousands of people gathered together in the morning, the scene will only be hotter than usual. Huh? Is the floor laid air conditioning in the gap? A tourist felt the coldness under his feet, and then realized that there was a super central air conditioner laying under his feet. It's self-willed to have money, and it's good to have money. It's no wonder you don't feel hot at all if you don't need money. Don't worry about heat stroke. Outdoor air conditioning is the only way to play this way for people like the Côte d'Azur, who are not bad money. If you want to keep cool in the area, you must constantly release strong cold air. The point is, it takes a few days to remove all of them. If you scan it with a thermal imager, you will find that the expo site is blue, while the outside of the area is yellowish and gradually darkened. As time went on, around 8:30, a sensation broke out in the main stage area without warning and spread quickly. It turned out that everyone noticed that Luo Sheng's footage appeared on the giant screen of the main stage, and he was already standing on the stage. Like a pilgrimage to the faithful, it suddenly became a star-chasing scene. On the stage, Luo Sheng with a bright smile raised his hand and pressed it down. After the cheers on the scene gradually subsided, he said, "Welcome to the 2018 Côte d'Azur Expo site. It seems that my popularity has always remained high." Outside but within reason. There was a burst of laughter at the scene, and after a simple opening remark, Luo Sheng continued, "With the continuous development and growth of the company, the past 15 years of our professional research day after day and year after year have finally ushered in the rewards are plentiful, and the results have come together so that we have decided to announce our latest achievements in the form of an enterprise technology expo in the future." What this said? What makes the business of other peers in the industry uncomfortable? Luo Sheng's implication is, I have too many achievements on the Blue Coast, and I will hold a press conference for every result, which is not enough. Maybe I will develop cloth every day, 365 days a year. Yes, so we focus on revealing the exhibition to optimize the efficiency of corporate operations. 2018 is an exciting year for the Côte d'Azur and even for the global science and technology community. Technology is constantly advancing. We can see that although mankind has made major achievements in science and technology, more and more have been the scenes and applications of science fiction film and television have now become reality one by one. But at the same time, we have also discovered a problem. The more we know, the more we don't know, and what we don't know, what we are studying, will have a bearing on our future life. With the foreseeable disruptive impact, we are proud and fortunate to be in such an era of rapid technological change. Hula. For the first time, the audience gave a warm applause. On the stage, Luo Sheng wandered back and forth, waiting for a while, until the applause weakened, and his voice resounded through the audience again. Today we are going to introduce the most exciting technological breakthrough graphene material. Basically, we can say with certainty that 2018 will be the first year of the graphene era, and we are very happy to be led by the Côte d'Azur. Arrival. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's confident declaration, people in the industry, whether present or watching the live broadcast, all exclaimed, never expected that the Blue Coast would directly attack him. Scientific research institutions around the world, including major technology giants, are seizing the technological commanding heights of new graphene materials, but their income is limited and progress is slow. Unexpectedly, the French Riviera was officially announced at this time. The Côte d'Azur is happy, but other scientific research companies or R&D institutions are unhappy after hearing this. On the stage, Luo Sheng calmly said, since two British physicists discovered graphene, a new two-dimensional material in 2004, mankind has never stopped further development of it. Coincidentally, the Côte d'Azur was established in 2004. At that time, our laboratory department had already carried out demonstrations on the subject of two-dimensional graphene materials. At that time, there was not much money, so the first funding was only 1 million yuan. Hearing this story made everyone feel incredible, and even admired Liu Sheng's forward-looking and strategic vision. This is the first time the outside world has learned about the first study of graphene on the Côte d'Azur. At that time, it turned out to have focused on the most cutting-edge technology fields in the world from the moment the company was founded. Being able to achieve today's achievements is not accidental, and countless people in the industry have to be convinced. Graphene is not only the thinnest and hardest nanomaterial known in the world, but also has the characteristics of high flexibility and high light transmittance unmatched by other electrically and thermally conductive materials, and its scientific research value is extremely high. No need to go into too much detail. In fact, Azure 5 in your hands has already been applied to some of the applications of graphene materials, and we rely on it to solve the screen window effect of the under-screen camera, thus bringing a true full-screen mobile phone to the world. But this is only one of the application scenarios of graphene materials. Now we have made a package of major breakthroughs in the application of this material. Our researchers have achieved the first application of it to prosthetics. The first item on display is a major breakthrough in graphene technology: artificial electronic skin. Chapter 723 Commercialization of one series of application scenarios is imminent. Under the gaze of the audience, a cylindrical platform was raised on the floor of the main stage. A piece of artificial electronic skin was placed in a transparent glass box on the table. Because it was too light and thin, it was necessary to put some labels on the surface. It can only be seen under close-up shots. At the side of the column where Liu Sheng came, he looked at the objects inside and said, "I want to enable people with disabilities to really do the seemingly simple but almost impossible thing like take out an egg from the bag." This artificial electronic skin developed on the basis of graphene solves this problem. It can sensitively sense external pressure and give correct signal feedback. This is indeed a very distressing place for many disabled people with prostheses. The tactile system does not extend beyond the prosthesis, and it seems to be insignificant. Although the prosthetic products produced by Chengxin's Bosch technology have far exceeded the industry peer level, and the price it's nearly 10 times cheaper, and it's a rare outstanding product in recent years. There have been researches and breakthroughs on this issue, but it is still a difficult problem. The product experience is not satisfactory. Many people know that Bosch Technology is a company invested by Liu Sheng. This technology will definitely be applied to Bosch prosthetic products under technology. Having said that, Liu Sheng looked up to the big screen, and everyone also saw the demonstration video. After attaching this kind of artificial electronic skin to the prosthetic limb, the prosthetic limb can sense and hold those soft objects like normal human limbs instead of crushing them directly. In the video demonstration screen, a disabled person is wearing a prosthetic leg produced by Bosch Technology. The difference is that his prosthetic leg uses this artificial electronic skin. Not only did he lose his left hand, he also lost a leg, but at the beginning of the picture, he had both hands and feet and he was still playing basketball on the playground, running, jumping, walking and turning flexibly, completely moving like a normal person, to the appearance of a handicapped person. In the subsequent screen switching, he used his left-hand prosthesis to hold soft and fragile items such as eggs. At the same time, the shots also compared the counterparts' prostheses, and staged a scene where there is no harm without comparison. The researchers and prosthetic carriers in the picture celebrated, and the audience also gave warm applause to the cheers. These images all made the people present admire the charm of technology and praise the progress of technology. The giant screen on the main stage ended the video screening, and the logo of the Côte d'Azur appeared again, and Liu Sheng's hearty voice spread throughout the audience again. In addition to prosthetics, this kind of artificial electronic skin actually has many applications. For example, it can be used in wearable electronic products to achieve more convenient and accurate health detection. As early as this year, our researchers began to apply graphene chemically modified coatings to clothing through 3D printing to detect blood sugar in diabetic patients. The giant screen of the main stage played a documentary video again, and an audience off the scene exclaimed, "Graphene is really a magical material. How wide is its application range?" Luo Sheng on the field paced back and forth, and then said, "In view of the current mainstream peeling method of graphene, it can only be through a few methods such as micromechanical peeling and chemical vapor deposition. The difference is that the Blue Coast Laboratory we have successfully developed a brand new stripping technology, which initially has the conditions for commercialization and mass production, but we are not satisfied with it." Not satisfied is very good, which means that there is huge room for improvement. And this is also our research team is currently working to solve the problem. The biggest problem with graphene materials is that they cannot be mass-produced on a large scale, making the cost of this new material high and hindering its commercialization process. Unexpectedly, the Côte d'Azur has already found the technology that initially has mass production. Is this still going to happen? At the end, Luo Sheng's voice came again. Water is the source of life on which we humans depend. Although 71% of the surface of our planet is covered by water, 99.99% of the water is seawater that cannot be directly drunk. According to incomplete statistics, there are about 660 million people living in areas without drinking water supply. Although many countries in the world are trying to develop seawater desalination filtration systems in coastal areas, the high cost of these technical solutions can't really realize the development of mass production. Obviously, everyone heard it, and Luo Sheng began to introduce the next technology. After all, most people and most countries are not as rich as the local tyrants in the Middle East. Even the local tyrants cannot use the existing desalination system on a large scale to solve all the water problems. This remark caused everyone to laugh, and even the world's richest man said that the local tyrants are super rich, that is, they are really rich. Some media reporters from countries in the Middle East heard his words, and they immediately pricked their ears. Their country is rich in oil, but it is highly lacking in water resources. They are pumped into the bottom and cannot pump out the groundwater, but the dark crude oil. After the episode, Luo Sheng methodically introduced with a smile on his face, "Another technical research team of the Côte d'Azur lab has made a major breakthrough recently. We will launch a new cheap and efficient seawater desalination solution. The team hopes to change some of the status quo. It uses a technology that we call graphene membrane filtration." The chief technical expert of the team, Kane Sachs, is an authoritative scholar in the field of graphene. He has joined the Côte d'Azur laboratory for 7 years. He has published more than 200 scientific research papers in the field of graphene so far. It is another person of the big touch level who works for him. The Côte d'Azur Labs is really full of talents. The scientific research institutions under the Côte d'Azur company are spread all over the world and involve too many frontier fields. Some college students have also found that the most cutting-edge academic research that is difficult to see commercial returns in the medium and long term is funded by the Côte d'Azur. North America is a little better. The most accepted scientists on the Côte d'Azur are from Europe. The research funding of countries in the European continent is being cut. The scale of R&D investment in the Côte d'Azur has exceeded that of the entire United Kingdom. In fact, no matter whether it is the United Kingdom, France or Germany, European countries do not spend as much research funding in a single country as a Côte d'Azur company. Only the entire European Union as a whole can be suppressed. The funding input of the entire Western academic community has been reduced as a whole. Luo Sheng has naturally accepted these talents on a large scale. Not only does he want to accept these research refugees, he also has to dig into walls. It is no exaggeration to say that in addition to state capital, Luo Sheng is the only one in the world who supports basic scientific research with private capital on a large scale. For the past 15 years, he has worked tirelessly and deeply, and invested when his early income was low. You are reading www.uukansu. With the gradual increase in income, The investment in scientific research is also positively correlated with increasing investment. Now it is finally starting to pay off. Many people in the industry have nothing to say. This is not something that ordinary people and ordinary companies can afford. From 2004 to the present 2018. Even the Côte d'Azur has suffered 14 years of crazy investment before seeing it today. Achievements. And up to now, it has not really started to make money to recover R&D costs. Other companies have not been nearly 15 years old, and they may not be able to sustain it in 2 or 3 years. Industry insiders are very clear that monopolistic high-tech products are indeed huge profits. But the risks are also exploding. If the R&D of the Côte d'Azur graphene project fails, the capital cost, time cost and sunk cost invested over the past 10 years are unimaginable. On the stage, the second cylindrical platform rises from the floor, and the close-up shot again focuses on a piece of film material placed on the round platform. Chinese website. Chapter 724 Technology changes life. Innovation changes the world. Different from the artificial electronic skin, which mainly uses graftoners' fast electrical and thermal conductivity, high flexibility and strong light transmittance characteristics. The graphene membrane filtration technology mainly uses graphene, and when the water blends with each other, it will produce the magical characteristic of "if you are just like you are separated." Luo Sheng walked and danced with body language and continued. Although the surface of graphene repels water molecules, once it is immersed in water, the graphene film will undergo small deformations, which will cause the pore size of the film to become larger. Smaller ions can pass through the membrane with water. The giant screen behind him again gave some demonstration pictures and a recording video of the research route inside the laboratory. With the efforts of our research team, we have been able to precisely control the deformation of the pore size of the graphene film, and cure it with epoxy resin, thereby effectively blocking unwanted ions, and thus achieving the direct filtration of seawater. Drinking fresh water. This technological breakthrough has brought us a revolutionary breakthrough in the large-scale realization of rapid desalination and purification of seawater. The next giant screen picture gave a recorded video. The research team went directly to the beach to fetch seawater, and then directly introduced the seawater into the device through a device equipped with a graphene membrane filtration, and the water exported from the other end. The personnel fetched the plastic cups one at a time and took one. Then, under the witness of everyone, he drank it, nodded repeatedly and said, "Simple and practical, it is necessary for outdoor adventure, especially for going to sea. If there is an accident drifting on the sea, it is really possible to have this filter help." In many people's minds, high-tech gadgets are very high-end, and most people don't know how to make them. But a real high-tech product must be fool-like, simple and easy to operate, and can be used for anything. This is the best product, just like a point-and-shoot camera. Oh. Prolonged applause came from the scene again. Luo Sheng paced back and forth on the stage with a smile. He did not continue to speak, but enjoyed the warm applause. The people in the sales department of the company are already ready to take orders. The contract templates and everything are already drawn up, and they are waiting to collect the money. The big dog owners in the Middle East are key customers. Today is not just an exhibition, but a seller show. The biggest goal is to sell products to make money. The application of graphene materials has been researched for more than 10 years. And huge amounts of money have been invested. The cost is always to be recovered. Of course, commercialization is the top priority. Basically, it is certain that every ship going to sea in the future will definitely be equipped with this kind of seawater filtration product. Its importance may be as important as the lifebuoy, and it is a necessary thing. When the applause came to an end, 7 or 8 cylindrical platforms were raised on the stage at the same time. This scene could not help shocking many media and industry insiders. Is it really the rhythm of the results coming together? Can't be introduced yet? Do you give friends and business colleagues a way to survive? Cuckoo, you always be your own. Luo Sheng came to one of the cylindrical platforms, And his voice resounded through the audience again. If we say that artificial intelligence with deep learning at the core will make the various machines and hardware devices we face smarter and more efficient, then when graphene can be mass-produced and used on a large scale, graphene as the core material products will completely subvert every aspect of our lives. For example, the graphene super battery completely solves the problems of insufficient capacity and long charging time for new energy vehicles. Graphene photosensitive components will increase the image quality of existing cameras by thousands of times. These cameras can be used in the future smartphones, or satellites or space telescopes. The graphene transistor will also increase the computing speed of our existing computers by more than 1,000 times. It is no exaggeration to say that the magical graphene material can exert its magical effect in almost any field you can think of. We are extremely looking forward to the arrival of the times. Technology changes life. Innovation changes the world. Welcome to the era of graphene. Wow! The audience presented the warmest applause and cheers. The fans on the scene were fascinated by the boundless self-confidence and calm charm of the idol. Graphene is not as important as graphene. It is important to see the idol. Luo Sheng did not introduce all the graphene technology achievements one by one in detail, because time does not allow. However, the results will be displayed during the exhibition to provide displays for all visitors. Next was the official start of its new week, Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo. The flow of people on the main stage began to diverge, and major exhibition areas emerged. Of course, the most important thing was to go to the core exhibition area of Côte d'Azur to watch graphene materials and related applications show. For tourists, it is impossible to visit all the exhibition areas in one day. You must know that besides the Côte d'Azur, the technology products exhibited at the expo also include more than 1,000 large, medium and small subsidiaries and holding companies. Show your own housekeeping skills. It may not be as disruptive as the technological results from the parent company's Côte d'Azur Labs, but it also represents a frontier hot field. These subsidiaries are all investment companies in the technology field. The ordinary tourists who are new to Eat Melon are very excited, especially the technical party, as if it has opened the door to a new world in the future. For some young people in China, standing at the Star River Expo at this moment is extremely proud. Many people born in the 1980s did not dare to imagine such a scene happening in China 10 years ago. The scene was noisy, people of all skin colors were there, but the most were tourists from China. After all, the home court advantage. Many foreigners come here specially, except for some technology bloggers. Most of them are industry insiders. After all, they need to know their peers. It's just that the more they understand, the more they feel awkward, and competing with the Côte d'Azur makes them feel the greatest misfortune. Just after the first day of the expo passed, on the second day, Luo Sheng was flashed to the waist by a certain treasure and was shown. It was only announced yesterday that the next day, a graphene membrane filtration filter cartridge water dispenser appeared in a certain treasure. The merchants on Pixixi were even more exaggerated. Some directly said that they had obtained the official technical authorization of the Blue Coast. What made Luo Sheng spoiled was that hundreds of orders were sold that day. Luo Sheng was convinced by the speed at which some businesses were rushing to the heat. This was done in one night and the efficiency was nothing. Luo Sheng thinks that he has to hurry. The merchants under his hands are a little bit hilarious. If they don't deal with it, Yiwu might also fly in hiatus tomorrow. The Côte d'Azur now makes such a big plate. The annual investment cost of anti-counterfeiting and dispelling rumors is higher every year. Yiwu reading books www.youcanchu.com. Although they are fighting fakes and rumors every year, there are consumers who are deceived every year. In the end, the Blue Coast came out and was scolded by consumers. He was even more wronged than Dewey. Consumers in each session always have such a the batch does not let you worry. Some deceived consumers are even a little cute and dumbfounding, and they can't find a suitable emoticon pack to describe their behavior. As time went on, by the next day, There were obviously more consultation calls from enterprise customers, and it was obvious that the news spread. Among them, the top and most important client of the Blue Coast marketing department, a local tyrant from the Middle East, came to visit directly. More than one or two came here, but a group of local tyrants, UAE local tyrants, Qatar local tyrants and so on. Without exception, they are all coming from the graphene membrane filtration material with the theme of desalination. Chapter 725 Nanobots that kill cancer cells. On the second exhibition day of the Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo, the local tyrants from the Middle East led a delegation to see the goods today. Their arrival also attracted a lot of media attention and reports. As soon as the local tyrants came, they were naturally regarded as guests by the sales department on the Blue Coast. In the eyes of many people, these people wearing white robes and turbans are all banknotes that walk automatically, and these banknotes are now automatically going to Luo Sheng's pocket. Seeing this group of people enter the city of Galaxy, almost all of them are surprisingly unanimously envious of the Blue Coast, which is the rhythm of big business. Sure enough, the local tyrants had just arrived in the morning, and in the afternoon there was definite news that business delegations sent by many Middle Eastern countries signed a large contract with the Blue Coast Company. The company will provide these customers in the Middle East with graphene membrane filtration seawater desalination system solutions within the next 3 years. This new technology-based seawater desalination system will be delivered and put into use at the latest in 2021. The scale of demand of the big tyrants is different, and the amount of contract orders is also different. The Côte d'Azur and SAIT signed the largest contract value with $3.3 billion, followed by Qatar with $2.7 billion, followed by the UAE with $2.2 billion. There are relatively few other local tyrants in the Middle East, but the entire group of local tyrants in the Middle East smashed in at $11.5 billion today. Although it is impossible for the Côte d'Azur lab to recover the cost of graphene materials based on the order distance alone, it is only one of the application scenarios of graphene materials. The most important thing is the sustained profitability effect. The graphene membrane filter material is a consumable. This technology belongs to the Blue Coast, which means that the local tyrants will have to continue to purchase when they run out in the future. Although you can't make a sudden profit, the key point is to be able to guarantee income during droughts and floods. As long as the local tyrants' money ability does not disappear, the money can be made steadily. How can the local tyrants' money ability last for decades? Earning a few decades is not only enough, but the subsequent profits are also full of rhythm. In fact, the contract list of more than $10 billion is an astronomical figure in itself, but it is a little bit less for the annual income of the Côte d'Azur. But that is also $11.5 billion order, which can definitely be called a super big order. The outside world knows that the day after day of deep plowing on the Côte d'Azur for nearly 15 years has finally blossomed and bear fruit today, and it's time to harvest. It's impossible to say that you don't envy, but you won't be envious. The strong are always strong. The size of the Blue Coast and the courage and foresight of the helm, the formation of Thesifton effect almost extends his tentacles to the major boundaries of the scientific and technological field. In the future maybe only join this system can survive. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes looked around the expo and couldn't help but feel emotional. His name is Ding Xian, a manager of a venture capital institution. There are too many people from investment institutions at the expo site. Almost all of the technology companies participating in the fair are relatively promising startup companies, which are favored by venture capital institutions. The reason is also very simple. These startup companies are basically companies invested by Côte d'Azur or Shengfeng Capital. They are either subsidiaries or affiliated companies. It also means that these companies have been screened by Luo Sheng, the world's first person in technology. He is optimistic. Investors of course favor it more. which is equivalent to helping them through a screening. "Look over there," Ding Xian said to the assistant secretary, who followed him and walked towards the medical equipment exhibition area. After a while, the two came to a very popular exhibition area. In addition to some technology enthusiasts and tourists, there were also many so-called elites in suits. They were basically industry practitioners or VCs. This exhibition area, it is a startup company strategically invested by the Blue Coast Hongrui Medical. The founders are two young men named Zhao Yu and Lu Zhengyan, both of whom are young doctors in their 30s. They both graduated from Rice University in North America and belonged to the same laboratory during the school. Later they decided to return to China to start a business. Originally, they didn't want to return to China to start a business. The environment abroad is better. But in the end, one of the biggest factors that motivated them to return to start a business in China is that there is a big domestic technology guy named Liu Sheng, a technology company called Blue Coast, and an investment institution called Shengfeng Capital. Compared with other institutions or entrepreneurial environments, Liu Sheng and its subsidiaries are really investing in the field of science and technology instead of collecting money. They are really spending money constantly. This gave them great confidence. In fact, neither Azure Coast nor Shengfeng Capital failed their expectations. Zhao Yu personally found the person from Shengfeng Capital. As a result, half of his story was told that day. Arrived 4 million yuan angel round investment. Last year, Zhao Yu and Lu Zhengyan jointly published their latest nanomedicine research results in the journal Nature in the name of the Hongrui medical company that they co-founded. This is what they claimed at the expo today to be a nanorobot that can kill cancer cells. At this moment, Ding Xian stood in the crowd silently watching Lu Zhengyan, who came here to promote his own products, introduce their results. The length of the nanorobot developed by our company is only an F50,000th of the diameter of a human hair. It can be driven by light and drilled in advance with high-speed spin at 3 million times per second. Specify the cancer cells, so that the inside of the cancer cells will be overwhelmed. It only takes 1 to 3 minutes to physically and completely kill the cancer cells. Lu Zhengyan's introduction undoubtedly aroused the surprise of many people present, and most of them showed a surprised expression when they heard what he said. The so-called nanorobots are of course invisible to the naked eye. Lu Zhengyan also showed it in his own exhibition area by playing videos in the laboratory and some microscopic display pictures. An industry insider at the scene couldn't help saying, "As you said, even cancer cells that are already super drug resistant can't withstand this kind of toss, that kind of nanorobot. What is the core of the drive?" Faced with inquiries from industry insiders, Lu Zhengyan smiled and explained, "The core structure that acts as the driving core of this nanorobot's engine is a kind of rotor-like atomic chain that we call a triple chain. It is made of high-grade particles, which can move freely on the uneven surface of atoms, relying on their driving shaft of the triple chain." The non-professional passers-by who were there eating melons could only feel unclear. Hongrui Medical was established in early 2015. The concept of micromolecular machines has not been popularized this year. It was only in 2016 that someone in this field won the Nobel Prize, and then it began to be popularized. Zhao Yu and Lu Zhengyan had already developed the idea of using molecular machine principles to develop nanorobots in 2014. It was precisely because of this opportunity that the two of them got to know each other, and the same-minded business made them decide to start a business together. I hope to use my professional knowledge and skills to make achievements in the field of micromolecular machines. This was the birth of Hongrui Medical. Chapter 726 Science Innovation Board ready to come out at this time. Lu Zhengyan introduced their technological achievements in an orderly manner. After more than a year of research and development, this nanorobot finally came out. I think it is necessary to say that this type of nanorobot can not only be used in addition to serving as a killer weapon that physically kills cancer cells, it can also be used as a vehicle for carrying therapeutic drugs. If it is used as the former, the current nanorobot is not mature enough and needs further improvement before clinical trials. However, We have also purchased a set of organ simulators from Huacheng Technology for trials. Lu Zhengying is also very frank, saying one thing, not fooling people and talking big. For now, our experimental progress has not been able to destroy designated cancer cells in the cell population. All cells around this type of nanorobot, whether good or bad, will be indiscriminately committed suicide by it. Spiral attack. The people present were also quite astonished when they heard it. This nanorobot is now in a rhythm that is irrespective of the enemy or the enemy, whether it is a normal cell or a cancer cell. It will be destroyed. But this characteristic has given some people other ideas. There are all kinds of people at the expo, and there is no shortage of intelligence agencies from various countries. In the exhibition area where Lu Zhengying was located, foreign intelligence personnel were onlookers as tourists. After hearing this explanation, the first idea that came to his mind was biochemical weapons. The characteristics of this nanorobot are enough to kill people from the microscopic scale. The two co-founders of Lu Zhengying and Zhao Yu have never thought of using the technology they researched for weaponization. They have always been committed to benefiting mankind. It can be explained that the co-founded company belongs to the medical device industry. Different positions have led to different results, once again explaining that technology is a double-edged sword. Lu Zhengying said, "The organ simulator that we purchased from Huacheng Technology will arrive soon. Next, our team will conduct the next stage of microbiological experiment testing and continue to improve this nanorobot. I believe its future applications can truly bring the gospel to mankind." After the voice fell, there was a warm applause. Ding Xian did not stay in front of the stage for too long. He whispered to the assistant secretary who was accompanying him. After almost 10 minutes, he left the front of the stage and met with Lu Zhengying behind the scenes of the Hongrui medical booth. When he arrived backstage, Ding Xian unexpectedly discovered that besides him, many other VCs in the same industry had arrived before him, and smiled and nodded in greeting. But Ding Xian knew that on the surface they nodded and smiled in doubt, and most of them were scolding each other in their hearts. In the next half an hour, Lu Zhengying met and discussed with several major VCs who came to visit. Hongrui Medical has only been established for about 3 years, but it has already completed the B round of financing before, and without exception, it is from the Blue Coast. Shengfeng Capital does not accept other venture capital institutions, because the agreement between Hongrui Medical and Azure Coast and Shengfeng Capital is that if the company wants to conduct external financing, Azure Coast and Shengfeng Capital have priority and exclusive investment. Unless the priority and exclusive investment are waived, other VC institutions will not be able to gain RUSCAR. Therefore, the previous financing was all funded by Luo Sheng's institution, and other VC institutions were helpless. But they did nothing. However, these VC institutions have been staring at them, and by the next C round of financing, they have already received news that Luo Sheng is going to put other VCs on the car. This is not an exception. Many Côte d'Azur strategic investment departments Sheng for the potential investment projects that Peak Capital is looking at. The C round used to eat alone, and it has been shared since the C round. Do this to ensure that you can eat the biggest piece of cake, and at the same time, let some people come in and make a fortune. Of course, there is also the possibility of investment failure, so take the risk together. However, most investment institutions are very keen, because Luo Sheng has almost no precedent for overturning. As long as he let go, VC will not hesitate to throw money in. Because Luo Sheng is on this table, everyone is at ease. I don't understand the model and future of a company, but as long as Luo Sheng is in the car, the VCs don't think much about it. They will be done as soon as they close their eyes. They can basically get a bite of meat with Luo. About an hour or so, Ding Xian left here, and was quite satisfied when he came out of the backstage, because he also successfully got on the car. Hongrui Medical's Series C financing was successfully discussed within this hour. There are 6 venture capital institutions participating in this round of financing, led by Shengfeng Capital. The Series C financing totaled $75 million. or approximately RMB 500 million. After the C round of financing, Hongrui Medical is valued at $1.15 billion. The valuation given by the capital market means that a unicorn-level startup technology company has been born in the technology industry. Once the nanorobot developed by Hongrui Medical achieves a major breakthrough, the future prospects are boundless. Although it seems that the day of success is still quite far away, the technological progress made by the Lu Zhengyan team is visible, which gives investors great confidence, willingness to take greater risks and give Hongrui Medical a higher valuation and expect it to thrive. Cote d'Azur CEO office. Luo Sheng stood near the office window and silently overlooked the expo site below. The location of his office has a very good view. Standing next to the floor-tossling windows, the expo site has a clear view. Today is the second day of the exhibition, and there are crowds of people underneath, and it's so busy. At this time, the office door was knocked several times. Coming. Luo Sheng turned around and looked around, and it was Yao Jianhong who walked in. The leaders of the China Securities Regulatory Commission have gone. Luo Sheng came from the French window and sat down on the sofa in the rest area of the office. Yao Jianhong, who was sitting across from him, nodded. Well, let's go. Basically it's settled. The leaders of the China Securities Regulatory Commission came to the Cote d'Azur in person this time for the purpose of opening the Board of Science and Technology Innovation Board, which is very important next year. The SciTech Innovation Board is a newly established board independent of the existing main board market of Big A, and a pilot registration system is conducted in this board. There is no doubt that this is a very important new sector that the country attaches great importance to, and its market positioning is the innovation-driven and technology-powered strategy. To open the SciTech Innovation Board, it will definitely require a number of high-quality innovative companies to be listed on the SciTech Innovation Board. And most of the new startups that can be called the brand are not listed on the Blue Coast. It's really a lot. The SciTech Innovation Board would not be representative if there were no technology companies listed on the Blue Coast. In fact, the Securities Regulatory Commission has repeatedly studied the possibility of whether the Blue Coast company can be listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board, and directly chose to give up after the study. First, whether the Cote d'Azur is listed or not has to lobby Luo Sheng, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission also knows that Luo Sheng will not let the company go public, including Huawei, because there is really no shortage of money and no margin financing is required. And another reason that cannot be ignored is equally important. If the current volume of the Cote d'Azur is opened on the Science and Technology Innovation Board, it is really incredible. The entire sector will have to be broken by this big guy. If the Cote d'Azur goes public, you don't have to think about it. Its valuation must start at 20 trillion yuan, and excluding exchange rate changes, it will start at $3 trillion. The blood of the entire Big A stock market has to be drained by this company. Maybe it may not be too much for 2 or 3 years, so the CSRC gave up. The bigger motherboard already has the supergiant, the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, with a current market value of 11.47 trillion. The conclusion is that the current Big A is not enough to carry 2 supergiants at the same time. However, the opening of the SciTech Innovation Board has already set the tone, but the outside world does not know about this. The specific opening time has not been announced. Only a handful of institutions have been notified. The Cote d'Azur is one of them. Obviously, the SciTech Innovation Board cannot be opened without high-quality stocks. The first batch of listed companies on the SciTech Innovation Board is set to be 28. The China Securities Regulatory Commission hopes that we can provide 10 high-quality stocks as weighted stocks to open the market on the SciTech Innovation Board. There are 35 companies selected from the company. Mr. Luo, please take a look. Yao Jianhong put the documents he brought on the table and pushed it to Luo Sheng, who opened the list on the list. Lao Yao has selected 35 companies, but the 10 companies that are finally listed on the SciTech Innovation Board are handed over to Luo Sheng to make a decision. The first to bear the brunt is Xunxin Electronics, the largest chip foundry manufacturer in China, and the highest valuation among the first 28 listed companies on the Scitech Innovation Board. The valuation given is 1.45 trillion yuan, excluding exchange rate changes. At $215 billion US. This valuation is only less than $20 billion US away from the current market value of the performance leader LIGI. Once Xunxin Electronics is listed on the Scitech Innovation Board, it will undoubtedly become the absolute leading stock, far ahead of other listed companies on the Scitech Innovation Board. Even if it is placed in the entire Big A, its market value ranking is also ranked 5th. And the newly opened Scitech Innovation Board really needs such a pin, a proper card. Xunxin Electronics. Luo Sheng looked at it for a while, then took a pen and checked the company's list, which meant that he agreed that Xunxin Electronics should be listed on the Scitech Innovation Board. The second is the startup company with the most potential for ADAS software development in China, Jingchuang Technology, with a valuation of 57 billion yuan. The third is in the field of medical devices, Huachen Technology, which was founded by Jun Huikao and focused on the development of organ simulators, is now profitable. Yuikanza has business contacts with major global biomedical research and development giants. The valuation given is 320 billion yuan. The fourth one is Borch Technology, which develops human bionic prostheses. The company founded by Chen Xin after the 1990s has also achieved profitability, with a valuation of 178 billion yuan. Just these 10 companies, report them to the Securities Regulatory Commission. About 10 minutes later, Luo Sheng selected 10 of the 35 companies selected by Lao Yao to log on to the Scitech Innovation Board and return the documents to him. Okay, I will deal with it now. Yao Jianhong picked up the file and left Luo Sheng's office. There is no doubt that these 10 companies that are about to land on the Scitech Innovation Board are the best targets for value investment. And they are definitely the most popular stocks for price investment. The industries in which these 10 companies are located are the chip, semiconductor and medical device industries. It is certain that the trend of the technology and medical industry in 2019 next year will definitely usher in a sector bull market. Chapter 727 Luo Sheng's decision 2 days later. A large private equity institution. According to reliable internal sources, the opening of the Scitech Innovation Board next year has been confirmed, and the first 28 companies to be listed on the Scitech Innovation Board have also been confirmed. The person who said this was a middle-aged man with a partial and big back hair. He came to the office of the private equity fund manager of the institution and sat on the single sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, and by the way, he lighted a cigarette. Take a breath. Are you sure? Which 28 companies are they? Have you heard about this? The private equity manager of the institution couldn't help asking. I said, Louge, I have already worked hard to find out the exact news. I don't have that much energy to know the list of specific 28 listed companies. But there is another important point I have inquired, which is very important. Don't sell it anymore. Just talk about it. Of the 28 listed companies listed on the Scitech Innovation Board, 10 are closely related to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng? Yes, there is only so much definite news that I have heard. Luo Sheng has invested and controlled so many non-listed technology companies. This is really hard to judge. Haha, as long as it can be determined that 10 of the first batch of companies listed on the Scitech Innovation Board are related to Luo Sheng, this is major good news. Are you sure that this news is true? It's true. But I don't know which 10 companies will be. Okay, that's enough. It's completely enough. The China Securities Regulatory Commission asked Luo Sheng for 10 companies. It's not obvious. Obviously, it is necessary to make the Scitech Innovation Board a beautiful start for the first time. What is the difference between Luo Sheng's 10 companies that are going to be listed? And my judgment is that these 10 companies may be heavy stocks, leading stocks, and high-quality stocks on the Scitech Innovation Board in the future. To prop up the facade. It makes sense. What are you going to do? The news will definitely expand gradually over time, and the Shanghai Stock Index will definitely continue to explore downwards, gradually reducing positions and orderly repositioning to free up funds for the Scitech Innovation Board. Not only this private equity institution, the news is slowly spreading. More and more people have learned about it one after another, but the speed of the spread of the news is very limited, and the first to know the news is a very small minority. Message delivery is also hierarchical. The batch at the top must be the first to get the news and basically the biggest beneficiaries. On the fifth day of the Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo, that is, Wednesday, August 29th, Big opened the market in the early trading day and fell back. The organization pulled up shipments. The main funds began to flee on a large scale half an hour after the opening. Follow the diving. At noon that day, the Science and Technology Complex. At this moment, Liu Osheng is holding his un-year-old baby daughter and enjoying lunch with Qin Weimu, and King-Su and Irene. It is rare to have a neat meal. There are not many famous scenes like this. At this time, Qin Weimu looked at Liu Osheng and said, "Today, the domestic market is a bit abnormal." The market surpassed and plunged. It once fell by more than 2 points around 11 o'clock. But the share price of Whelen Pure Electric Automobile Co. Limited rose by 1.63% near the close of early trading. From the point of view of disc funds, the main force of the institution is buying heavily. Has something happened? The dinner table is all his own. Liu Osheng has no scruples. While teasing his daughter, he replied, "The Scitech Innovation Board will be launched next year. I have arranged several companies to go on the Scitech Innovation Board. There is little news. I know that the Shanghai Stock Index will keep going down this year and is ready to cash out. But it will take more than half a year before the market opens. The cash that is collected cannot be allowed to depreciate." Qin Weimu did not know about the Science and Technology Innovation Board. The day before yesterday, the China Securities Regulatory Commission did not say hello to Shengfeng Capital in a separate notice, because they thought that they had already said hello. Now that Liu Osheng knows, Shengfeng Capital is also his. It's just that Liu Osheng hasn't told Qin Weimu about this in the past 2 days. But Shengfeng Capital has delayed the news for 2 days. It turned out to be like this, so today's market is not difficult to understand. Qin Weimu suddenly realized it. Obviously, these main institutions had a tacit understanding and deposited the funds in the leading stock of Big A, while Anshan enter the electric car company. This is Liu Osheng's company. Whether it is a large number of small and medium-sized investors or institutions, all buy it, and the performance of Whelen Pure Electric Automobile is there. This stock has always been the favorite of price investment, so it is natural capital. Safe haven. Qin Weimu cleverly pouted and snorted. These people are so courageous, they are not afraid of me hitting them. Liu Osheng calmly said, "They just don't want to push the stock price too much. Turn one eye and close the other. If they really do too much, let them stand guard on the top of the mountain." Generally speaking, no one can control a company with a market value of hundreds of billions or more except the national team, except for the Blue Pure Electric car, where there is one of the biggest market maker Shengfeng Capital. However, this bookmaker is different from other bookmakers in that it mainly protects the market, and will not smash the market unscrupulously for profit. Other bookmakers will leave after harvesting, and take care of him. In addition to Liu Osheng's awareness of not messing around, it also lies in the fact that the scale of Shengfeng Capital is too large. If the stock market makes waves, the entire bigger will be a feather. Then the country will not have a trick from the sky. It's fun. Obviously, Liu Osheng will not commit this kind of those institutional funds are irresistible in Xiaoshen's eyes, but in Shengfeng Capital's eyes, they are all leaks, but larger leaks. If you dare to mess around with the Blue Pure Electric car company, not to mention that the national team will definitely come out of the sky, Shengfeng Capital can let them know how the flowers are popular. As of today's morning break, The share price of Wheelan Pure Electric Automobile has risen 1.63%, an increase of 187.04 billion yuan. Qin Weimer said, "Do you want them to stand guard on the top of the mountain?" Luo Sheng shook his head and said, "Forget it. There is no need to be so utilitarian. For the time being, these institutions shouldn't be too unreasonable. Let them stand guard on the top of the mountain. More often, a large number of retail investors stand guard with them. The most hurtful thing is these little ones, scattered. In any case, once this is done, Shengfeng Capital will definitely be the biggest beneficiary, and most of the profits in it may be paid by retail investors. The small bulk of the big A is pitiful enough, and it is pressed by those institutions sucking blood on the ground. If Shengfeng Capital, as the largest domestic capital institution, also joins in, Xiaoshen will really have nowhere to survive. In the coming year, I have to go to the Science and Technology Innovation Board to take over." Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Xiaoshen, let's try not to touch them. Let people decide, and they will definitely be harvested by the organization, and our harvesting organization will do." Qin Weimer said softly and leisurely, "When capital has a conscience, it is adding a degree of difficulty to the trader." Luo Sheng said, "A statement that has nothing to do with conscience. The capital market has no conscience. It is reasonable. It is unreasonable to talk about sustainable development even if the roots are pulled out. By the way, you can plan and do an irrational operation at the end of the year. Wash the dishes, try to wash out institutional funds, and give benefits to small investors who support me, but it also depends on whether these small investors are determined or not. If they are not determined, they will be washed out." After that, Luo Sheng shrugged. The object of his welfare is the small and medium-sized investors who truly support him as always. Even under this circumstance, he is a real fan of such investors, Luo Sheng. It will also give him a plentiful return in return for his inattentive support. Distribute benefits to Xiao. What do you want me to do? Qin Weimer looked at Luo Sheng curiously. Dividends. Let the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company divide the annual profit of this year. Luo Sheng said slowly, the essence of the stock market is harvesting. www.mtnovel.com, a mechanism of wealth distribution, and it is concentrated in the hands of a few people. And Luo Sheng's decision is to do the opposite. Take the initiative to make profit. No wonder it is an irrational operation. However, he actually made this decision from a higher dimension, looking at it from a higher level. Luo Sheng's move may not make himself lose, nor is it necessarily an irrational behavior. When stockholders really make money, they will expand their consumption when they have money, and the real economy will benefit from this. Luo Sheng now has a large number of industries under its control, and it needs the stimulation of consumption to drive a virtuous and positive development of the industry. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible for the outside world to think that Luo Sheng will really pay dividends on a large scale one day. What they want is this kind of surprise, otherwise the effect he wants will not be achieved. Ps. In reality, there are no people like Mr. Luo, so I can only yell in the book. The small and medium investors of our big A are too miserable. Cover your face. Laugh and cry. Chapter 728 Solution for Maritime Satellite Networking System. After lunch, Qin Weimer left first. She was going to manage some work matters of Shengfeng Capital. Unknowingly, the end of the third quarter of 2018 is coming to an end, and the whole year of this year has been an unfriendly year for the majority of stockholders and small and medium investors. From the beginning of the year to the present, the overall trend of the stock market has been bottoming all the way down. It seems that you can't reach the bottom at all. The more you probe, the less the bottom. At the beginning of the year, Lam was involved in things. This year's downturn began when Lam played a CIA planting and arguing. Luo Sheng also added fuel to the fire. At the beginning of the year, there was a wave of tricks. Kill Wall Street investors. However, the changes in the external market have also greatly affected the trend of the big A. Although not as drastic as the US stocks, it has also fallen for a year. At the beginning of the year, When Luo Sheng lured a lot, the bigger Shanghai index soared all the way to a position close to 3,700 points. At that time, stockholders happily thought that this was the starting point of 2018, and the slow bull was coming, but they did not expect to become the culmination of this year. Afterwards, a long downward trend began. Although there was a rebound in the middle, the gains were limited. The overall trend is going all the way down. The current market has reached the position of 2,950 points. For ordinary stockholders, this year is undoubtedly a tormented year. Some stockholders can't bear the downturn when they are heads, cut off the meat and run away. And some simply uninstall the stock software and pretend to be dead. It's falling more and more. Foolish regular fixed-rate investment. Ordinary investors don't know when the market will bottom out, but some large institutions have already analyzed it, and the data obtained is that 2,620 points are the bottom of the market. This data is also consistent with the data analyzed by Shengfeng Capital, and it has further accurately analyzed the bottoming out of the rebound time. The answer is that at the beginning of 2019, bigger will usher in a rapid rise in the new year. This shows that the advantages of large institutions can never be matched by ordinary investors. After Luo Sheng arranged the capital market, he did not pay too much attention to this one. Instead, he put his energy in the field of science and technology again. Qin Weimu is taking care of the capital market to help him realize the vision he wants to achieve. Yao Jianhong, 10 companies listed on the board, is actively dealing with it. These things have been set up, and you only need to see the results later. Today is the 6th day of the Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo. In the past few days, many orders and contracts have been generated during the expo, and most of them are orders with a value of more than $100 million, and no orders for $1 billion less. The expo site was still very popular. This afternoon, Yao Jianhong took part of the time to meet with business negotiation delegations from more than 20 countries with shipping as the main economic pillar. Many of them were Europeans, but Lam was not among them. Mr. Yao, we must make it clear in advance that if the North American side stops it in the future and puts pressure on us, we may not be able to handle the pressure and the cooperation will not proceed. In the business meeting room, a business representative of a country participating in the meeting said straightforwardly. People in other business negotiation delegations also nodded again and again. You are the second largest country in the world on the Côte d'Azur. You are also a giant. You can compete with Laum, but our little brothers may not be able to do so. I live in the American Emperor's Yanwei, and I still have to call my father at the critical moment. It's okay. I naturally understand your difficulties. There are hidden worries in this area. It is completely right. If the North American side puts pressure on you, you will meet his request, but the replacement will take time, about 6 years. Well, sign such a long contract, Yao Jianhong said with a smile on his legs. 6 years is just right. This is still considering the situation that the baby may be re-elected. The customers present also have difficulties. On the one hand, they have to develop themselves, and life is not so easy. On the other hand, North America has to provide for it. What should we do? It can only be against the yin. These customers came today with the global mobile broadband network system under the Côte d'Azur Laboratory, which is a brand new solution developed by the Côte d'Azur to provide maritime satellite networking. It was announced for the first time at this expo, and it quickly attracted these countries with shipping as the main economic pillar to come to cooperate, and one of the major customers was Samsung Heavy Industries. Samsung valued the superior competitiveness of this technical solution developed by the Riviera, and after research confirmed that it can be connected to the system for its own ships under construction. At present, the system has launched 12 communication satellites through Star Arrow International last year, all independently developed by the Côte d'Azur Lab. By this year, there are already 21 communication satellites operating in low Earth orbit, covering the world. In all areas except the polar regions, The infrastructure was quickly established and announced through this expo to officially provide high-quality HNA solutions to global customers. Unlike its competitors who provide a single maritime communication service, the service scope of this system in the Côte d'Azur has directly expanded to the technical support services of communication, tracking, navigation, disaster search and rescue in the entire field of sea, land and air. The representative of Samsung Heavy Industries asked, "Mr. Yao, is your company's AFX system really reliable in terms of stability?" After all, it has only been less than 3 years, and it may not be more than 10 years under normal circumstances. Hearing this, Yao Jianhong said with a smile, "I never exaggerate propaganda on the Côte d'Azur. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. To deceive customers is tantamount to digging our own graves. We are not a company that sells with one hammer, so please rest assured." "Don't worry, everyone." After a pause, Yao Jianhong added, "In fact, before the launch of the AFX system, we have spent nearly 5 years planning. As early as 2013, we internally established that we would launch a new generation of land and sea for the global market. Air Integrated Global IoT System. In order to build this system, we have launched more than 20 satellites, all of which are communication satellites designed for high-speed broadband connection services, thus forming this global network. In the fourth quarter of this year, we will continue to launch more satellites, provide further guarantee for stable communications. The other client negotiating delegations present had their own personal discussions and nodded silently from time to time. The credit and goodwill of the Côte d'Azur is indeed guaranteed, and the technology is brand new, but according to its past examples, the technology is also guaranteed, and some institutions or companies that cooperate with it have also given high praise. The reputation of enterprise-level solutions has always been good. Although the North American side has been working with Haiyue Washing and his company, and the younger brothers of the United States have also repeatedly said yes, but this is only a positive insurance, and they are all shrewd. Ledger. At this time, the chief technical officer of the AFX system said, "Everyone, the AFX system can not only ensure that customers obtain real-time data such as hull operation status, fuel consumption expectations, and surrounding weather forecasts, but also provide individualized networking services for the crew, especially for companies like Samsung Heavy Industries, which is at the forefront of the shipbuilding industry. The use of this system can immediately improve the level of intelligence of ships." As Mr. Yao said about our arrangements for the next 4 quarters, I can tell you more specifically. Next, we will begin to further deploy security protection technologies for the AFX system to prevent security threats brought by the Internet. Considering that the navigation environment at sea is much simpler than that on land, in the foreseeable future, when the maritime Internet becomes more convenient and safer, it will be better for unmanned ships that are beginning to develop. Unmanned vehicles on land are developing faster. Yao Jianhong also added at this time, "You should know that the world's largest intelligent unmanned cargo port located in Linge County near the Strait of Malacca has been under construction for many years. Of course, it is an asset of Star Arrow International, but you should also know that it is Mr. Luo's layout. Ships in the future will lose their competitiveness if they do not access the satellite internet. Intelligence is the future trend. Everyone, the pulse of the times is beating. It will not stop and wait for someone deliberately. If you miss the best outlet, you really miss it completely." Everyone looked at each other, and Yao Jianhong's concerted cooperation has indeed had a huge impact on the potential customers present. Today, they finally understand Luo Sheng's layout in Linge County many years ago. At that time, they couldn't understand why he entered the port and transportation industry. Now they basically understand that this is to initiate a new round of technological change in this field. If you still can see it, you can just jump into the sea. Perhaps thinking of this, while marveling at Luo Sheng's super and advanced grand layout plan, on the contrary, he has a lot of confidence in the AFX system. The previous concern is that this new solution is very attractive, but I was in a hurry. When I look back, I think it's not the case. Luo Sheng has already arranged it clearly, and it must have been reliable commercialization only now when it is launched. Novel.com. These people on the scene thought they saw Luo. The fifth floor of Shengxing is actually only the third floor. This AFX system is part of the satellite internet Starlink project. The Linga County Freight Terminal is not mainly for port transportation services. Its greatest significance is air-to-ski transportation. Let's sign a contract for 6 years. Finally, one of the delegations directly expressed their views, and the client negotiating team that came immediately afterwards all expressed their views on signing the cooperation agreement. The result is that today, there are 1,256 ships with different displacements and sizes that only need to be connected to the AFX system. Samsung Heavy Industries is very simple. Its subsequent new ships are connected to the AFX system. Business delegations from other countries have also commissioned the Côte d'Azur to provide their old. Some ships are improved and upgraded to introduce the AFX system as a solution, and more than 10,000 new and old ships will be connected to the system in 6 years. Today, the Côte d'Azur once again signed a strategic contract totaling $19.2 billion to provide customers with their own technical solutions in the next 6 years. Chapter 729 Biochemical Robot Dragonfly. The week-long Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo is finally over, but its heat is still fermenting and heated discussions continue. About an hour after the expo ended, the official website of the Côte d'Azur announced a heavy news and was quickly reported by major media. During the expo, large, medium and small customers from 157 countries and regions around the world signed medium and long-term cooperation with the Côte d'Azur or its holding companies and affiliated companies. A total of 359 enterprise-level customers signed contracts and the total contract orders reached $68.692 billion. The areas of cooperation include electronics, communications, new materials, biopharmaceuticals, medical equipment, semiconductors, the Internet of Things, and many other frontier hot fields. This list table undoubtedly once again shocked the world to show the leadership and strength of the Côte d'Azur in the main scientific and technological fields, and Luo Sheng's status as the #1 person in the scientific and technological world can hardly be shaken. After the end of the Côte d'Azur Science and Technology Expo, Nielsen, a market data research organization, issued a special report that raised the Côte d'Azur's 2018 forecast from $628 billion to $715 billion. No matter what company it is or what industry it is in, when the company's annual revenue exceeds $100 billion, its influence on the industry is a weather vane and barometer, and this influence is not yet regional nature, but global in scope. This shows how much influence the Côte d'Azur Group has in the world today and in its industry. Science and Technology Complex Building, Underground Library Laboratory. The outside media and the industry are all talking about it. But Luo Sheng has not paid attention to these things for a long time, but has made his own new inventions wholeheartedly. At this moment, in the private laboratory of the underground library, Luo Sheng and his two beautiful tool girls are together, and number 2 and number 18 act as research assistants for him. Give me the backpack. Luo Sheng focused on the minimally invasive operating table in front of him, carefully controlling the equipment to modify a dragonfly. The number 18 tool human sister paper uses a piece of tweezers to hold a det unit smaller than the pinky nail into the instrument port. This is what Luo Sheng called a backpack. During this time, he was developing a biochemical robot dragonfly. With the assistance of two tools, Ren Meizi, his development progress and efficiency have improved a lot. The biochemical dragonfly robot is divided into 2 parts. The main part is a dragonfly whose neuron gene has been modified, which is the dragonfly on the minimally invasive operating table. Luo Sheng added a gene that expresses bright protein lecithin to this dragonfly, in order to make this dragonfly more sensitive to light. In the backpack of the load unit, the most critical element is a light sensor he called the Optode. Its surface is coated with dragonfly antibodies, which can emit fluorescence when the corresponding antigen contacts. In addition, solar cells can obtain trace amounts of energy from the environment, so that they will not be dragged down by huge batteries. Because of this, the size of this backpack is smaller than that of a pinky fingernail. Luo Sheng glanced at the real-time feedback data on the panel, confirmed that it was correct, and proceeded with the transformation. On the basis of this knapsack, Luo Sheng can send his command data to the steering neurons in the dragonfly's brain through the fluorescent signal of the A-optopole. To achieve this, the dragonfly can be artificially controlled to maintain a straight line or turn during flight, and it will not damage the dragonfly's neurons in the process. The research of biochemical robot insects is something that Luo Sheng is quite interested in. In the previous life, he was an authoritative researcher specializing in the field of artificial intelligence. However, in addition to the field of artificial intelligence, Luo Sheng has been making continuous progress in cross-border learning. There are also more and more fields, and I am fully capable of earning multiple doctorates. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng has not graduated from university so far, and is still in a state of suspension. Fuda did not open him. Anyway, he just extended the suspension indefinitely. It can be said that as long as he wants to graduate, the school will definitely arrange for him separately. This biochemical robot dragonfly is Luo Sheng's self-examination of his research in other disciplines over the years. It is the result of interdisciplinary linkage. It is only possible to pass the examination by proficient in multiple disciplines. In addition to self-finding tests for himself, Luo Sheng's practice of this thing is of course also worthy of application. The purpose is to develop a more flexible and easy-to-control miniaturized unmanned aerial vehicle to detect environmental changes or wounded search and rescue mission. In places where disasters occur, in small spaces where humans cannot go, this kind of dragonfly biochemical robot can shine. However, Luo Sheng's development task is not easy. Its backpack part was developed only recently. The lifespan of the first-generation biochemical robot Dragonfly is not very long, only about 3 months. But because the backpack structure can carry additional payload, its application range can be said to be extremely broad. In addition to scientific detection, environmental monitoring, disasters and other purposes, it can also be used to guide pollination. The above-mentioned applications are in the fields of science and civilian use, and because the Dragonfly biochemical robot has the advantage of high natural concealment and the potential as a spy, it is also very powerful in the military field, such as intelligence, tracking and other purposes. Make opponents hard to defend. Finally, Luo Sheng left the minimally invasive operating table with both hands. He glanced at the number 18 sister paper. "How is it?" Number 18 Tool Ren Meizi replied. "Everything is normal, waiting for the effect of the tranquilizer to disappear before starting the next test." Luo Sheng nodded. "If the test can be passed smoothly, it will be handed over to you later, and a batch will be manufactured according to the existing steps." Number 18 Tool Ren Meizi nodded lightly. "Yes, Master." Luo Sheng couldn't help but stretched out lazily. The sensible number 2 Tool Girl brought a chair to him on the spot, and the latter happily sat down, while the number 2 Tool Girl was resting on him immediately. When rubbing his shoulders and pressing his back, Luo Sheng enjoyed it comfortably, muttering to himself, "Has the cost of the biochemical robot Dragonfly been calculated?" Xiona quickly responded. "The calculation results show that the cost of a single piece is not less than 550,000 yuan. Luo Sheng stunned. "It's so expensive?" "It's nearly half of what I expected." "It seems that the next job is to reduce costs and extend its life." The usefulness of the biochemical robot Dragonfly is very wide. Disaster search and rescue, environmental monitoring and other fields can be greatly improved. But Luo Sheng does not intend to directly use this technology for civilian use. First, The technology needs to be improved and the market capacity is small. 5 to 600,000 yuan can only be used for 3 months and belch. Not many people can afford it. This is just a cost price. If it is really going to be commercialized, it will sell for 1 million units. Environmental monitoring, scientific investigation, disaster search and rescue are all relatively small probability events, and basically they will not be bought if they do not happen, because the lifespan is too short. There is no argument for reserves. The conclusion is obvious. Commercial value is optional. Luo Sheng is not short of this money. He decided to create a batch of secrets for the Horizon Security Company to use, and he did not need humans to control it. It was handed over to the bionics sent out by Auguste Fron. Okay. Just as Luo Sheng was considering the application of biochemical dragonfly, number 18 Tool Ren Meizi said, "Master, the sedative effect has disappeared and we can proceed to the next round of testing." Chapter 730 Reward. The bionic sister number 18 took a control panel and handed it to Luo Sheng. Open the information panel. Luo Sheng manipulated it, and the real-time screen appeared on the main screen. This picture was taken by a pinhole camera with a diameter of only 0.9 mm on the modified backpack of the biochemical dragonfly. Graphene is used for its component materials. Luo Sheng used the control panel to output instructions and sent them to the steering neurons in the dragonfly's brain through fluorescent signals. The modified dragonfly stirred its wings to take off. Go out and stroll. Luo Sheng's control is like playing a first-view game. The transformed dragonfly is completely under his control, asking it to fly where and where. After a while, the dragonfly left the underground vault to the ground and flew in the Science and Technology Complex. Under Luo Sheng's control, this dragonfly flew to the changing room of the building's indoor swimming pool. There happened to be 2 housekeeping girls hired by the complex. Luo Sheng hired a private maid for himself. High-quality appearance is the basic condition. There is wood. They work here, enjoy food and housing. The building is very large and there are many rooms in the living area. The rooms they live in are all living rooms and bedrooms, and there is no dormitory. You can also use some of the recreational facilities in the building, such as the fitness room, swimming pool, etc., which can be used for free during work hours or vacations. Luo Sheng did not ask for anything, and would not feel like he was superior. With employers like him, I'm afraid there are no employees who don't like it. Anyway, the maids who came to work in the Science and Technology Complex never wanted to leave after they came. Unless Luo Sheng fired them, they would never take the initiative to resign. Cough cough cough. At this time, Luo Sheng couldn't help coughing a few times as he watched the live footage from the main panel's field of vision. The picture was more, but soon calmly continued to control the dragonfly to fly away from the locker room. Here are 2 sisters who are on vacation. They don't know they have been spied on. Dragonfly flew to the more empty indoor swimming pool. Luo Sheng comfortably admired the live footage of wearing back. At this moment, several maids were playing in the indoor swimming pool. The situation here is the home of the world's richest man, living in this dire strait every day. Look, what's that? Dragonfly. How come dragonflies fly in? There are 3 maid girls in the swimming pool, and one of them accidentally found this dragonfly, mainly because it was flying too low, about 1 meter from the pool surface, and it was relatively close to them. But it was not enough to be found surprising. The key is that Luo Sheng wants to observe more details, and of course he has to get closer. I have to say that this evil taste of voyeurism is really strange and fresh. Although the Archbishop will follow all of them if he thinks about it, can it be the same? At this moment, one of the maid girls suddenly slapped the paper. Fuck. Luo Sheng, who was far away in the underground library laboratory, was taken aback, and hurriedly manipulated the dragonfly to lift and fly away. Almost overturned. This Nizai almost wiped out my little pet worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Luo Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The load unit backpack on the biochemical dragonfly has not yet been waterproofed. Let's take a look outside. Luo Sheng manipulated the biochemical dragonfly to fly away from the swimming pool. The picture of the deep water here didn't have much appeal to him. After all, he had lived in this deep water for so many years. Got used to. Leaving the building, the biochemical dragonfly flew in the outdoor sky. Luo Sheng used the camera on the dragonfly backpack to get a panoramic view of the outdoor scene. The flight speed of dragonflies is not very fast, but the strengths of this kind of insects are sudden stops and sharp turns in the air. They also start fast and have super mobility. At this moment, under the control of Luo Sheng, this dragonfly was flying unimpeded in the city, overlooking the bustling crowds below and the endless city traffic. No one cares, and it is impossible to care about a small dragonfly flying in the sky. Then he controlled the dragonfly to fly on the Yangqing Lake, and flew against the surrounding vegetation along the coast. For almost 10 minutes, Luo Sheng once again sent a signal through the panel to control the dragonfly to come back. At this moment, Luo Sheng was dumbfounded by the next scene. The live footage that came back had a violent shock, and he could barely see clearly that it happened. He suddenly cursed, "This Nima hit the spider web. It's over. It's over." Luo Sheng left the panel with both hands and chose to give up the treatment. The final first view image is a spider crawling along the net, and then the image is broken. Nice. This spider is a good one. He ate hundreds of thousands of tons of meals. Luo Sheng said to himself helplessly. He hadn't thought of planting a spider on a spider. But the problem is not very big, just a few 100,000. If it is gone, it is gone. The real-time transmission of test data is reserved. This is the most precious thing. As long as the data is not lost, there is no problem. On the contrary, this accident made Luo Sheng realize that he had neglected the survival of the biochemical dragonfly and had to consider natural factors, which he had previously ignored. Now it is a good thing to find that it can avoid greater losses. On the 18th, the mass manufacturing will be temporarily cancelled, and I will make further optimization and improvement. Luo Sheng said decisively. Yes, Master. Luo Sheng opened the panel and said, "The load unit backpack needs to be further optimized. Xiona, Memo, add the environment recognition depth perception module, upload a series of natural environment and natural enemies data information that can threaten dragonfly creatures." Xiona, Master, Assistant Tang Xin is here, waiting in the living room. Hearing that, Luo Sheng quickly settled the matter here, and ordered the two tool girls to continue to complete the work, and then left the underground laboratory. "Send her to my office." A few minutes later, Tang Xin brought in materials from several companies or institutions under Luo Sheng, such as Azure Coast, Shengfeng Capital, and Blue Star Technology. "Mr. Luo, this is the cost saved by the institutions and departments of your major companies in the 3 years from 2015 to 2017. Now all the data statistics have been completed." Tang Xin handed the materials one by one in batches, at the same time simple and clear. They added, the cost of nursery stock was saved by $880 million. The administrative and logistics department's operating cost was saved by $2.98 billion. The logistics cost was saved by $1.72 billion. And the anti-corruption recovery fund was $3.22 billion. A total of $33.182 billion was saved in 3 years. Based on real-time exchange rates, approximately 209.71 billion yuan. Luo Sheng looked through the materials, and the various budget savings were dazzling. Over the past 3 years, major companies have saved a total of $33.182 billion. The money saved by the great cause is an astronomical amount. And the money saved by anti-corruption is also a considerable amount. Even if there is a big family business all over the world, corruption will always happen. Even if there is Xiona, it can only ensure that there will be no high-level executives committing crimes, or arrangements will be made before committing them. However, in some oil and water departments, middle-level management takes advantage of their positions. Then, temptation in the marginal area will always be close to each other. However, when these corruption cases were discovered, Xiona also made a great contribution in secret, otherwise the loss may be even greater. After reading the document, Luo Sheng directly approved it and said, well, notify the senior management of each company and take 30% of the money saved by the company over the past 3 years to give all employees a Big Pot Meal Award. This award has been around for 4 or 5 years, and it will be issued this month. Tang Xin nodded. Okay Manager Luo, then I will go. Go ahead. Luo Sheng remembers that the last time he issued the Big Pot Rice Award was in 2014. This award is very special. It is a special award of irregular amounts based on the concept of common prosperity by the major companies under him. As the name implies, sitting in rows and eating fruits is the reward of indifference, inclusiveness, equal benefit, everyone's share, egalitarianism, and sharing economy. As long as it is a formal employee of Luo Sheng, no matter which company it is, they can evenly allocate an equal amount of bonus from this saving package. The amount is equal to senior executives like Yao Jianhong and Zhang Boyin, and down to several levels of employees. It is the same, and the amount depends on the size of the total bonus package. In the past 3 years, a total of $33.182 billion has been saved, 30% of which is $9.954 billion. Several companies under Luo Sheng currently have a total of 2.67 million employees worldwide. According to the principle of equal distribution of Big Pot Rice, every employee can share from this bonus package to $3,728.31, which is approximately RMB 23,562.91. Luo Sheng's purpose of setting up this Big Pot Meal Award is to guide all employees to fight corruption, save everyone, and focus on the interests of the company. Although the company is very rich, everyone on the earth knows it. It does not conflict with keeping the company's operating costs down and down. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng's operation of inviting the Big Pot Meal Award, the biggest learning in it is still such a clever divide. Obviously, dividing money is not about how much it is, but whether it is reasonable. If it is unreasonable, it will be counterproductive. Therefore, instead of dividing all the money saved, 30% of the money is taken out. If all of the money is divided, it will inevitably go to the other extreme, making the following departments to save money in order to increase the budget. Separated. Leave the main part of the savings to the company. Only in this way can employees focus on their performance and save them completely. The final performance is also inseparable. Instead, they receive less wages and dividends, and they will not be in the big pot. The award has made a fuss on this level, so that this award can play a positive role. Chapter 731 Problem. It's September. Luo Sheng's 2.67 million regular employees from all over the world had an extra $3,728.31 Oregon 23,562.91 yuan in their salary accounts, which was paid along with the September salary. More than 80% of employees are still in a state of confusion about making such a considerable amount of money in their salary accounts for no reason. They also asked the financial office if they sent it wrong, and they didn't know and did not dare to collect it. Traceability mechanism. It is displayed, and it will definitely be recovered after a real investigation, but it is embarrassing. After asking it suddenly became clear that it turned out to be a Big Pot Meal Award. This kind of bonus is issued irregularly and in a variable amount. The last time this award was issued was several years ago. However, it is natural for the employees below to be happy, which is equivalent to a windfall, especially for some grassroots employees who have just joined the company. The bonus of more than 20,000 yuan is almost his 1 month's basic salary. A very considerable amount of money. Soon, the major companies under Luo Sheng decided to distribute the nearly tens of billions of dollars of funds recovered from the company's revenue and expenditure and anti-corruption in the past 3 years to all employees on average to reward those employees who have contributed to the company's revenue and expenditure and abiding by the law. Spread. Take the Blue Coast Company as an example. Due to the company's long-term adherence to the strategy of comparison of welfare and socialization, it will not give out mooncakes and other welfare every year. And this September is the Mid-Autumn Festival, mainly in US dollars. So it is jokingly called the mooncake of the old Wang's house next door by netizens who eat melon online, and it is filled with magnesium. Envy my real name, Im Sour. In other words, the Archbishop can make such a fresh and refined operation. If he changes to the head of another listed company, I am afraid that the board of directors and the general meeting of shareholders will have already exercised the power of appointment and removal of executives. The implementation of organizational structures and management bonuses like the Côte d'Azur is difficult for companies not to take off. Get the most money, reward the most capable people, get the highest salary, do the most important work, set the highest goal. It's all right, but whoever learns this set of other companies will die. Hey, many of our units are still brainwashing to live in peace and dedication, bravely. Well, it's best to bring dry food to work for the boss. Cover your face, ha ha, giant reality. By the end of September, the Côte d'Azur company brought a new wave of rhythm. As one of the most famous multinational technology giants in the world, the Côte d'Azur has a rhythm. The appeal is leveraged, and it attracts the crowd of onlookers to eat melons on a global scale. On Friday, September 28th, Côte d'Azur issued an important announcement, directing the finger at Lyle Binary in North America and strongly condemning the company's plagiarism of Côte d'Azur swarm drone technology and infringing on the company's intellectual property rights. In addition to expressing a strong condemnation, the content of the announcement stated that the lawyer would write a letter soon. The Côte d'Azur also lists and compares the scope of infringement one by one. This wave of rhythm brought Lyle Binary directly to the headlines of major news websites in the world. The feeling of the Côte d'Azur's move to outsiders was that they were going to blow up their hair. After a few days of fighting between the two sides, the lawyer's letter was passed. The Côte d'Azur took the lead in launching a lawsuit against Lyle Binary, regardless of the 3 or 71. Immediately litigate, a secretly directed and acted by Luo Sheng. A drama in the science and technology circle began at the approach of the last quarter of the year. The real rhythm master will know if there is any. What's more interesting is that the European and American media have seen that such fried hair rarely occurs in the Côte d'Azur. When reporting relevant news, it is more or less gloating between the lines. It also claims that the yin and yang are weird, claiming that the Côte d'Azur is lackluster, bullying the small by big and overpowering others. Some media in North America directly blasted Lyle Binary Company. This rhythm even involved Google co-founder Larry Page. Page could not bear it at first glance, because the Côte d'Azur proposed in the litigation that Lyle Binary Company must stop the infringement and apologize, and at the same time pay a huge compensation of up to $15 billion. For the current Lyle Binary Company, it can simply sell itself, even if you may not be able to afford it if you sell it yourself. Page was involved because the current largest shareholder of Lyle Binary Company is Google. After the C round of financing, the shareholding ratio is as high as 28.92%, and the company's valuation has reached $40 billion. And Google is also deepening cooperation with Lyle Binary in artificial intelligence. If it loses the lawsuit or is even acquired by the Côte d'Azur, then Google will have to be involved. Although Google and the Côte d'Azur are also in lawsuits all year round, mainly operating on smartphones, the system has been tearing. Lyle Binary is one of the few bright startups in Silicon Valley in recent years, and it is also the latest super unicorn company with a valuation of tens of billions of dollars in recent years. Since the rise of Luo Sheng, it has been a long time since Silicon Valley has created a tens of billion-dollar super unicorn. In North America, It's cool to die right now. It's a thing that everyone on Earth knows that I've been watching the Blue Coast and Liu Sheng is unhappy. The Côte d'Azur does not want to win this lawsuit. Not to mention that the swarm drone technology of Lyle Binary Company is very concerned about the Wujiao building. Even if the technology is really not good, it's been a long time to simply watch the Côte d'Azur. It is impossible for Liu Sheng to win. This is destined to be a long case that spans corporate disputes, and it is normal for 10 or 8 years. Mexico, Monterrey. A group of local gangs drove several logistics trucks to the warehouse area of the Côte d'Azur flagship store to pick up the goods. In a house next to the warehouse area, Li Lizing had a face-to-face discussion with the person in charge who came to pick up the goods. "Say hello to the Godfather for me, Mr. Andrei," Li said with a smile, going to the village as he did. "It's real to do business with you Chinese." The man named Andrei handed Li a Cuban cigar. The name Li is the of wealth in the eyes of the major gray forces in Mexico. No one dared to touch Li. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it was so easy. And third, there was no benefit. Li is a completely neutral role here, and treats everyone equally, that is, the customer. The firm reputation of the Riviera has even been well known among these gangs. Word of mouth is the most important thing, especially for this. However, it is worth mentioning that the Côte d'Azur did not do business with the Grey Forces. Well, out of this store, Li had no idea that the other party was from a large local underground gang, but a local agent client. Li and Andrei were chatting in this house, and the next room was very lively at the moment. Several staff members kept carrying boxes into this room. In this room, there are more than a dozen cash counters all counting money at the same time, all of which are all cash and dollar bills. It is said that the business branch of Côte d'Azur in Mexico is the most expensive banknote counter. On average, one is broken every 2 days or so, and large value transaction customers only use cash. Naturally, these local gangs do not dare to use institutional accounts for delivery. If they are discovered, they will be frozen and confiscated within minutes. Business here can only be done in cash, whether it is a small order of tens of thousands or a large order of several hundred million. Finally, a staff member came to Li's side and spoke in Chinese. "Mr. Li, the accounts have been checked, no problem." Hearing this, Li nodded, and immediately looked at Andrei with a smile, snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, Mr. Andrei, the money is okay, let's settle it now." Then the two sides signed each other's orders. After the matter was over, they said happy cooperation in their handshake and ended the meeting. These old men who had been fighting all day long were also quite gentlemanly. On the other side, a box of Azure 5 mobile phones in the storage area was moved to a logistics truck. Half an hour later, the logistics fleet left its head office on the Côte d'Azur full of goods. What Andrei didn't know was that when he left with the cargo, a few small unmanned attack aircraft produced by Lyle Binary had already taken off in an unattended corner of the city. Chapter 732 Exploded. This shipment is very important. Don't travel on business. Don't worry, boss. In Monterrey, on our territory, who dares to provoke us? Yes. The logistics and freight fleet drove away from the Côte d'Azur's branch in Monterrey, and Adri was communicating with his brothers along the way, but the enthusiasm of everyone was high and they were very confident. At the same time, the people of NSA have been dormant. Target confirmation is complete. Target locking is complete. A logistics truck loaded with Azure 5. A little brother sitting in the front passenger seat is smoking a big cigar comfortably, pouring out smoke. He puts one hand on the side of the car window, with a cigar in his other hand. He was about to flick a pop of soot out of the car window. Huh? What is this? He inadvertently saw a green laser beacon light on his arm on the car window. Just when he was still a little puzzled and had not reacted to it, an air-to-surface missile was already roaring over the sky. Boom! A loud noise broke the tranquility of Monterrey City, accompanied by a soaring fire. The transport vehicle was hit with precision, and the moment the cargo compartment burst, The Azure 5 products loaded inside were scattered everywhere. "What's the matter?" Andrei, who was in front of the team, was taken aback. "We were attacked." There was a shouting sound from the radio communicator, and then another miniaturized air-to-surface missile sprayed flames like a roar. Although these missiles are difficult to effectively penetrate the tank armor, it is more than enough to deal with these ordinary transport vehicles. There was another loud noise suddenly, which meant that another transporter had suffered. Andrei got out of the car in embarrassment. At this moment, when he was still wondering who was attacking them, he inadvertently saw another missile roaring in the sky. "It's not fair." With a loud noise, Andrei and his vehicle turned into a sea of flames. The remaining little brothers who were lucky enough to abandon the car and fled. At this time, they can take care of them. The little boss is gone, and it is important to escape. 3 more air-to-surface missiles fell from the sky. So far, all transport vehicles carrying Azure 5 products have been destroyed. The target has been destroyed. Fix it at a fixed point and make up a few more shipments. The goods may be destroyed and dirty. Understand? I thought that the attack was over. After less than half a minute, a few more air-to-surface missiles blew the convoy again. And finally no new missiles came. The NSA people confirmed the completion of the task and decisively collected the team and left. The attack soon appeared on the local TV news on the same day. According to the news report, preliminary investigation results showed that this was a black killing incident among local gangs. However, this incident did not cause much sensation in the local area. On the contrary, there was media attention and quoted reports from the other side of the ocean. After all, it was the products of the Côte d'Azur that were blown up. Many domestic netizens are more concerned about the Côte d'Azur. Whether the loss is huge. Related reports were reprinted from the media, and after reprocessing, it was disseminated for the second time. It turned out that the Blue Coast lost hundreds of millions of dollars in the local area, and the logistics vehicles loaded with Azure 5 were bombed. There are pictures with the truth, with eye-catching titles. These self-media articles were uploaded to the internet and almost easily made 10W plus of traffic. No way, Liu Sheng and his several technology companies have received too much attention, and the world's richest man can't escape being consumed wildly by these self-media. As the event fermented, the spread became wider and wider, and more people followed, but most people didn't know it was fake. The Côte d'Azur official V had to come out to refute the rumors on the internet. Many netizens who eat melon saw the official news and clarified that these losses were not from the Côte d'Azur, and the goods had been delivered, so they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for this incident in the local area, the second blog post issued by the Côte d'Azur official V stated innocently that he did not know that the transaction client was a local gang figure, and thought it was a local legal agent. The blog post included an emoji package suggesting it. He was a silly white sweet, and was also a victim when he was deceived. On the same day, he announced the cancellation of all business cooperation with the agent. Seeing such a blog post, even most of the netizens who eat melon will smile. I understand, no need to say more. He. Let's cooperate with a hammer when everyone is gone. Compared with this, the difference is that Mexico's attention to this matter is basically, it can be described as insignificant. The most watched local TV show is the weather forecast in Mexico, which has always been, as always. I don't know why. The locals are very concerned about the local weather conditions. Whenever the weather forecast is time, the ratings will soar. A long time ago, netizens who eat melon were curious about how Mexicans care about the local weather. Driven by their strong curiosity, some people went to watch it, and then these people have often watched Mexico's weather forecast since then, and are very concerned about Mexico's weather. The weather is, Monterrey, Côte d'Azur branch. Mr. Lee, Andrei has hung up. As for that batch of goods, except for the scrapped goods, some of the remaining intact ones were also looted by the locals. Lily's assistant stood in his office and reported the matter. Lily nodded and said solemnly, I see, keep the notice. Let everyone stay in the branch and try not to go out. If you have anything to do, Just entrust the people of Horizon. Okay, Mr. Lee. The assistant nodded and left the office. It's so terrible. What kind of gang's grievances? Fools will believe this kind of report. Lee muttered to himself. From the messy situation at the scene and the description of some witnesses, plus consulting Horizon Security, the company's professional consultants, even the evaluations given by professionals are, the local gangs do not have such efficient aerial precision strike capabilities. The answer speaks for itself. Not long after his assistant left, the AI assistant installed on Lily's Azure 5 smartphone responded. Sir, you receive an encrypted email message from the headquarters after reading it. News from headquarters? Lily quickly picked up his mobile phone to perform facial recognition. His smartphone was produced on the same Azure 5 production line, but the security level of the mobile phone in the hands of consumers is not at the same level as that of it. Novel.com. Lily glanced at the information on the phone, and secretly said, "Hey, I know that the people of Magnesia are behind the scenes, but the headquarters is also ruthless enough. This is the rhythm of smashing the bones of these grey forces." Ah, really take it all. Li didn't know if this was the order arranged by the ultimate boss Luo Sheng himself, but he was sure that it was meant by the headquarters. The latest order he received was that he would deliver some NSA news to him in real time, and disclose some information anonymously to these local customers from time to time to prevent them from being bombed by the NSA. Of course, Li saw the secret of this order. Every time made him realize that the headquarters is about to start harvesting local gang forces. Taking advantage of the human weakness of his greed and fluke mentality, he has tasted the great sweetness before, and the taste is still in my heart. This bait must be bitten, making the gangs here deeper and deeper, and finally transfer the hatred to the NSA. It was passed on to Laum. Chapter 733. After reading the content of the information sent by the headquarters, Li secretly guessed, it seems that the work here should be coming to an end. Although the headquarters did not explicitly say, it is not difficult for Li to judge. In the reselling industry chain of Azure 5 smartphones, these local grey forces are one of the indispensable core environments in this chain. Without these gangs matching, this thing would not be possible. Now the headquarters is about to carry out warm water boil frog-like harvesting of the local grey forces, indicating that some changes are about to occur in the future situation. Whether it is due to changes within the headquarters or external changes, the future will definitely change. These local gangs are of no use value anymore. In the end, they will make a fortune and then flash the people, so that the NSA and Laum can take the pot. Anyway, they sent it to the door themselves and deserved it. If Laum doesn't do things, the Côte d'Azur will not be able to harvest the profits of these gangs. After all, the company will not take the initiative to step on the thunder, and it will never do such things at the expense of the company's reputation. The brand value of more than $300 billion is there, and it is not enough to harvest the profits of the local gangs in Mexico. Grid. Blue Coast Laboratory, Smart Home R&D Department. Early this morning, Luo Sheng came to the company's R&D center and convened the core researchers of the department. What these engineers felt gratified to Luo Sheng was not their technology R&D capabilities and their blind worship, but they are very young. Their youth represents the company's future vitality and vigor, and a third of the more than 100 people are children born in the 1990s. At 9:30 in the morning, in a lounge lobby of the Smart Home R&D department, more than 100 engineers are already here, lying, standing, leaning or sitting in this room anyway, waiting for the arrival of the big boss. The boss is here. Someone yelled at several Lang 19 generations converged to a slutty look when they heard it. The big boss can't be too casual when they come. Luo Sheng held a document bag in his hand and threw it directly on the desk after removing the wiring. The people present are more casual, and Luo Sheng doesn't care. Anyway, it is not an informal meeting. When dealing with children born in the 90s, Luo Sheng knows that you can't use authority to demand them, but use personality, charm and recognized values to influence them. Boss, What is this? Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng said, "This is the regulations on the commercial use of artificial intelligence robots, and it has been passed. So I decided to hold a summer product launch in the name of the Blue Coast Company next summer. It is your turn. It's on stage." Hearing this, everyone present cheered happily. Bionics have been quietly used by Luo Sheng. The products of the smart home department have long been ready for commercialization. If the relevant regulations were not issued, it would be time to release products this year. It is worth mentioning that smart home robots are far technically inferior to bionic humans. Compared with the former, the latter is a product of next-generation technology and is not at the same level. Next year's Summer Product Launch Conference, the introduction of smart home robots to the world, can be regarded as a preview for the introduction of bionics in the future, so that the public can have a process of acceptance. In the Smart Home Robot Research and Development Project, Luo Sheng stripped some technology applications from the bionic technology tree species, but the main development work is still more than 100 young people. Luo Sheng clapped his hands and laughed. "Let's go to the workshop and have a look. It cost me so much money, it can't satisfy me." And collective deduction of wages. Suddenly, in a noisy atmosphere, Luo Sheng accompanied everyone to the department workshop. A few minutes later, Luo Sheng and everyone came to the workshop. A post-90s engineer named Wang Xuan could not wait to show the prototype to the big boss. The appearance of this robot is mainly white, and the style is not as realistic as the bionic, but the cute route, because of the smooth alloy shell. If you follow the realistic route, the robot's uncanny valley effect cannot be achieved. Past. Wang Xuan introduced, "Boss, we call him Dabai." Yes, the name is inspired by Big Hero 6 inches, and the style is also white. Anyway, Big Hero 6 inches is the IP of Blue Star Pictures. Blue Star Technology is the boss and you are in charge. It should not be considered an infringement. It is best to authorize it to us for free. Luo Sheng looked at this cute robot with a height of only 1.3 meters and said, "It's pretty good to use the IP of Big Hero 6 inches. It's blatant. Yes, and more acceptable to consumers. Let's talk about it." Wang Xuan raised the spirit and introduced, "Let's start with the legs of Dabai. Dabai's legs are very flexible. Technically, it is slightly ahead of Google's Boston Dynamics. Dabai can both dance and kick. You can move up and down the stairs freely. In addition, there is voice interaction, which is connected to the intelligent core of the company's AI assistant Xiaolan, and then functions such as video calls and security monitoring. Able to receive instructions to retrieve items. Dabai, pour me a glass of water." Wang Xuan sent an instruction to Dabai, and the robot Dabai immediately responded, "Master, please wait. Dabai will come as soon as he goes." Luo Sheng embraced his arms and stared at the big white robot, who was leaving at a steady pace. The steady pace was a little bit cute and pretty good. If the product is to sell, it is necessary to avoid consumers to the Terminator movie as much as possible. Think about it, otherwise I dare not buy it. It's right to follow the cute line of Big Hero 6 inches. Wang Xuan continued, "In addition, Dabai can also help the owner clean up like a human cleaner." This is the home version, and the working version of the Dabai robot. We have mainly worked handling so that Dabai can deliver goods. To solve the problem of last-mile door-to-door delivery, product launches are waiting for logistics companies such as Shunfeng to place orders. The worker Dabai robot is equipped with a rail sensing camera module, which can not only realize unmanned delivery in simple scenes such as residential areas and shopping malls, but also can handle it in complex environments. Its handling capacity is also very good. Its predecessor has an 80 kilograms load capacity. The additional trailer's load capacity can reach 450 kilograms. So, Dabai robot is not only a home robot assistant, but also a manual worker, and it can serve as a front desk customer service and waiter in hospitals, enterprises or hotels to receive visitors. It is worth mentioning that, in the field of robotics applications, The current main competitor of Côte d'Azur is Google's Boston Dynamics. However, Boston Dynamics is mainly taking the military route. Although the technology continues to improve, the cost remains high and commercialization is almost impossible. The Côte d'Azur's robot products have long been available for commercial landing. This is because the relevant documents have not kept up. Oh, by the way, we have recently developed a smart luggage robot AX1, equipped with facial recognition technology, which can lock and track users in real time. If users have an Azure mobile phone, no matter how many generations they are, you can use your mobile phone to facilitate the luggage robot to locate and alarm the owner. Maybe it can also promote the sales of our company's leading product Azure. When Wang Xuan said this, the robot Dabai came over with a glass of water. Master, please use it slowly. Chinese website. Chapter 734 Promotion Planning. Luo Sheng looked at the cute prototype of the Dabai robot in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, since it's already called Dabai, how can you build a side with healthcare? You don't need to do too high-end in the early stage. The iterative development will gradually reach content. Having said that, Luo Sheng thought for a while before saying, for example, for children with type I diabetes, let Dabai have a simulated injection point corresponding to human diabetic patients. An engineer present immediately said, this idea is good, and it is not difficult to realize it. You can teach children to measure blood sugar and inject insulin through the supporting app, and it can also remind sick children to eat healthy. Luo Sheng added, there is also a built-in simulation chemotherapy accessory for children with cancer, which can make it respond accordingly during simulation chemotherapy, so as to improve children's awareness of chemotherapy. Wang Xuan and others nodded again, and Luo Sheng smiled and said, there are still 3 quarters or so for you to improve iterative development. Next summer product launch conference, Dabai robot must have these functions. Don't worry, boss, there is plenty of time, and I promise to complete the task. Wang Xuan swore his chest and promised. Xiao Li, although this thing has no scientific basis, it is sometimes very mysterious. Luo Sheng said lightly. Everyone was dumbfounded, speechless. Mu thought that the boss, who is the #1 person in science and technology, is also superstitious about this thing. After staying in the development department for a while, Luo Sheng left the Côte d'Azur laboratory. Half an hour later, people from the company's marketing department were called for a meeting. The company will hold a product launch next summer to officially launch a new heavyweight product to the market. The tentative name is Dabai Robot. The marketing department should also put on the agenda in the promotion and planning. Luo Sheng sat in the seat of the chief of the conference room and said, and after speaking, he put the regulations on the commercial use of artificial intelligence robots and some functional data about Dabai robots on the table. The director of the marketing department took the lead to open the list. As time passed, one participant said after reading the information, this product is quite special. The concept of humanoid robot personal assistant is certainly not unfamiliar to the public, but it has always appeared in film and television works, products. The controversy will be greater. For any controversy, you can just say that we have to line up with those levers. Don't think about it. If Dabai is launched on the market, some people must say that its cute look is not as neat as the old lady. Another manager of the marketing department repeatedly complained, before the humanoid robot can go, you don't think it can't run. If you can run, you don't think it's inflexible. And when it moves like a person, you don't think it can run. Not smart enough. When you are smart, you don't think that the level of intelligence is high enough. When the level of intelligence surpasses you, just wait to cry. Let me say, these people are just as stupid as those who laughed at cars at the beginning. Their brains only the size of a walnut. When the attendees heard the colleague's complaints, they couldn't help being amused by him. After the laughter, they looked back and thought that his complaints would definitely happen in the future, And there is almost no doubt the manager who complained just now said again, he'll lead the team to face them with this bunch of gangsters. You can discuss other things. The director of the marketing department looked around the attendees and finally set his sights on the big boss Luo Sheng, saying, with our current influence and popularity, new products will definitely receive huge attention once they are launched. But this is not enough. I think the Dab iRobot should be packaged into an internet celebrity at least in the early stages of product launch. Luo Shengyun is concise. For example, the director of the marketing department said, freshness, topicality, and fun, focusing on these three keywords, creating a large number of fresh and fun short videos for dissemination, sponsoring some online celebrity check-in shops, scenic spots, supermarkets, and hotels. Wait, in short, it is to make Dabai purple and purple hotness in the whole internet celebrity become the most popular element symbol nowadays. In addition to the indispensable key point of product excellence in creating phenomenal explosive products, publicity is also an extremely critical part. Good publicity planning can not only expand the market, but also accelerate the product's popularity, thereby saving a lot of time sunk costs. In addition, I have another suggestion. Since the people of the Big White Robot have the meaning of getting closer to the Big Hero 6 inches, why not cooperate next summer and arrange for Big Hero 6 inches in movies are the best publicity when they are released in the summer next year. In this atmosphere, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. It's worth mentioning that Big Hero 6 inches is the first animated film jointly produced by Marvel Pictures and Disney under the Blue Star Pictures under the Blue Star Technology Group. It won the Best Animated Film Oscar, and it was created in the film. The popularity of the cute thing Dabai has soared, becoming a hot topic of discussion on social networking sites at that time. In terms of box office performance, the global box office of Big Hero 6 inches hit $718 million, significantly ahead of the $619 million global box office revenue of How to Train Your Dragon 2 inches, which was released in the same year. This work became the box office gold king among the animated films released in 2014. At this time, another participant said, this IP is more complicated. Blue Star Technology should have to talk to Disney. As far as I know, the sequel of this cartoon does not seem to have a shooting schedule yet, and it has been launched hastily. From now on, the production cycle is less than 8 months. Can it be too late? Luo Sheng said directly, the short production cycle is not a problem. Then use money to buy time. Disney should not have a big problem. Give him a guarantee at the box office and let him lie down to make a fortune. I will offer one so that they can't refuse. The price of. When the attending managers heard the words of Big Boss, they were still familiar with the flavor, or the original formula, the ability to make money. Everyone has not forgotten that in order to create the IP brand of Virtual Singer from scratch, Luo Sheng arrogantly smashed the production cost of $4 or $5 billion to shoot an animated film Hatsune Miku, in the name of love. And it was used as a commercial, not shown in the film industry, just for publicity. Perhaps it is a pure propaganda film that does not seek commercial benefits, but makes this animated film a classic. And this work has also left a strong stroke in the history of animation film. As long as the development history of animation film is mentioned, it is difficult to bypass this work. Even today, 10 years later, this film is excellent. The production level can also be compared with the large-scale production of contemporary animation. You know, this is the production level 10 years ago. However, fans have been looking forward to a sequel for 10 years that has not been released yet. The main reason is that this very two behavior is enough for once. Hatsune Miku's character set has already been set up, and it is really a bit too when it comes again. Nobody's money comes from the wind, except for the big dogs. Now, you are reading www. The concept of yuukanzu.com virtual singers has become popular all over the world, and all kinds of virtual singer idols have emerged, but Hatsune Miku's status as a virtual idol first sister is almost unbreakable. Over the past 10 years, its fans have spread all over the world, and Hatsoon's social accounts have accumulated as many as 197 million fans, which is already at the same level as those first-line international superstars. Luo Sheng directly said, "Okay, the issue of the sequel of Big Hero 6 Inches is so decided, I will arrange it. It doesn't matter whether the movie makes money or not. It's just a small profit." Luo Sheng is a general ledger. As long as it gets hot, Dabai Robot can become a hit. The movie's income is not worth mentioning, let alone split with Disney. There is Luo Sheng, the Golden Father, who wants to repeat the strategy of Hatsune Miku. He must spend a lot of money to build boutiques. Whether the movie will hit the street or not, it may be because of the linkage effect between the real world and the movie world. Is it more explosive than the previous one? Peas, weak. Please ask for a ticket. Ying. Chapter 735. You run fast while I'm not paying attention. Speeding up the shooting of the sequel of Big Hero 6 Inches. Luo Sheng made the arrangement clear when he called Zhang Bo in. In order to quickly prepare for the shooting and grab time, Blue Star Pictures provided a production budget of $490 million for the Big Hero 6 Inches sequel, which is almost 3 times the production cost of the previous $165 million. According to the practice of triple box office return for movies, theoretically Big Hero 6 Inches can only return to the box office if its box office reaches $1.47 billion. At present, Frozen, which has the world's largest box office revenue for animated movies, is only $1.276 billion. The US dollar has not broken this record since it was released in 2013. Obviously, the producer has never thought about making money from the box office of this movie. It is more about positioning the new products of the Côte d'Azur. Only Luo Sheng can do this kind of thing. However, this is a super good project for the director. Many works have to be compromised for the sake of business. The sequel still chooses to be directed by Don Hall and Chris Williams of the previous film. The producer did not set a business for them, profit indicators. The requirements are simple: influence, quality, and topical interest. The sequel's global box office is considered a success as long as it reaches $1 billion. During this period, Luo Sheng's main focus was on the Blue Coast Company. Coming to the company early this morning, Luo Sheng participated in the internal executive meeting hosted by Yao Jianhong. In the conference room, Yao Jianhong spoke in an orderly manner. From 2013 to the present, the company has made rapid progress and achieved record highs in the past 5 years. This is worthy of recognition and indelible. After that, Yao Jianhong turned his head. But it is also undeniable that we could have done better and our performance could be higher. What's the reason? Old America involved a lot of energy to deal with, although overall, we have won, but we have indeed slowed down the company's development speed. This is no way. However, with the rapid development of science and technology, we have to run slowly. At this moment, Luo Sheng is sitting in the chief position as an audience, and basically does not speak. The meeting is also led by Yao Jianhong. He is basically no longer in the company. The name of CEO is more of a name, while Yao Jianhong, the executive vice president, has been doing the job of CEO. Lao Yao went on to say, "We have fallen behind in the smart home industry. It is not that the technology is backward. The technology still maintains a certain advantage, but lags behind the competitors in building the ecosystem." From the 51st CES exhibition in January this year, it will be seen that the major giants are fighting together in the smart home field, and they are struggling to build their own ecosystem when we are entangled by the old beauty and there is no time for him to take care of it. CES is the abbreviation of the International Consumer Electronics Exhibition, which is known as the vein of current hot technology development trends. Looking at the information in his hand, Yao Jianhong said, "In the past year or two, the global technology community has set off a new wave of development of AI technology, whether it is the major technology giants we are familiar with, or startup companies from all over the world, are racing to tap the application potential of this technology in various fields. In particular, The AI voice assistant is the most eye-catching, and it has been a hot project in the past year. It is no exaggeration to say that the intelligent voice assistant has once again rejuvenated the smart home with unprecedented vitality. The company that pioneered AI voice assistants and brought them to the public's vision was when the Azure Coast released the third-generation Azure smartphone in 2009. It also launched the intelligent voice assistant Xeon, making voice assistants enter the Technology Circle site. 5 years later, in 2014, Amazon launched the smart speaker Echo, which made the smart speaker a hot physical carrier for voice assistants. During this time, the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology were both troubled by the old beauty. It's troublesome. The main energy is going to line up with Loum. Other competitors took the opportunity to grow wildly. Nowadays, stimulated by Echo's high profits, the world's major technology giants have begun to vie for pursuit, such as Domestic Tmall and Xiaomi Classmates, etc. The booming development of voice assistants has also made smart homes become hot areas of the technology circle. On the contrary, the Riviera, which pioneered the trend and mastered the most advanced AI technology, is quite cold. Xeon's applications are currently limited to Azure mobile phones and IP education tablets. Over the years, it has been iteratively optimized, but it has not been broadened. Application scenarios. The Côte d'Azur is stopping, and other international friends are taking the opportunity to catch up with their lives. They also know that the Côte d'Azur has always been alone in AI technology. Therefore, the major technology giants have turned to accelerating the construction of their own ecosystem. Increase efforts to iterate technology, as far as possible to shorten the gap with the Côte d'Azur in the field of AI technology. Yao Jianhong, who attended the meeting, said again, "At present, players with a cooperative and ecological R&D pattern in the field of intelligent voice assistants are nothing more than a few old friends." Internationally, Amazon's Alexa, Google's Google Assistant, Samsung's Bixby and Apple's Siri, the domestic ones are Xiaomi's Xiao AI. From the perspective of the current industry ecological pattern, except for our Xeon who is in Tianhuc state, each company is desperately using various methods to attract third-party smart home companies to join their own ecosystem. Xeon of the Côte d'Azur has brought the smart voice assistant industry to the fore, but it is Amazon that has seen voice assistants successfully introduce smart home products. With that said, Yao Jianhong listed a group of information reports on the status quo of the industry and put them on the big screen in the conference room. Liu Sheng and other attendees also looked at it. Since Amazon first launched the Echo, a smart speaker based on the voice assistant Alexa, in late 2014, the popularity of smart speakers has remained high and continues to increase. This is the market data I have compiled. Advantageous. Amazon has sold at least 20 million Echo series smart speaker products. Is it worth it? Seeing this tens of millions of sales, Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile dumbly at Yao Jianhong's unhappy expression. It's no wonder that old Yao couldn't bear it, saying that the Côte d'Azur must run into the field of smart home. Amazon's Echo has reached tens of millions of sales, and it has been able to build a mature ecosystem. Not only does it make a lot of money, but it also makes Yao realize that it may threaten the Côte d'Azur. Although the threat is not big, but we must pay attention to it. When the opponents really take off and form a general trend, it will be difficult to deal with. Kodak was so brilliant that it was finally killed by digital technology. Liu Sheng did not show dissatisfaction just because the company was pulled down in a certain field. Development is actually quite good. The so-called BAME finally has an oversight. Not to mention that this is not the fault of the management paying attention to it, but responding to the original suppression of the United States is the first priority. Now that it was finally relieved, Yao Jianhong immediately ran into the arena. It was not easy. The Côte d'Azur is indeed a big business. It is an unimaginable supergiant and a super business technology empire. But at the same time it has made enemies many. Those familiar technology giants in Silicon Valley, but those who are well known, which one is not, and is there any direct or indirect competition in the Côte d'Azur? Competitive relations, lawsuits and disputes, and cooperation at the same time. It is simply a pot of porridge. It won't be long before Luo Sheng will have with Lao Huang, and Luo Sheng will never doubt that the Blue Coast will definitely fight Nvidia in the future. As for the smart home sector, although it is lagging behind in the construction of the ecosystem, Luo Sheng is not in a hurry. The Dabai robot can help the Blue Coast fight a beautiful turnaround and announce what is the return of the king. Chapter 736. Take the high-end route meeting room. Yao Jianhong is still speaking. Our research information shows that since the second half of 2015, Amazon has opened access to third-party voice assistant Alexa and brought to it many third-party corporate customer partners, such as LG Group. Speaking of this, Yao Jianhong's words changed. However, from the market reports we have learned, LG Group, which vowed to fight Samsung in the field of smart homes, does not seem to intend to put all eggs in one basket. We may also be able to fight for it, but this is a 2 or 5 boys and we cannot expect too much. Luo Shengyan said concisely. How to say? Everyone couldn't help but look at Yao Jianhong, who turned a few pages from his paper document, and then said, at this year's CES exhibition, LG Group exhibited for the first time announced its AI smart home sub-brand Think. Among the first products under the sub-brand, all smart TVs, smart speakers and other products have been connected to Google. Google Assistant voice assistant service only uses Amazon's Alexa technology in smart kitchen products such as InstaView refrigerators. However, it is worth mentioning that LG Group also launched a new smart robot brand Cloy for the first time at this year's CES exhibition. All of the robot products under this brand use LG's self-developed Think AI system and did not access the voice assistant services of Google or Amazon. Another executive who attended the meeting also said, it can be seen that the LG Group is not willing to use other people's technology. Sooner or later, it will come out and do it alone. It really is a 2 or 5 boys. Actually, any big company with a little ambition is reluctant to use other people's technology. If you ask for it, you will be controlled by others. This is a truth that everyone understands. However, with the rapid development of science and technology, sometimes the times will not be left waiting for you. And using other people's technology is also the second best choice. Yao Jianhong flipped through a few pages of documents again. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of effort to understand the current status of the industry, rather than brainlessly, otherwise he would not be able to make the second place on the Côte d'Azur. Corresponding to LG Group, Samsung Group, which just released its own voice assistant Bixby last year, also announced at this year's CES exhibition that it will add this technology to its 2018 TVs and Family Hub smart refrigerators. Yao Jianhong looked at the contents of the document and looked around at the meeting with a smile. The reason why I focused on this smart refrigerator that Samsung launched 2 years ago is mainly because of Samsung's own interesting point of view. Luo Sheng, what point of view? Yao Jianhong simply explained. Unlike companies such as Amazon, Apple, Safex or Google, although Samsung Group does not comment on the view that smart speakers are the most suitable hub for managing various types of smart hardware, they firmly believe that only refrigerators are the appliances that people turn on most frequently in daily life. So it is believed that refrigerators are the most likely central product for smart homes. Samsung Group even gave Family Hub refrigerator the highest management authority of its own smart home platform, so that it can control all smart home products in the house that support Samsung's Internet of Things technology. Luo Sheng smiled and said, this Korean thinks from a tricky perspective. But the Dabai robot that we will launch next year is the real hub-level product for smart homes. Whether it is a smart speaker or a refrigerator, as the Koreans say, it is dead. It can move, and the Dabai robot can move everywhere. And our ultimate pursuit of this product is that it must be like a person in every respect except that it is not like an individual. Yao Jianhong nodded and continued to add, in addition, Google, which participated in the CES exhibition for the first time this year, is still worth mentioning. In addition to the cooperation with LG Group on home appliances, Google has further cooperated with Sony, Lianxian and Dell. The smart displays developed by the three manufacturers will be equipped with Google's voice assistant service. After speaking, Yao Jianhong further explained, this so-called smart display is actually the same as the Google Home and Home Mini designed by Google before, and it is just a smart speaker, but it has an additional display that can instantly display information related to voice commands. From the screen, it can be seen that Google, which has widened the gap in the sales of smart speakers, is trying to gain the upper hand in the future through differentiated products that optimize the experience. In the current situation of the smart home industry, Yao Jianhong has basically deconstructed several major manufacturers in detail in the past 20 minutes. It can be seen that in the field of smart home, the Blue Coast seems high cold didn't end in the game, but he knew the status quo of the industry well. Luo Sheng leaned on the chief seat, leaned Erlang's legs, and said calmly with a smile, the smart home industry, in this sprint race that may only last for a few years, these players from different fields are all in different races. There is a race to chase on the road. Some specialize in real-sense computing solutions, some specialize in courtship equipment, and others are dedicated to integrating these cutting-edge technologies into a system. Whether it is Google, Amazon or Samsung, everyone wants to be the first to win, and no one wants to lag behind. It's hard to say who will finally stand out in this smart home AI ecosystem battle. Of course, the premise is I did not enter the Côte d'Azur. The last sentence caused Yao Jianhong and others who attended the meeting to laugh lowly. Not only Luo Sheng has great confidence in Dabai Robot, but also the company's internal management. Although in terms of price, a big white robot can buy a bunch of Amazon Echo smart speakers, which means that sales will definitely be difficult to increase. It seems that this is not conducive to the ecological construction of smart homes. After all, the basis of ecology is the scale of users. The major technology giants are racing to deploy in the field of smart homes, and all of them have taken a fancy to the same thing: data. In today's big data era, data is the most precious and the core competitiveness of a company, which can bring a steady stream of income. Imagine that when a family uses the smart home products of a certain company, the data on the daily consumption of the family will be in the hands of the company, and it will also know what products the family likes to consume and what they prefer, food and other data information. After knowing this information, there are n ways to make money for digital giants. However, the value of data information is also divided into different levels. Some data is extremely rich, but it is worthless, and taking up resources is a waste of resources. Some data, although few, have high value. The Côte d'Azur has never thought about trying to monopolize more than 80% of the entire smart home field. It is completely unnecessary, as long as it monopolizes more than 80% of the industry's profits. The positioning of Dabai Robot is the model of Azure mobile phones for smart consumer terminals, and it is positioned as a high-end, high-premium consumer product. Obviously, after establishing its own positioning, the customer groups that Dabai Robot targets are those households with middle income and above. These customers have money and they have the financial resources to afford Dabai Robots, and their data is also of high value. The premium depends on how rich they are. Poor people, even the data generated by you reading www.uukanzu.com is relatively worthless. For those who illegally sell data, the poor people's data information is sold in a package of millions and tens of millions, and may buy tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. For $1, a piece of data is worth less than a dime, or even a penny, while a piece of wealthy data may be worthless. This is a very heartwarming and extremely realistic question. Since the Côte d'Azur is late to enter the field of smart home industry, it is simply not to play with those people, go directly to the high-end route, and eat all the best customer groups. This requires real hard power and real core technology, and this is precisely where the greatest competitiveness of the Côte d'Azur lies. When the majority of profits are in a monopoly industry, the development speed of competitors is bound to be limited. R&D requires money. If there is not enough profit to obtain, there will not be enough R&D funds, and technology will not be able to keep up. This is a vicious circle. On the contrary, for the Côte d'Azur, sufficient profits have been made. At that time, whether the price will be reduced will extend the tentacles to the low-end market, a ruthless blow to the competitors, and they will have the initiative. Chapter 737 Change the world again. The commercial positioning of DAB-iRobot allows us to gain a late starter advantage, and then the competition on this track will turn from passive to active. However, mastering the initiative does not mean that we will have the last laugh. It has to play its role, so after occupying the high-end customer base, it has to do everything possible to reduce costs and continue to sink and cannibalize competitors. The cheaper it is to sell, the better, and it cannot be blinded by profits. In the conference room, Luo Sheng's methodical voice came into the ears of the attendees. After a while, he added in a deep voice, "The competitor does not die. You have trouble sleeping and eating. Even if your opponent does not die, you have to force them. We can only hang on for our lives. Now we are a giant company, but don't forget the spirit of the internet over the past 10 years or how we rose." That is what Management Master Clayton Christensen said of subversive innovation. The reason why big companies cannot foresee their destiny to be subverted is precisely because of their excessive rationality to focus on doing the right things. What does it mean? It is to focus on providing better products for the best and most profitable customers, so that it ignores the potential threats from small innovative companies and markets other than the high-end market. Everyone at the meeting nodded silently, basically taking notes and recording the main points of the meeting without saying a word. The company's internal meetings did not have PPT, so they all did it by themselves. Don't look at the high-end brand of Azure 5 smartphones on the Côte d'Azur, but the other hand holds the WOS open-source operating system to extend its reach to major mobile phone manufacturers, whether it is Mi, Oppo, Honor or even the iPhone. They all use the WOS system. On the face of it, the existence of the WOS system seems to be to compete with Google's Android system. In fact, it is the control of the sinking market to ensure that there will be a subversion of its own existence, or it will be strangled in the cradle or just in the cradle. Growing up, he became a member of his own system. Both hands must be grasped and both hands must be hard. This is Luo Sheng's awe of the market and innovation. The cloud service under the Blue Star Technology Group has a similar approach. In addition to its own Nebula's Star Cloud, an open-source cloud platform is also developed, the purpose of which is the result of both hands. The meeting lasted about an hour and a half before it ended. The DAB-iRobot's related matters have basically been arranged, and the specific matters do not require a super boss like Luo Sheng to do it himself. There are still more than half a year before the product goes on the market. Wang Xuan and others have further optimized the technology of the DAB-iRobot, and Yao Jianhong has also begun to arrange the industrial chain to support the mass production of the DAB-iRobot. Everything is waiting for the arrival of the 2019 summer product launch. The slogan of DAB-iRobot products has been set to change the world again. The time has come to October. Shenqing, a single flagship store under the Blue Coast Line. In October of this year, there is a legal holiday of up to 7 days, and the passenger flow of offline physical stores is obviously much higher than usual. The Côte d'Azur did not release a major flagship product this year. The main product in the store is still Azure 5, which is no longer a new product since its release. In addition, this year, other major mobile phone manufacturers have also gathered together to release their own flagship products. Azure 5, the most vigorous sales period has passed, but in content. In the past year, the entire smartphone industry has been the leader of Azure 5. The big friends and businessmen are shaking, and they all choose to postpone the product release. Since this fall, the major players have sprung up and released their own products. If you don't sell products this year, you really won't be able to unravel the pot. Naturally, The major productions are also fighting frantically. If you delay another year and the Côte d'Azur releases new products, then the rhythm will really be over. There are more monks and less meat. Early this morning, several middle-aged people dressed in suits and leather shoes came to this flagship store in Shenqing, and found a front desk who said something in the store. I waited and glanced aimlessly at the physical store. The current time is close to around 11 a.m. There are many customers in the store. Some are watching Azure 5, some are watching IP tablet, or host, etc. product. After a few minutes, the manager of this store rushed to a few middle-aged people and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, why don't you call me when you come?" The middle-aged man who called Fang Xing was his immediate boss. From the headquarters. "There is a new arrangement in the headquarters. Manager, you have to arrange a new shelf as soon as possible," Fang Xing said as he walked. The store was quite lively, and the two parties were chatting privately, but no one cared what they were talking about, except for the employees in the store. Most of the customers who came to the store did not know that they were employees of the Riviera. "Oh, is there a new product coming on the market?" the store manager named Yu Jiang curiously asked. "No accident next summer. By the way, the venue will be bigger. This time the new product is bigger." Fang Xing nodded. "Don't worry, there is plenty of space reserved in the store." "Mr. Fang, let me take you to see it." Yu Jiang gestured to please, and several people followed to check. It has to be said that when the flagship store was built, the magnificent handwriting is now a manifestation of cost saving. Just look at the land prices and housing prices in Shanghai 10 years ago. The value of the single flagship store itself has increased tenfold compared to 10 years ago, doubling on average a year. The people in Fang Xing talked in the reserved area. The customers in the store didn't know these things. After the long holiday, the reserved area began to be remodeled and used. It is not just the single flagship stores in Shanghai that have people sent by the headquarters paving the way for the launch of the Dabai robot, but also the single flagship stores under the Blue Coast Line across the country. But these things did not happen in foreign physical stores. The reason is that the product needs to be approved for entry in the local market. But the company has been accelerating the pace of negotiations, but the North American market has suffered huge resistance. North American market. No matter what the Côte d'Azur management said, Lau Mei's response remains the same. "Want to come in? No way. It won't work for a while. Now I'm racking my brains thinking about how to kick out your previous things. Do you want to bring new things in? Don't even think about it." Lau's defense against the Blue Coast is like the defense against thieves, which also makes Yao Jianhong very helpless. The North American market, the most commercially valuable overseas market, seems to be missed. Fortunately, the market in the Euro area is progressing quite well. Relatively speaking, the Euro area is inseparable from Luosheng. Although the Azure people do not want the products of these outsiders to overflow on their own land, there is really no good way. If Luosheng pulls out all his capital investment in Azure land, and withdraws to say goodbye, the already sluggish economy in Azadadi will undoubtedly worsen the situation. A large number of local small and medium-sized enterprises in Azuland will face bankruptcy and the number of unemployed people will soar. Even some large companies will be affected. It is impossible for Europeans to freeze the local assets of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star technology for no reason. This is the point where the relationship has dropped to a freezing point. Even if the rabbit does not want to, he cannot make the same level of response, such as freezing BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Siemens and other European corporate assets. Chapter 738. Two sheets torn apart. Time flies, and 2018 has entered the last quarter. Luosheng's work this year is basically focused on the Côte d'Azur and Horizon Safety International. The Blue Star technology he founded at the beginning has hardly paid much attention this year. There are no more than 10 visits to the company headquarters throughout the year, and the CEO's office is going to have a grey rhythm. Things on the Côte d'Azur side are finally almost set up. Luosheng did not continue to work in his free time, but gave himself a short holiday. After all, it is currently on a statutory holiday, and taking a break is not too much. After spending a few days of dire holiday life, Luo Sheng paid attention to the recent situation of Blue Star Technology. October 8. Science and Technology Complex Building. This morning, Luo Sheng had just finished a simple meal, and some important things that should be done this year were not completely settled. Only then did he think of Blue Star Technology, and immediately asked, "Xiona, the internal and external news of Blue Star Technology, what are they to be concerned about?" Xiona responded, "Internally, since May of this year, Zhang Bowen has faced the pressure of competition from ByteDance, and has clearly stated within the management that ByteDance is likely to be the #1 potential competitor of Blue Star Technology in the future. Fully contain it, especially represented by short video services." Hearing Xiona's reply, Luo Sheng couldn't help being stunned, and smiled involuntarily after reacting. In fact, Zhang Bowen, who is in charge of the operation of Blue Star Technology, did not know that Luo Sheng had already deployed ByteDance. Now he is not only the largest shareholder of ByteDance, but also holds a veto in his hand. However, no one knows until now that Anaheim Asia, the angel investor by ByteDance, is actually controlled by the Luo Sheng family fund. Only two people know the whole truth here: Luo Sheng himself and Qin Weimu, who had been arranged by Qin Weimu, carefully designed the vest of Anaheim Asia and finally succeeded in winning the headlines. It is the bite beating now. It's just that Zhang Bowen, who didn't know about it, felt very stressed. Blue Star Technology has gone through 15 years and is now the world's #1 supertech giant with a market value of $2.5 trillion. Emerging internet companies like this jumped on fear. Luo Sheng didn't plan to tell Lao Zhang the truth at all. It might not be a bad thing to put him under a little pressure. Besides, he had to do enough to do the drama, so that it was true. If Zhang Yiming found out that he was still working for Luo Sheng, it wouldn't be beautiful to quit in angrily. Luo Sheng still hoped that he would work for himself for a while. Xiona opened a screen in the room, called up a piece of information, and said, "Blue Star Technology is focusing on blocking the ByteDance's Douyin products in China." Liu Jinlong and his team stated that in order to avoid the impact of linked screen moments reading experience, there is an anti-sweeping restriction on the spread of links in moments, and the level is calculated based on days. If the number of times a link is shared in moments triggers the limit of the day, it will be automatically blocked and processed the next day. Luo Sheng immediately took the initiative to look up the relevant news, and he was surprised when he saw it. The two sides have been fighting so fiercely. Lao Zhang is also cruel. In the face of the competitive response strategy of bite beating, Zhang Bowen made a decisive move. It can be said that it is completely decoupled and blocked. It is not just as simple as a war of words, but just does it without hesitation, even if it is so called. People in the industry criticized the big bullying name. The posture of Blue Star Technology's posture also made the industry look at it. As the undisputed social hegemon in the world today, people have found that since the rise of Blue Star Technology, there has never been an overreaction performance like today. Such a challenge to an unlisted startup company. To some extent, this has made ByteDance's reputation, after all, being suppressed by today's global social hegemony. Thunder is itself a manifestation of strength, and this also makes capital more and more favored by ByteDance. How ruthless is Blue Star Technology's shots? Its social platforms such as Blue Space, Weibo, and WeChat have all blocked it. This kind of strength is treated as a peer competitor, and it is not even as strong when competing with Google. In Zhang Bowen's eyes, social networking is the core of Blue Star Technology's hinterland, and ByteDance is trying to spy on the hinterland of Blue Star Technology's kingdom. It must respond in the most ruthless, fastest and most decisive way to destroy it. Have to discuss. Faced with the sudden not generous variables of Blue Star Technology, ByteDance's life in the second quarter of 2018 was also very difficult, so that the two sides began to fight a war of words. And Zhang Yiming, the head of ByteDance, couldn't help it. He jumped out and posted a dynamic statement on his social account. If you don't casually suppress applications and information flow, it is more worthy of the nearest company. Although the name was not specified, the majority of netizens know that they are talking about Blue Star technology. And Zhang Bowen also directly stated that Zhang Yiming was allergic and said that platforms are treated equally. Friends who like to see melons said, "Everyone's surname is Zhang, why bother and embarrass each other?" In fact, ByteDance's own problems cannot be concealed when facing this crisis. Its short video business, like most software that can quickly accumulate users, is indistinguishable from side-by-side and brutal growth in the early stages. And this directly caused the country to take action. This so-called blocking actually originated from the country's April Internet Short Video Rectification Action. Relevant departments discovered that the company organized and promoted the Intention Duo client software and the associated official account as prominent problems such as improper orientation and low style, and its parent company is ordered to permanently shut down the Yuanzi client software and its official account. For this reason, the headline department had to quickly delink it and clean up the negative impact of this product. After that, Zhang Bowen made a decisive move, with a stance of killing you while you are sick, and asked his social network media platforms such as WeChat, BlueSpace, Weibo, Yunzhi to suspend short video app outside the chain to play directly features. Connotation Duanzi is a software product that ByteDance has high hopes for. Its development speed is also very rapid. The number of users has soared to 200 million. The popularity, Didi secret code has quickly become popular on the internet. It is indeed right to face such an ending. ByteDance is a big blow, but the genes of Yuanzi are actually destined to end with this ending. However, after experiencing the darkest moment of the second quarter, ByteDance, under the leadership of Zhang Yiming, finally quickly got out of the haze, which also attracted the attention of the industry. Master Zhang Yiming just released a dynamic message. At this moment, Xiona gave a hint, and Liu Sheng curiously said, "Look what it is." For a moment, the big screen in the front immediately popped up with information. It was a message of Zhang Yiming's Moments of Friends. Two pictures were attached. One is the iOS App Store's global download rankings, and the other is a musical note, which is exactly the byte-beating TikTok, the international version of its Douyin. I uploaded two pictures with an English sentence, "Celebrate small." Literally translated, it means celebrate a small success. Xiona refreshed the interface, and soon left a message below this dynamic. TikTok was #1 in the world in iOS App Store downloads in the third quarter, and Blue Star's excuses could not stop the pace of Douyin. A few minutes later, Zhang Bowen jumped out and left a message under this post, "Can be understood as slander." In less than a minute or so, Zhang Yiming replied to Zhang Bowen, "The former is not suitable for discussion, you are reading www. You cancel. The latter has been notarizing. I didn't think there was a war of words. I just couldn't hold back a complaint. I will send you the materials separately." Zhang Bowen replied to Zhang Yiming, "Too many of you to notarize." Now you can see this circle of friends who are familiar with melon-yatting netizens, and most of them are watching the excitement. Seeing second Zhang in the Moments of Friends, Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile. When he saw Zhang Yiming released TikTok download list and won the world's first place, he almost couldn't hold back let Xiona use it. Like his account for the past, the executives of Blue Star Technology must be unhappy when seeing this dynamic. But Liu Sheng is the only one listed. He hopes that TikTok's momentum will become as hot as possible. However, Liu Sheng finally dispelled the idea of liking. At this time, he should not come out and brush his presence. Otherwise, people on both sides will be caught off guard, and they will think more about it. That's not beautiful. Chapter 739 Zhang Bowen, "Boss, you cheated me." The fact that the two big men surnamed Zhang exchanged their friends in the circle of friends was secretly observed by other big men who gave screenshots and drew a lot of attention in the industry for a while, and they all turned into strong crowds watching melons. As a besieged hunter, TikTok under ByteDance's continuous blows in this midsummer has had a very difficult life, but in the end it has survived, and now it seems to be a painful experience. After experiencing the dark moment in the second quarter, TikTok now ranks first in the iOS App Store's global download list in the third quarter, with a specific download volume of 68.5 million, surpassing Blue Space's Blue Space, BV Video Network, What App, etc. became the most downloaded Azure applications in the world. In the third quarter of this year, Blue Space had about 30 million downloads, ranking 6th on the list. BV Video Network, What App, and Messenger have downloaded 45.5 million, 33.8 million, and 31.3 million downloads respectively, ranking 2nd to 5th. TikTok has become the most downloaded application in the world, and its installed capacity has beaten its competitors, including the emergence of North America's burning after reading software Snapchat, as well as the super social giant Blue Star Technology Incorporated, BV Video Network, Microblog, Blue Space, etc. In 2017, last year, TikTok's monthly downloads were less than 10 million. The downloads of several core social applications under Blue Star Technology were all higher than TikTok, but in the second half of this year, it began to climb rapidly. Last month in September, the number of downloads reached 23.5 million times, which is only the number of downloads from the iOS App Store. As of 2018, TikTok's global downloads have reached 330 million. With the addition of 240 million users of TikTok's predecessor Y software, the cumulative downloads have now reached 750 million, and the current global monthly active users, the number has reached 400 million. These dazzling data TikTok only took less than 2 years, while BV Video Network used 3 years, Messenger used 4 years, What App used 4 years, and Blue Space used 5.5 years. The popularity did not know why, but it was out of control from it, sweeping the world, and the amount of time users are willing to stay on TikTok is also quite amazing. This social product is becoming more and more popular among local young people in North America. In North America, local users have to open TikTok about 8 times a day, an average of 5 minutes each time, corresponding to Blue Space and What App under the Blue Star Technology Group, which are 4.9 minutes and 3.7 minutes respectively. The headquarters of the Côte d'Azur, the Galaxy City. Early this morning, Zhang Bowen came to the French Riviera, coming. Yo, Lao Jiang, haha, what brought you to my site? Yao Jianhong's office saw that the person entering was Zhang Bowen, the actual head of Blue Star Technology, couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Bowen came in and sat down on the sofa in the lounge area. He was not polite at all, and immediately vomited. Don't say it. Douyin is not dead. I have trouble sleeping and eating. Recently, Jiang Yiming gave me food. I don't know the smell. I can't sleep at night. Hearing this, Yao Jianhong came out from his desk, sat down opposite Lao Jiang, and joked with her legs folded. How? It's not easy to be smashed by someone, right? Now you can understand it's the taste of those old giants who were topped by Blue Star Technology 10 years ago. Zhang Bowen smiled bitterly and shook his head, and sighed. I was careless. I couldn't shake the pot that made Jiang Yiming rise up. I still couldn't shake the pot, or President Liu's insight was terrible. I remember that in 2013, in a small chat with Mr. Liu, he mentioned Jiang Yiming and his headline product value attention, and tried to buy it as much as possible. By 2016, it will not be a big threat. I didn't expect it to be just a blink of an eye for a year or two. Coincidentally, in the past 2 years, I have been involved in North America again, ignoring Jiang Yiming's expansion. Now that these are all post-mortems, TikTok's current momentum, by the end of the year, the global download volume is rushing to 1 billion. In fact, Blue Star Technology did send people to find Jiang Yiming to initiate M&A invitations many times, but they were rejected by the other party without exception. They had no choice but to give up. They made it clear that they didn't want to work with you, not only didn't want to, but also wanted to replace it. However, although Zhang Bowen at the time admired Jiang Yiming's ambitions, he did not think that the other party could pose much threat to Blue Star technology. Old Jiang thought in his heart that he had N ways to defeat his opponent, and he waited until all N methods were used. After that, Lao Jiang finally began to realize something was wrong with NEMA. Today, especially since the second half of this year, the global conquest of TikTok, the international version of Douyin, has made the world tremble. Zhang Bowen said in a deep voice, "The great thing about Jiang Yiming is that TikTok's success can be replicated in all major markets around the world. The overseas version is so attractive, and there are not many changes in the way of playing. Overseas users are also playing the game. Games, sitcoms, jokes, somersaults, lip-syncing, etc. The only difference is that the people in the short videos are no longer East Asian faces, and the language has changed." Yao Jianhong nodded, and after a while, he also analyzed, "The rise of ByteDance is also within my focus. The ice-breaking of TikTok in different overseas markets is due to accidental factors such as Blue Star technology being involved in too much energy by North America. Exists, but in general, its operating ideas should be the same as that of domestic Douyin." Seeing that the brother company Blue Star Technology is so anxious now, Yao Jianhong's sense of crisis has also increased a bit. The Côte d'Azur is also facing a situation of lagging behind competitors in the field of smart homes, and facing not one or two opponents, but a group. The old international manufacturers such as Nokia, Motorola, and BlackBerry, which were killed or disabled by the Côte d'Azur, have not yet cooled their bodies. Yao Jianhong does not want to go to them. But relatively speaking, the situation on the Côte d'Azur is much better. The Dabai robot is a real killer, which gives Yao Jianhong great confidence. But the sense of crisis really exists. Being strong now does not mean that you can continue to be strong. Your own rise is based on stepping on the corpses of the old giants. There are many people who have the idea of that can replace them. When Yao Jianhong finished speaking, Lao Jiang nodded and said, "You're right." Jiang Yiming first increased his investment by hundreds of millions and burned money to attract celebrities. Then, the celebrity effect brought him a large number of young seed users. The first batch of traffic was brought in, then, relying on super strong operation to detonate word of mouth. His 3-acts not only flourishes for domestic use, but also tried repeatedly in mature markets such as Japan, Europe, and North America. At this time, Yao Jianhong looked at the other party and said, "Lao Jiang, you rushed to me in a hurry. Don't you want me to be your thug?" Hearing this, Zhang Bowen helped his head and coughed a few times, then looked at the other person and said straightforwardly, "Well, you and I will not sell you. You guessed it. I came here this time to ask you to do it once." Woes and Woes blocked byte-based products. Just that, Jiang Yiming has to peel off his skin without dying. In addition, Blue Star Technology continues to increase its efforts. Even if he can live, he will breathe a sigh of relief. This trick is really ruthless, and it's a totally unreasonable trick to behave as a hooligan. And this is what Jiang Yiming fears most. As long as the Blue Coast also intervenes in this dispute, it will do its best to suppress the byte beating. A carelessness may directly cool the rhythm. Smartphones are currently the core carrier foundation of the mobile internet. Blocking from the Woes and Woes ends means that about 65% of mobile phone users worldwide are directly isolated and can only absorb users in the Android camp. And behind Android is Google. Google is a Silicon Valley technology giant. Now Loma is not only unhappy with Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast, but also with all the people with the surname Hua. TikTok's current momentum is also very present in North America. Has already entered the site of Laum. Jiang Yiming has already felt the strong hostility of Laum. In order to understand the operation of the Beibai's goods, I will arrange for you someday. Therefore, even if ByteDance is gaining momentum now, its fragile side is objectively present. Once it collapses, it is the rhythm of blood collapse. Although Jiang Yiming showed off his achievements in the circle of friends and complained, he also felt a sense of crisis. It's definitely not possible, Lao Jiang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but that I can't. Once I do this, the damage to the third-party developer community will cause a sequelae that may not be healed for 10 years, which shakes the third-party development, the foundation of the community, and this will shake the core competitiveness of the Riviera. When Yao Jianhong listened to the other party's request, he refused without even thinking about it, and added, if you want to block from the consumer terminal, Jiang Yiming must make his own mistakes. Just like the blockade of intention, everyone there is nothing to say. Yao Jianhong said that he would not open this head. As long as he sits in this position and is in charge of the Blue Coast, he cannot be passed. Once this kind of head start, what will other third-party developers think? Will a certain product rise in the future, and as long as it threatens you, will it be an indiscriminate blockade? This will not only cause troubles such as a series of lawsuits and anti-monopoly investigations on the Blue Coast. The most deadly thing is that the vitality of the developer community will no longer exist and gradually evolve into a stagnant pool. Some people with lofty ideals will inevitably worry about their products. When he got up, he was finally ruthlessly blocked by the Blue Coast and died. These people with lofty ideals are precisely the core groups that ensure the vitality of the community. It's simply pushing excellent developers to the Android camp. Those in Google management who want to see this happen, Larry Page will probably laugh out loud in his dreams. Zhang Bowen smiled bitterly for a long time without saying a word, only to see him leaning back on the sofa looking at the ceiling and sighing. Using the current internet buzzwords, the baby feels bitter. Yao Jianhong couldn't help but smile and said, laozang.mtlnovel.com. You knew before you came that I would not agree to it. It's not clear. You just want to find someone to make a complaint and release the recent pressure. You can only be bored with Xing technology. You have pain in your heart but you can't speak. You can't be discouraged to subordinates and hurt morale. And you are embarrassed to go to Mr. Luo for your boss. So you can only come to me. I know, maybe someday I will also go to you, in the same situation as you. Zhang Bowen muttered to himself, what you said is correct. It is really good to top others. It is really uncomfortable to be topped by others. You can feel the taste of both ends. Mad. If the poor baby Jiang knew that ByteDance and TikTok had been arranged by his immediate boss for a long time, he would not have suffered so much and would not come to Yao Jianhong for comfort. It's just that they are still kept in the dark, including Jiang Yiming and everyone outside. Co-authored for a long time, is the left hand hit the right? Don't bring such a trick. Chapter 740. Watch the excitement. Zhang Bowen came to Yao Jianhong to pour bitterness. Luo Sheng didn't know that the competition in the industry is fierce, and it is most appropriate to push Lao Jiang to the front. He hidden and watched this good show from behind. Baby Jiang is a bit wronged now, and will compensate him with more salary in the future. However, Luo Sheng didn't really pay attention to anything. He was still very concerned about the development of TikTok. The North American market data shows that TikTok currently has 30 million monthly active users in North America, 60% of which are between 16 and 24 years old, and 11% of North American internet users have used TikTok. Among internet users, this proportion has risen to about 52%. The voice of her speech was a slightly agitated girly voice. It was Xiona. While she was expressing it, she also listed a lot of data on the display screen. At this moment, Luo Sheng was standing in front of the big screen on the wall of the office. It seems that TikTok has gradually become a new social kingdom where overseas postwaves enjoy themselves. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing while looking at the series of data processed by Xiona's statistical analysis. If it weren't for taking the ByteDance early, with TikTok's current development momentum, Luo Sheng would not be as relaxed as it is now. Xiona, Hu Lang, is analyzing the meaning of the word. Luo Sheng, don't understand. This word is not popular yet. Xiona, I can't understand. Luo Sheng looked at the information on the panel and muttered to himself, If TikTok can faintly rewrite the internet's business landscape, the reason is that Zhang Yiming also knows the mystery of post-wave economics. First URL: if social platforms such as BV Video Network and Blue Space are holy places for the so-called elites to show their superior life, there is a consumption culture of showing off their wealth. Then, TikTok is undoubtedly focusing on grassroots culture and sinking youth groups. Judging from the data of the North American market alone, it has been able to explain this problem. But what's interesting is that even now, since the rise of TikTok, it is still at the bottom of the chain of contempt by mainstream public opinion and is not looked down upon by the North American middle class. But in the near future, to be precise, beginning in the second half of this year, this situation has begun to undergo some subtle changes. Open the TikTok software application. In addition to the laughing faces full of pimples, there are also office workers in the office building. This phenomenon all indicates that the TikTok user circle has gone out of the circle to teenagers. Trends outside. In the internet social sector, what other important layouts does Liu Zhang have this year? Liu Sheng retracted his gaze from the panel on the wall, turned around and poured himself a glass of water. When he turned his back, the panel data behind him quickly listed new information under Xiona's debugging, and explained, in China, the management of Blue Star Technology has invested heavily in the Bilibili video website that went public on the Nasdaq in March this year. On May 8 this year, Blue Star Technology once again conducted up to 500 million yuan for the company. Strategic investment in US dollars, currently with a 26.1% shareholding ratio, is the company's largest shareholder, and the second largest shareholder is the company's founder, with a 15% shareholding ratio. Hearing Xiona's response, Liu Sheng took the water cup back to the panel and scanned the information on the panel, nodded. Liu Zhang is still okay. The company will take care of it. It is generally reassuring, and I can too continue to make new things. Today, the B Station IPO is listed, and the current market value is $6.2 billion US. Compared with the volume of Blue Star Technology, it is not enough for the opening time of the day to fluctuate. It may be a few minutes of stock price fluctuations and the B Station is gone. But this video network, which focuses on the second yuan community culture, has the vitality that makes many internet giants extremely eye-catching a young user group. Even Blue Star Technology is not greedy at this point. Nowadays, the number of users at Station B is already very large, and a road has been smashed under the giant Blue Star Video. Today, the monthly active users have reached 98 million, and the monthly active users on the mobile terminal have exceeded 100 million. An increase of 40% about. In other words, visiting Station B has become a daily routine for most young people aged 16 to 24 in China. There are regular traffic entering the platform every day, which can ensure that the platform has a good degree of activity. Young and highly loyal users are the biggest capital of Station B, and they are also the biggest source of confidence for investors when telling stories. Just like the Blue Star Video 10 years ago, Station B will accompany the growth of a new generation of young people with heart. Station B is silently caring like a gardener while looking forward to the harvest seen 10 years later. These young people may not have much value to develop now, but they will bring unimaginable returns to Station B when they grow up 10 years later. Just like the basics of the domestic version of Blue Star Video and the international version of BV Video Network. Same as disk users. And this is the reason why Station B is now favored by major internet giants such as Blue Star Technology. Station B has not only received investment from Blue Star Technology, but the top 5 major shareholders in it include Tencent 3.2%, Ali 4.2%, Sony 2.2%. In terms of voting rights, the founder takes the lead with 45% of the voting rights, the third largest shareholder with 8.8% of the shares. The president of Station B has 26.3% of the voting rights, and Blue Star Technology holds 10.2% of the voting rights. but has the inner vote veto, is the only shareholder with this authority. No founder will easily share the big killer of a veto power, but Blue Star Technology is not only the first strategic investor to invest in Station B, it not only has the funds that Station B lacks, but more importantly, it is profound for the content copyright pool of China. Station B will face this problem sooner or later, so Blue Star Technology cannot be bypassed. At that time, many people laughed at Luo Sheng's costly construction of a copyright pool. Today, no one has jumped out of the diss issue. Instead, they licked a fly, boasting of Luo Sheng's strategic forward-looking 10 years ago. Yunyan and so on. Today's B Station is backed by Blue Star Technology, and enjoys huge dividends in the content copyright, which is one of the important factors in granting a veto. Luo Sheng was relieved after reading some of Zhang Bowen's operational ideas and layout. He knew where the problems currently facing Blue Star Technology were and was actively seeking changes. Today's Blue Star Technology is facing a new middle-age crisis. The young people who were addicted to the blue space and post bars are now parents. The domestic postzeros do not want to share WeChat with their parents, and will block the circle of friends from their elders. More of it is the same as turning to the old antique QQ, but it gives QQ new vitality. This is not only domestic, but also foreign. North American teenagers do not like to stay on the same social platform with their parents. This is also an important factor that TikTok can quickly rise to and cannot ignore. The previous 15 years have passed. www.mtlnovel.com has become today's global social hegemon, Blue Star Technology, with a market value of $2.5 trillion. The core problem of Blue Star Technology, which is facing a mid-age crisis, is to capture the young group who represents the future after 0 and 0. Which will determine the future for the next 15 years. It's all closed. Luo Sheng watched for a while and then stopped paying attention to Blue Star Technology. Both domestic and overseas arrangements have been made plainly. Douyin TikTok has long been in the bag. Station B also has the tentacles of Blue Star Technology. The social empire of Blue Star Technology is still no one can threaten. As for Zhang Bowen and Zhang Yiming's fight, Luo Sheng chose to secretly. It's good to watch the excitement. The next focus is on the French Riviera. Ps. This chapter can be regarded as some explanation of the development of Blue Star Technology. In the early stage of this book, Blue Star Technology played the leading role. In the later stage, the proportion of related content must be much less than that in the early stage. Chapter 741 End of the Year Science and Technology Complex Building, Underground Library Biological Laboratory. Luo Sheng entered the underground laboratory, and when he saw it on number 18, Tool Ren Meizi smiled and walked slowly. "Master, you are here." Seeing such an emotional simulation on the 18th, Luo Sheng couldn't help but sigh to himself as a Ox pen. As a bionic person of the next generation technology product, she really resembles a person everywhere except that she is not a person. The bionic technology can be said to be his most proud of. For a moment, Luo Sheng completely communicated with the number 18 tool human sister paper in a way of communication between people. How many biochemical robot dragonflies have been made? This task is handed over to the 18th. A total of 52 units, all of which are improved, have added environment recognition depth perception technology. Number 18 said. Luo Sheng nodded, and turned to look at a cage on the laboratory's cargo platform. There were more than a dozen dragonflies carrying the load cell backpack inside. Release them all. Let the 26th take them out of the country and hand them to Auguste Fran. After a while, Luo Sheng confessed that the number 2 tool human sister paper awakened the 26th bionic person she created, and Xiona arranged for her to be active in the human world. Half an hour later, bionic human number 26 left the building and also took away 52 biochemical robot dragonflies. 2 days later, on October 9th, bionic human number 26 arrived at the southwest border. Before leaving the country, he released 52 biochemical robot dragonflies in the box. The bionic human takes over the control authority of these dragonflies, and even the operation panel is saved. Commands can be controlled directly through the biochip in the head. In a sense, Bionic Human 26 now has dozens of different perspectives, and the brain chip is powerful. His information processing ability allows him to control 52 dragonflies that were released in parallel. Only in this way can you leave the country smoothly. Otherwise, customs officers will see a fingernail-sized backpack on each dragonfly after going through the security check, and will definitely be taken away for investigation. On the same day, the Bionic Human on the 26th left the country smoothly, and all the biochemical robot dragonflies were returned to their suitcases from Southeast Asia to North Africa. With these batch of biochemical robot dragonflies, the intelligence capabilities of Horizon Security will be improved. These dragonflies will not be known to other human employees in the company. All of them are commanded and controlled by Bionics as part of their eyeliner. It will also be used to secretly monitor the company's human employees, to ensure that once there are 2 or 5 in it, it can be detected in advance and arranged before the other party turns back. After all, these people really cannot be completely trusted. During this period of time, Horizon Security once again obtained the delivery of the third batch of swarm drones from Lyle Binary Company. The nearly $20 billion military purchase order is due to the fast delivery of Lyle Binary and the rapid investment in actual combat. As for the purchase order for manned fighter jets, none of them has been delivered so far. These fighters are completely different. Delivery and use are calculated on a yearly basis, with the shortest start of half a year. The Horizon Company is also recruiting pilots. Now even if the plane comes, no one will pilot it. It has to build an airport. The infrastructure work can only be entrusted to the Chinese infrastructure company. In less than a year, you can shoot a base and come out of the airport. A batch of land warfare equipment such as tanks and armor will be delivered to Horizon Security at the end of November this year. The company is headquartered in Northern Europe, but it is more of an office nature, with mostly civilian personnel, and Auguste Fran is based in Northern Europe. However, Horizon has established a second headquarters in Libya. If the decision-making center is in Northern Europe, then the actual military center base camp is in Libya, North Africa. Although the company suffered notoriety for forcibly annexing Cadazuo's $50 billion inheritance, the acquiescence of New Jiao Building and Laum did not have a substantial impact on Horizon. In any case, the nature of the company does not care about notoriety. On the contrary, as a private military company, the more notorious it is to some extent, it is an excellent private military company, which shows that it has a great performance and is an affirmation. After Lyle Binary's swarm drones are in place, as long as the power of Horizon is not coming forward, the power of Horizon can basically go sideways in North Africa. Other mercenary organizations are unwilling to provoke them. If the client's entrustment is in conflict with the people of Horizon Security, more than 90% of the mercenaries will not take such orders. Obviously it is for nothing. Faced with the air support of swarm drones, under this kind of blow, it is up to God or the town lord to make no sense to survive. If you can't beat it, just join in. This is the most common choice of some local mercenaries. Horizon Security's entry into North Africa has directly changed the pattern of power in this region. Anyway, Horizon is now recruiting on a large scale, and the salary is millions of dollars per year. I don't know how many mercenaries want to join but can't. The business of mercenaries is very profitable, but almost all retired special soldiers or veterans with sturdy records are able to get an annual salary of 1 million. In fact, most of the so-called mercenaries have a monthly income of 1,500 euros, and they do not have a stable source of income every month. In any industry, Goxin is only a small group of people at the top of the industry pyramid. If the Horizon Company hadn't been raised by Luo Sheng, a superfunder father, it would have gone bankrupt within a few years. Relying on a normal order, it will definitely not be able to continue to operate. It is not easy to accept orders from the United States. It is also necessary to compete with its counterparts such as Draken International. The order of New Jiao Building will basically not exceed $3 billion. Remuneration. Obviously, it is obviously impossible for Horizon to rely on its own business income while expanding. It will have to continue blood transfusion in the future. Now there is a family property of close to $30 billion in the next few years. There is no need to worry about it. As for how to remit money to Horizon's account and become a legal asset in the future, Luo Sheng thought about it. A more reliable way is to treasure hunt. He asked Horizon to organize some expedition teams to conduct surveys on the African land, including the coast of Africa. Just found the gold coins full of ships in the great nautical era. But you can't keep hunting for treasures. It's a bit fake to keep your character exploding. It's not so easy to fool the world. In addition to self-directed and self-acted treasure hunts to solve the problem of fund transfer, there is also a way of self-directed and self-acted is to betting on darts for customers. Well, unfortunately, this customer is not a good thing. It turns out that their goods are black money. What's more unfortunate is that the customer's gang and people were killed by the group, and the money became nothing. Customers have always put the goods on the Horizon's www.mentalnovel.com. No one comes to pick them up. These goods can only be stored on the Horizon. When the customers come to pick up, when is the delivery? It does not matter who owns the goods. The important thing is that as long as the customer does not come to pick up the goods, the Horizon can be used. Obviously, the customer will never come to pick up the goods. It doesn't make much sense who owns the title. Anyway, according to the contract, if you never come to pick it up, then keep it. In short, it is right to make money from all aspects. With the passage of time, the last quarter of 2018 was spent smoothly, and the time has come to the new year of 2019. In the last quarter, Lam did not make much of a move against Luo Sheng's company. To be precise, the main experience was to blow up the reselling Azure 5 mobile phones of local gangs in Mexico. Lomai firmly believes that the reselling industry chain will soon become unsustainable soon, so it is only right to continue to increase its efforts. Chapter 742 Uncle, remember, call me brother. According to previous years, as soon as the new year begins, North America has to do something for you to prevent you from having a good new year. But this year will definitely be able to pass the new year steadily, because Lam has become a mess of porridge, and since late December last year, the Federation began to fall into the closed-door situation. The reason is that the budget appropriation cannot be approved and there is no money to spend. The budget appropriation rests with Congress. If Congress does not pass it, it means that the federal government cannot spend money. Many projects that need to spend money cannot continue, and employees have no money to pay. This is certainly good news for Luo Sheng. At least this year, there is no need to make noise. However, whether it is Blue Star Technology or the Côte d'Azur, they still have made some psychological preparations to prevent them from being caught off guard. If you understand the baby's life, you can do the opposite. Not impossible. February 5th, the day of the Spring Festival. The 4th Domestic Laser Eye Marks Theatre in Sioux City. Today is the first in the Spring Festival. Major theaters across the country are extremely popular. Buy 2 tickets for Wandering Earth, said a young man at the ticket office. Some people book tickets directly online, and there are no one to pick up the tickets, and some buy tickets on the spot. The ticket office staff said with a polite smile, "Hello, today our theater is reserved for all the movies shown on the day, and it is open to all audiences for free. So today you can come to our theater to watch any movie for free. For movies released on the day, you can enter the theater with this ticket." Huh? Is this such a good thing? Who booked the room? The young man who bought the ticket was surprised. I want to know this question too. The ticket sales staff said helplessly. At this moment, the restlessness from behind attracted the attention of both the ticket-buying youth and the conductor. They could not help but follow the prestige, and saw a group of men dressed in suits and leather shoes walking quickly to the theater hall to stand guards. Each ear is wearing a radio communication headset, All of them look focused. This posture attracted the attention of many spectators at the scene. Obviously the bodyguards engaged in security services. Soon, everyone saw a man surrounded by many bodyguards. When the face of the hot man was clearly seen, the public hall of the theater directly caused a sensation. The people eating melons got up in shock and tried to get closer. But one thing was very awkward, and they took out their mobile phones backhand to shoot and sent a circle of friends to be shocked. The spicy man is the richest man in the world today, the #1 person in the world's science and technology industry, Liu Sheng, who is called the Archbishop by die-hard fans. His popularity today is almost the same, not to mention that women and children are well known. The audience who came to this Laser IMAX theater were still wondering which local tyrant so generously included the audience for free viewing experience. When Liu Sheng appeared, everyone knew the answer. It's unknown. It has been a long time since he appeared in public, and it is not surprising that he caused a huge sensation. In fact, this is why Liu Sheng doesn't want to appear in public. A celebrity superstar like him will only disturb public order no matter how many times or where he appears in public. No, the flow of people in the theater now gathers frantically in his direction. In fact, there is currently the 5th Laser IMAX theater in China, which is just a projection hall in Liu Sheng's technology complex. This time, Liu Sheng is to call the movie Wandering Earth, because this movie is the pioneering work of domestic science fiction movies in the true sense, and it represents a truly top-level film industry. It's a more important layout. The most important thing is that Blue Star Pictures invested in this movie and still leads the producer and distributor. As early as 10 years ago, Liu Sheng had asked the people in the company to buy all the copyrights for the sci-fi works published by Liu, and the arrangement was plain and clear. This Wandering Earth is no exception. Just as Liu Sheng was on his way to the theater, an unexpected episode happened. Or like him saying hello, or among the crowd eating melons, there is a young girl holding an Azure 5 while shooting a video. She is not very old. She is a 00 high school student, 10 years old. Liu has just entered the first year of high school. She is a young and beautiful girl. Today, she is watching the movie with her classmates, but her friends are not by her side for the time being. She also came to join in the fun as a crowd. Due to the crowded scene, her mobile phone accidentally dropped to the ground, just in the passage opened by the bodyguard. "Hey, my phone." The little girl looked anxious. Her big shiny eyes instantly filled with distress, and the anxious voice seemed to cry anxiously. "Although we have bought a product worth tens of thousands of yuan for more than half a year, as long as it is not particularly wealthy, people will definitely distressed." The anxious little girl tried to get in and pick up her Azure 5 mobile phone. After being noticed by a bodyguard, he quickly pushed her away and tried to take her away. "My phone is dropped. My phone. Hey!" The scene was noisy. Most people's attention was focused on Liu Sheng, and few people paid attention to her. But Liu Sheng still heard this anxious voice, and immediately stopped and followed the reputation. Not only did he see a bodyguard trying to take the little girl with anxious face away, he also noticed a smartphone on the ground. As soon as Liu Sheng stopped, the bodyguard staff around him also stopped simultaneously, but they still clustered around him. And many more. Stopping the bodyguard, Liu Sheng walked over slowly, picked up the Azure 5 mobile phone on the ground and went to the bodyguard, who immediately gave up when he saw the boss posture. Liu Sheng didn't mean to blame the bodyguard, but didn't say anything to him, but chose to treat the other person as an invisible person. "I'm sorry, little girl, I will give you a new mobile phone as compensation later, and I apologize to you for the reckless behavior of my staff." Liu Sheng handed her the mobile phone and said apologetically. This action immediately reaped the goodwill of the people who eat melons. Liu Sheng turned his head and glanced at a bodyguard next to him. The latter immediately realized that he would understand in seconds, so he went to make arrangements. Today is the Spring Festival, and all major stores in China have closed their doors for a holiday, so they cannot buy directly. But what Liu Sheng asked for was nothing. and it must be arranged clearly. The little girl took the phone and looked at it for the first time. After confirming it, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized that the hot man stood in front of her. Seeing the world's richest man apologize to herself and offer compensation on the spot, the little girl didn't expect such a thing to happen. She shook her head in a moment of bewilderment and said, no need, let's say the phone is not broken. The quality is very good, no need. When the crowd eating melons next to me heard, many people secretly asked if this little sister was a little stupid, but she refused, and it was cheap because there was a mine at home. Luo Sheng silently gave the little girl a thumbs up. This is the next wave, but he didn't try to say that he had to give a compensatory one. He had a new idea in his heart and smiled. Then I invite you, go to a movie together, won't you refuse me? Oh, many men and women eating melons on the scene clamored on the spot, and many fans expressed their envy and hatred on the spot, expressing their desire to have an encounter with the richest man, even if it was time for a movie. But why was it not me who was invited? The little girl suddenly felt flattered when she heard this. Blinking her big eyes, she felt both unexpected and a little dazed. Luo Sheng also patiently waited for her response. That Luo, Uncle Luo, the little girl stubbornly said, and her brain gradually went blank. The first time she was paid attention to by so many people, she was obviously a little timid. I don't know how to call it, but I can't call it directly. Hafnium. Uncle. Luo Sheng was stunned by the pretense, and then looked around at the crowd eating melons and waved his hands. Am I so young? All of the room burst into laughter, and the theater owner who had just arrived was also laughing. Regardless of whether it was a real smile or an agreeable smile, it doesn't matter what the big guy is here, everything just needs to follow the big guy's rhythm. There is no way, but this super boss who is resident in the top 5 list of the annual influencers of time has not fallen into the top 5 since he was on this list, and is now a living legend. How dare to sing the opposite of the big guy? Of course, it's the right way to make the big guy happy. Luo Sheng looked back at the little girl and said with a serious face, remember, I want to call Luoj. Chapter 743 Hollywood. This mountain, it's time to shake it. Although he is 33 years old this year, Luo Sheng looks very young, not much different from those around 25 years old. As a super rich, there is a private team serving him in healthcare. The little girl's timid face couldn't help but flushed slightly. Luo Sheng saw her bewildered, so he took the initiative to take her little hand and walked towards the theater. At the moment of holding hands, the fans on the scene screamed directly. The little girl lowered her small head, letting Luo Sheng hold her hand. Her brain was completely blank. It has to be said that Luo Sheng's current aura, popularity and mature temperament give people a natural sense of security, which is very lethal for a girl of her age. And it is a taste of this richest man is not too cold. The interaction with this little girl was not deliberately arranged. It was purely accidental. Inviting the little girl to watch the movie together is also considered a friendly side. After all, Luo Sheng belongs to 2 worlds and 2 dimensions in the eyes of ordinary people. It's impossible to get together. This time I appeared in public for the purpose of calling Wandering Earth, but also for Blue Star Pictures and Blue Star Technology. The film and television content sector has always been one of the campaign's key strategies. Maybe this accident can bring some new topics even further. The scene of Luo Sheng interacting with the little girl was also madly captured and uploaded to the internet by the crowd eating melons in the theater. A young man watched the scene surrounded by a group of bodyguards and couldn't help but sigh to the guy beside him. The Archbishop's sister-in-law is really so simple and unpretentious and close to 1 billion people. I realized. The buddies next to him said helplessly, don't make trouble. Is it an accident or not? I even doubt if this is a melodrama deliberately arranged to show the big brother who is close to others. The young man retorted, the Archbishop still needs to use this method to pack himself. He doesn't sell personal design. You think it is Rebs? Rebs? Question mark. His buddies said again, "It is impossible for the Archbishop to give birth to a high school. Beasts, after passing it, it will not stop, let alone be in such a large public." The young man said helplessly, "I said ... I'll just skin it, why don't you forget it? But if I have a girlfriend, I won't be able to take you to the movie. Let's go, I can only talk to you." This fellow wanders the earth. What evil did I do in my last life? In less than half an hour, the news here can be searched online. Some videos taken by fans and audiences on the scene have been uploaded to major online social media platforms and quickly disseminated, such as Douyin short videos, moments, etc. Right now, it is the time of the festival, and the full name is Idol and has nothing to do to find melons to eat. It quickly became a hot topic on social media. To be reasonable, this phone is worth it. Envious, jealous and hateful. The moment when I saw Liu Oj holding her hand. As for upstairs gossip, it seems that the Archbishop hasn't announced marriage yet. Is he still single? I don't believe it. This topic has been watered 10 times. Take it away. Next one. The Archbishop's appearance this time fully shows that he is not only rich in wealth and billions of people, but also in the first place in the event of an accident. When dealing with problems, it gives people a feeling of being close to hundreds of millions of people. It is very warm. Heart. The times are advancing. The teenagers chased the girls, and the girls led the uncle. In the end, the big shed messed up the 4 seasons, money messed up the age, and the rich eventually became family members. Comprehend it, brother. I also realized I got it too. I got it too. After about 2 hours, the movie was over. Liu Sheng watched Wandering Earth, this time not in a separate theater, but with the little girl and other audience members. The owner of the theater proposed to arrange a separate theater for him, but Liu Sheng refused. Watch the movie alone. Then why do you come to your cinema? Isn't the private Laser IMAX theater in your own complex building more fragrant? The little girl followed Liu Sheng out of the cinema. At this moment, they were surrounded by bodyguards. The news that Liu Sheng appeared in this cinema had long been spread. This time, it was not only the crowds who were eating melons watching, but also a group of reporters. Liu Sheng, this name is synonymous with hotspots. And he is a news hotspot that can move. He is not surprised at this kind of battle. On the contrary, the little girl around him is a bit cautious and timid. He has never seen such a big scene, but he is very excited inside, knowing that this time he should be the rhythm of the whole network. It turned out to be the feeling of being held by the stars. Liu Sheng turned his head and glanced at the girl, smiling. "Little girl, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Yang Mioyan, brother Liu can call me Xiaoyan." After a movie, the little girl was not as blank as before. At this moment, she suddenly subconsciously said, "It's broken, I forgot her." Liu Sheng said in surprise, "He is your boyfriend?" Now the back waves are so advanced. Yang Mioyan blushed and quickly explained, "I don't have a boyfriend. I am a good best friend of my classmate. We were originally watching the movie together." The previous things were completely blank. "I forgot her," Liu Sheng suddenly said with a smile. "Then you can call her, I'll let someone take you home together." After speaking, Liu Sheng led Yang Mioyan to a car, and a bodyguard had already opened the door when they came. The little girl is very well behaved. Everything is subject to Liu Sheng's arrangements. Under this circumstance, a 16-year-old girl is unlikely to have any opinions, but she is also very at ease with Liu Sheng. On the contrary, she feels full inexplicably a sense of security. After the girl got in the car, Liu Sheng turned his head and whispered to the bodyguard beside him, "How many mobile phones have you brought here?" "Bodyguard, bring 3 of them here." "It's always okay to bring more, just take it back then." Liu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. "I will give this little girl a while on the way, and a friend who has been lost by her." "Bodyguard, good boss." After a brief explanation, Liu Sheng walked to the window and looked at the girl sitting in the car with a smile. "Just tell the driver the address and they will take you home." The girl pursed her small mouth and nodded softly. Liu Sheng said with a serious face, "Study hard, Don't fall in love early. Hearing this, the girl's face blushed again. For a moment, she secretly glanced at Luo Sheng, who was already away, and her heart thumped, but she didn't dare to say it but said in her heart, I think I have already started in love. After the business car left with Yang Mioyin, the two sides never saw the second face. Luo Sheng didn't care too much, nor did he take this matter to heart. It was just a trivial episode for him, and it would not bring much change. I might forget it tomorrow. But for the 16-year-old Yang Mioyin, today's Cinderella-like dreamy experience not only affected her entire life, but also made the girl unforgettable for a long time. Under the captures of many reporters, Luo Sheng returned to his exclusive car. Yang Mioyin's affairs have been completely forgotten by him. Is thinking about 4 words in the brain at this moment cultural output. It is just a movie, even if it is the pioneering work in the true sense of domestic science fiction films. It is still not possible to let a superstar like Luo Sheng come out to bring goods and make calls in person. The connotation of the science fiction disaster film The Wandering Earth is a story told entirely by Orientals. There is no chicken blood in the whole process, and there is no patriotic education by pressing the human head. It is a real human community of destiny is closely linked to the theme of the times. This movie will only make the audience feel the desire of human beings for their homeland and their united efforts for the survival of civilization. The commanding heights of science and technology are indisputable, as is the commanding heights of culture. This movie is not only a pioneering work in the true sense of domestic science fiction films, but also the beginning of Luo Sheng's real effort to fight for the commanding heights of culture. Hollywood, the mountain that carries the core output of American culture, has to shake it for a while. As long as it has this ability, it is impossible to keep it standing still. Chapter 744 Through work unexpectedly, Ad Food. The most valuable IP under Blue Star Pictures is undoubtedly Marvel Pictures. But Luo Sheng is not satisfied with it. The Marvel series of movies can only be a money-making tool, and it is a typical American culture. In terms of cultural output, even Marvel movies have become more popular, but the more they help the United States export American culture. And Blue Star Pictures, a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology, can be said to be the only domestic film and television culture company that can compete with Hollywood movie giants and Netflix. When an enterprise grows to a certain extent, it will inevitably take on the specific mission and tasks given to it by the times. This is the fundamental element for obtaining state support, and the enterprise can go further, occupying the most resources and positions. If it goes against the will of the country will inevitably step in to smooth the road. If the enterprise is not aware of this, it will also decline from prosperity to decline. Blue Star Pictures and even Blue Star Technology Group want to go to the next level, obviously playing an important role in the field of cultural output. At the moment, the Spring Festival File has started a hot movie watching boom, and the science fiction disaster film Wandering Earth is released simultaneously with several other New Year movies. Because of the existence of Blue Star Technology in this world, the film Wandering Earth not only does not need empty gloves and wolf warriors to fill the shortage of funds, but it also ranks first in the spring season in terms of film schedule, with 21% of films scheduled on the first day of release. The proportion is nearly double that of 11.4% in Luo Sheng's previous life. The production cost has also reached 700 million yuan, more than doubled, but the Wolf War is still included, but it is no longer an empty glove. After all, the first-line reputation is there, and there is no ask for sky-high pay. With a production cost of 700 million yuan, the total remuneration of all actors in the film accounted for less than 10% of the total budget, compared with 70% of the remuneration of some traffic stars. All the actors of the entire group paid about 70 million yuan, and the most expensive Wolf Warrior only took 8.5 million yuan of it. Despite the strong support of Blue Star Films, the film itself has first-class craftsmanship, which is higher than the level of the previous generation. However, because domestic science fiction films are really hard to describe in a word, Most people in the industry believe that Wandering Earth is a hit on the street. The probability is greater than the explosion. But on the first day of the Spring Festival on February 5th, it directly gained 467 million. On the same day, Crazy Aliens was 273 million, Speeding Life was 198 million, and The King of New Comedy was 162 million. The premiere result of Wandering Earth showed a trend of overwhelming competitors. This result directly surprised the film and television circles. The entire Spring Festival stall was detonated by the small ball and the lines became popular throughout the internet. Fans can't believe this is a domestic science fiction disaster film. The next step was to break the record all the way. On February 6th, the proportion of Wandering Earth did not drop but increased, reaching 30% of the proportion. The box office on that day was $511 million. The day after the release was a dominance, which made the competitors miserable for the same period. The lineup was robbed by The Wandering Earth, and the subsequent box office accounting declined significantly faster. But there is no way the movie theater can ignore these, and the higher the attendance rate of the film will definitely be more. On February 7th, it won 477 million box office results with a 33% ratio. On February 8th, it won 492 million. On February 9th, it broke 500 million and set a new record. The specific result was 522 million. At this time, almost all the major theaters in the country are this movie, and the proportion of the film has reached 67%. It broke another 400 million on February 10th, and the cumulative box office of Wandering Earth hit 2.869 billion yuan, becoming an absolute phenomenon-level movie at the moment. On a global scale, due to the efforts of Blue Star Pictures, it has won a higher filming rate than Luo Sheng's Last Life. In addition, Blue Star Technology, as a domestic company, has also carried out vigorous announcements on its major social media platforms, attracting more foreign audiences to watch. In the first week, the North American box office won $4.85 million. And Wandering Earth took advantage of the terrifying performance of the Greater China market to win the global box office this week with a result of $447 million. On March 2nd, the domestic cumulative box office officially exceeded 5 billion, becoming the second domestic film with a box office score of more than $5 billion. And it also ranked second in the domestic movie history box office. By this time, everyone knows that no one can stop the small break from reaching the top of the domestic film history. There is only a gap of more than 600 million yuan from the top box office, and the film has not yet arrived. What is certain is that at least 1 month's extension key will be obtained. On March 4th, the Technology Complex Building video conference. From the perspective of Hollywood's tacit cooperation and deliberate suppression of Wandering Earth, we still need to master our own theater resources, otherwise this kind of thing will still happen, and cultural output will be impossible to talk about. Zhang Bowen on the screen said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for being treated unfairly, the overseas box office is completely expected to exceed $20 million. Film and television content is undoubtedly the strongest and most influential form of cultural output. It allows the public to subtly accept the values of film and television content. Old and American Hollywood movies are popular all over the world. While earning the box office of major markets, we are constantly exporting American values. And some overseas audiences admire and yearn for it." Sitting in the private office, Luo Sheng leaned on the boss chair and said helplessly, "No way, Lao Wang, his teammate is not strong." The attendees Zhang Bowen and other executives understood just a moment what boss was referring to. Wanting bought AMC Cinemas for $2.6 billion 6 years ago. This is the largest theater chain in North America with 1,000 stores worldwide. Cinema. However, what is embarrassing is that AMC has never sought funding from Wanpeng in any acquisition, nor has it received any financing commitment from a bank headquartered in China, regardless of the purpose. including the acquisition. The funds used for the 4 acquisitions AMC completed last year were loans from a North American syndicate and AMC's own cash reserves. In addition to having 3 seats on the company's board of directors, One Investment AMC did not actively participate in the daily operations of AMC. The direct point is that there is no right to speak. Active participation in the game can be said to be given by the old white. Adam Allen, CEO of AMC, once said, "AMC is a North American company headquartered in Leawood, Kansas, and is operated by our management teams in North America and Europe." While the video conference was still in progress, an executive at the meeting said, "Mr. Luo, should Blue Star Technology merge and integrate a global departmental company? Isn't it just money?" Luo Sheng directly refused and said, "No, we can't get involved in the cinema company, otherwise we will definitely be killed by Laum. This is for nothing." "Don't be stupid," Zhang Bowen said to the executive who spoke. Blue Star Pictures is a production and distribution company. The cinema chain was originally split from several major Hollywood conglomerates due to anti-monopoly. If we merge the cinema chain company, Laum, it must be waiting for you to sign the contract and you will be split at the corner. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Let's find people who have nothing to do with us on the theater chain." One is that Lao Jiang has made it very clear. The second is that cultural output must first be content output. So we can only do film production. Distribution, underneath it is a single theater market. The profit is not as good as the production and distribution. The profit is relatively small. Don't forget that Blue Star Pictures also has a Netflix on the internet. All the executives attending the meeting were all in the same meeting room. Everyone had looked at each other when they heard this, and felt that boss was the rhythm of a reorganization. Sure enough, Luo Sheng said a decision that surprised everyone. When we acquired Marvel back then, Disney came out to make trouble with Li Ying. This time we will not only create trouble for Disney, but also do our best to grab the meat he likes. Disney? Zhang Bowen thought about it for a while, and immediately said, "Mr. Luo, what do you mean? You want to compete with Disney for the 21st Century Fox Film Company?" Luo Sheng nodded and replied affirmatively, "Yes, this is also very difficult. It cannot be solved if the money is in place, but we must do our best to win. As long as the merger and acquisition of Fox succeeds, we will be able to quickly stand firm in Hollywood. Do it step by yourself, and it will take a long time to get up. At this time, capital operations and mergers and acquisitions are the most effective and time-saving operations. Chapter 745 Mistle, thank you. I feel offended. Disney has been engaged in the acquisition of 21st Century Fox for 2 years. A week ago, it announced that it would initiate acquisitions for $66.1 billion, including its 20th Century Fox Film Company, 20th Century Fox Television Company, and FX Networks, National Geographic, and its 30% stake in streaming media platform Hulu and other assets. However, it is worth mentioning that since Disney came out to disrupt Blue Star Technology's acquisition of Marvel Comics that year, the liangzai of the two parties has become more and more serious. Baby D can hardly have a rival in Hollywood, and it's real heartache. They are two content production and streaming platform giants, Blue Star Pictures and Netflix. In the video conference, an executive at the meeting said, 20th Century Fox has Marvel's superhero IP. It seems that Disney is really a lot of small nine. At present, the ownership rights of popular IPs such as X-Men, Deadpool and Fantastic Four are in the hands of 20th Century Fox, and they are all property that Marvel sold at the time of bankruptcy. Obviously, this is a pity for the interaction of different characters and stories in the Marvel universe of Marvel, a subsidiary of Blue Star Pictures. If 21st Century Fox can be acquired, more characters will be linked in future movies. Get up, such as the good friends Deadpool and Spider-Man in comics, and Wolverine and Iron Man. The starring role of Wolverine has been established. As long as the X-Men can enter the Marvel Universe, He is willing to play Wolverine again and fight Iron Man more. The competition between Blue Star Technology and Hollywood giants has never stopped since the acquisition of Marvel, and the two sides have been fighting in secret. It's just that the friction here is magnified to the entire Blue Star Technology group, the business technology empire, and does not account for much, but it still has a huge influence in the global film and television entertainment industry. Nowadays, the senior management of Blue Star Technology has begun to exert efforts in the field of cultural output and intend to occupy its commanding heights. The battle for the film and television sector will only be more intense than ever. Luo Sheng put his legs on his desk, leaned against the boss chair, and said faintly, "The sentence is over. If the 21st Century Fox is Disney's, we are uncomfortable. If it is ours, Disney is uncomfortable. We don't want to be uncomfortable, to make Disney uncomfortable. It's that simple." Being swallowed by the Disney whale, the integrity of the Marvel Universe may never be realized. Of course, Blue Star Pictures is uncomfortable, and the commercial value mining of the Marvel Universe will also be hindered. In addition to Marvel's works, 20th Century Fox also mastered the Avatar, Alien and Planet of the Apes series, including the Rise of the Apes series, Ace Agent and other popular works. The most important thing is that the company still has the permanent distribution rights of Star Wars: A New Hope. If Disney succeeds in the acquisition and its subordinates have acquired Lucasfilm, it will have absolute ownership of the super IP of Star Wars. Control. In turn, Blue Star Technology won. Not only did Marvel superhero IPs gather, but Disney couldn't wholeheartedly develop the super IP of Star Wars. Luo Sheng added, "If we acquire Fox, Blue Star Pictures will have to directly control it, and IP such as X-Men and Deadpool cannot return to Marvel's hands, lest Marvel grow bigger and its management will bargain with the parent company." Marvel Pictures, a subsidiary of Blue Star Films, a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology Group, has supported half of Blue Star's performance due to its popularity in recent years. To some extent, it means abducted, and Marvel's management has become more. I have become more confident and speak louder and louder. If this continues, will there be a strike in 2 years? Because Marvel has produced some movies with some black Chinese elements, although it is more cryptic, but eating the owner's fan black owner. This is obviously floating. Luo Sheng has been upset with Marvel's management for a long time. Blue Star Pictures is not a panacea. Although it promises not to interfere in the daily operations of Marvel's management, the company's voting rights in the general meeting of shareholders are absolute control, but it has not used its authority. If Marvel jumped like the AMC theater line, Luo Sheng wouldn't mind directly removing the entire Marvel management team. If the IP of Marvel Universe was smashed, it would be smashed, and Blue Star Technology could afford to lose tens of billions of dollars in profits. Iron Man, MG Team and Spider-Man appear to belong to Blue Star Pictures, but their actual ownership is actually in the hands of Marvel, which is affiliated with Blue Star Pictures. If the acquisition of Fox is successful this time, the X-Men IPs must not be returned to Marvel's hands. They must be directly controlled by Blue Star Pictures in order to gain greater control so that Marvel can converge. At this time, Luo Sheng said in an unquestionable tone, M&A is a reorganization. The obedient stay, and the disobedient will be withdrawn. The chaos in the early stage is no problem at all. The chaos and the subsequent treatment are healthier, and the short-term losses negligible. Mid-term losses are acceptable. The parent company has a blood transfusion. The acquisition of Fox is not finished with a few board seats. What I want is the actual right to speak, otherwise it is meaningless. Lao Jiang nodded, understood. In the 21st century, a company as big as Fox, even if it is really broken, can sell a lot of money by selling its assets. Anyway, it is not the son of Blue Star Technology. Even if it is broken, Luo Sheng will not feel distressed at all. This issue was established, and the next issue was successfully undertaken. An executive at the meeting asked, "What about the theater?" "This is a problem. We can't do it." "Who can do it?" "This is not something that ordinary companies can do. The minimum standard is also a multinational company with a scale of more than 50 billion US dollars. In China, there are only a few companies that want to have this strength and financial resources. Wanzhong, Ali, Byte, and while such a few companies. Wanteng was originally the most diligent in the film and television culture sector. 3 years ago, he bought all over the world. When he bought the AMC cinema chain, he also bought Legendary Pictures. Now it is turned off and all kinds of sales are sold. Not to mention, Ali, as the second largest internet giant after Blue Star Technology in China, an e-commerce giant with a market value of 500 billion US dollars, must have this strength. But the problem is that the relationship with Blue Star Technology is more competitive than cooperation. The two sides are exchanging fire in various fields such as entertainment, social networking, e-commerce, and both sides are afraid that the other will make trouble. Even if they do cooperate, they will keep one hand. This is obviously difficult to achieve major events. ByteDance, the emerging internet multinational company that has emerged in recent years, seems to have become a giant. In fact, this company is also Luo Sheng's. It seems to be the most suitable, but the two sides are so the face. It is difficult for Lao Jiang to do it, and the management does not understand that he will oppose it, thinking that it will shake the core competitiveness of the parent company, and will inevitably oppose it collectively. Although Luo Sheng said one thing, it would be difficult to do it if they all oppose it collectively. Difficult. Huawei, an upright technology company, purely high-tech, has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. However, if Luo Sheng would say hello to Huawei, with the pattern of being an old man, and the sincere cooperation between the two sides for so many years, Huawei would definitely accept this suggestion generously. Big. But the problem is that Huawei is also the focus of attention by the United States, especially the leading 5G technology. The attention of the United States is no less than that of the Blue Coast. Huawei has not even been able to open the North American market even today. In a sense, it's worse than the Blue Coast, and Azure 5 mobile phones are also sold in the North American market. Luo Sheng said solemnly, "This is indeed quite nerve-wracking. There are a lot of things that can be done, but it is not satisfactory. It may explode." The management made corresponding analysis on these companies, and the results were not satisfactory. At this moment, another executive suddenly said, "Mr. Luo, I think there is still one missing. Maybe it can." Luo Sheng curiously asked, "Who? Do you mean Liang Xian?" "Just forget it." "No, it's not this. It's President Mr. Rebs." Luo Sheng was stunned, and the executive continued, "I think Xiaomi is very suitable. Anyway, Xiaomi's business is almost everything, and he has done balance bikes. There is nothing to do with a theater chain. No surprises. The key is that Xiaomi will not cause Laum to be too vigilant." Zhang Bowen couldn't help smiling and said, "Hey, I said, don't pass the latest sentence to Mr. ears. He will always feel offended when he hears it. Maybe he won't cooperate with us." Everyone smiled knowingly. Well, the company named and looked after by Laum these years is a way of recognizing its strength. This may be some kind of authority certification. New January. Ask for tickets. Chapter 746 Trillions of Dollars. Xiaomi, who just entered the world's top 500 list last year, definitely has some strength, but the problem is that Xiaomi's capital chain may not be so abundant. Zhang Bowen said in a deep voice. It is worth mentioning that Xiaomi has released its 2018 annual report. Its annual revenue was 180 billion yuan. It was listed on the Fortune Global 500 list, ranking 468th. And it took only 8 years. The time is one of the youngest in the world's top 500, so the strength cannot be underestimated. It's not easy to have no money. Financing. An executive at the meeting smiled. With Luo's influence, it is too simple to help Xiaomi with a sum of money. The most direct way is for Luo Sheng to come forward. Xiaomi may not be very popular with investors, but as long as Luo Sheng comes out with a raw, investors will definitely wave their banknotes and rush to raise funds without hesitation. But you can't come forward directly, otherwise the advantage that Xiaomi was ignored by the old beauty will be gone. Even if you don't come forward directly, it's actually very simple. Luo Sheng only needs to say hello to Qin Weimu, and then ask Shengfeng Capital to come forward. But instead of Shengfeng Capital investing directly, he uses Shengfeng Capital's connections to hint at the country, those private equity institutions and the like. If there is no such level of dredging, Xiaomi said that if he wants to raise funds to set up a theater circuit, he will definitely be scorned by investors. But if there is this level of dredging, domestic private equity institutions must understand in seconds. At this time, Rebs jumped out and said that there was a lack of money. Investors would definitely not hesitate to smash the banknotes and give them as much. These investors will be cautious and savvy here at Rebs and Xiaomi, but with Luo Sheng's bottom line, they immediately become blind investors, and they are right when they close their eyes. Luo Sheng thought about it for a while, and immediately said, "Okay, that's it for the time being, Lao Jiang. You and Mr. L will talk about this in private. If he is willing to do it, just do it." Zhang Bowen nodded, "No problem." Strictly speaking, there is also a certain competitive relationship with Rebs. Xiaomi is vigorously developing smart homes, and the Côte d'Azur will soon make efforts in this field. With such a large-scale company, it is basically difficult to find another powerful company without any competition with it, unless it is a large crossover, such as Coca-Cola and Motai. But Luo Sheng and Rebs did not have much competition and conflict. Generally speaking, the cooperative relationship is greater than the competitive relationship. Soon after the video conference ended, Tang Xin entered Luo Sheng's private office. "Mr. Luo, the campaign's annual report is out." Being his assistant secretary is not easy. Many companies ran back and forth, and finally got a report from the complex. The workload doubled, but the salary did not double. However, this position is also something that people want to get. Working for Luo Sheng, the intangible benefits far exceed the visible wage income. Even if they are no longer in this position in the future, they must be senior executives of the company, and their tasks is extremely high. This is a springboard. A big jump up and down is the core layer. Let it go. You go and do your job. Luo Sheng said casually. Tang Xin put the documents he had brought on his desk, poured a glass of water for him by the way, and left the office. After a while, Luo Sheng just started to browse the materials brought by Tang Xin. The 2018 annual report is relatively late compared to the previous year. It is now in March. In previous years, it was disclosed in January and February. The reason is that there were too many unexpected events last year and the business statistics in Mexico are also troublesome. However, compared with the industry as a whole, the annual report issued in March is also normal. Most companies also disclose their annual reports around March, especially listed companies. Tang Xin brought several annual reports. These companies or institutions were founded by Luo Sheng, Azure Coast, Azure Pure Electric Automobile, Blue Star Technology, and Shengfeng Capital. But they are all independently accounted for and are in a level relationship with each other. The first material that Luo Sheng opened up was the annual report of Blue Star Technology. In 2018, its annual revenue was $341.43 billion, a growth rate of 14.5%, a net profit of $64.53 billion, a net profit rate of 18.9%, and revenue and profit hit a double record. Although it is very powerful with ByteDance, Blue Star's business diversification, social networking is only part of it, and the threat of ByteDance is only aimed at the future, and it is not qualified to challenge Blue Star Technology at all. The strong growth comes from cloud computing services. After reading the annual report, Luo Sheng shook his head and muttered to himself, "Oh, this profit has reached a new high again. It is really impossible to suppress it." If this is heard by colleagues, I want to hit someone. Luo Sheng picked up the second annual report of Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company. The annual revenue was 677.98 billion yuan, which was $101.34 billion excluding exchange rate changes, but the net profit margin was only 4.18%. 28.34 billion yuan. The company is still in the development stage. The large-scale laying of infrastructure in the country and the world is already very profitable. In fact, the company's profit was negative before this time. Luo Sheng arranged for the profit this time. He said that he would distribute dividends to stockholders for 1 year. This is close to 30 billion and will be distributed this year. The third annual report is from the Côte d'Azur. In 2018, the total global revenue for the whole year was $780.987 billion, and the net profit margin was 13.2%. It was $10.09 billion. It was an unprecedented scale. In the year, Pure Leaf's power and listing, the breakthrough and commercialization of a series of leading scientific and technological achievements of the Blue Coast Laboratory, military purchase orders from large dogs and so on. Although it was understood that the baby added tariffs last year, it was a wave of super assists, and the actual profit in the North American market was even greater. What is the concept of $780 billion in revenue? The military expenditure budget of the United States last year was more than $700 billion, or equivalent to 3.9% of the entire country's GDP last year. If it were treated as a separate economy, the entire country would be suppressed. In 2018, SAART's GDP was $769.8 billion, ranking 18th in the world, and the 17th was the Netherlands with $909.8 billion. It's no wonder that the author of Big Four insists on claiming that Luo Sheng is an individual with superpower to influence the world. This is an unprecedented precedent. The power of one person and the park of the entire Silicon Valley are not weak. This income data it has been fully reflected. The fourth is the report of Shengfeng Capital. Last year's net profit was $18 billion and the scale of asset management reached $6 trillion. Last year was the happiest to give money to Luo Sheng to take care of the global situation. Shengfeng Capital has been investing in basic technology research and development companies on a large scale, but it still has a profit of $18 billion. No wonder the world's richest people or sovereign funds, they all hope that Luo Sheng can conduct the second round of fundraising activities. If you don't hand over the money to him, there is a high probability that it will be harvested by him. The overall global wealth has not experienced explosive growth, but Shengfeng Capital is making a lot of money. This money can only be harvested by others. The total revenue of the three core companies is $1.2 trillion. Well, it exceeds expectations. Luo Sheng said to himself after reading the annual report. The internal forecast was originally $1.08 trillion. There is no doubt that the top of the top 500 in the world in 2018 is the Côte d'Azur. The Walmart Group's operating income last year was $514.4 billion, which is an insurmountable gap compared to the Côte d'Azur. Blue Star Technology also entered the top 10 list of the world's top 500 for the first time, ranking 7th at $341.4 billion, second only to SAART Aramco $355.9 billion, only a gap of about $10 billion. And the Blue Pure electric car also reached the top 100 list, surpassing Nissan Moto $102.2 billion with $103 billion. Ranking 66th. Luo Sheng put all the annual reports in the folder layer next to him. You reading www.yuukanzu.com silently looked up at the ceiling and muttered to himself, the next goal for the Côte d'Azur is to break the $1 trillion mark in individual income, from more than $700 billion to $1 trillion. This is a huge hurdle. The Côte d'Azur has developed to the scale it is today. With such a huge base, it has already increased in volume last year, and it will definitely be difficult to achieve this year. Subquantum growth. This is still to ensure that the moth cannot develop steadily. The company's new business growth point this year is undoubtedly the Dab iRobot launched in the summer, and the time is coming soon. The summer conference is close at hand, but I want to rely on this newly launched product to lead the Côte d'Azur attack. The integer threshold of $1 trillion in revenue is still unrealistic. After all, the gap is still more than $200 billion. It is impossible for Dab iRobots to make up such a big gap no matter how they explode. Only when the virtual brain computer, a brand new smart terminal consumer product, is commercially available, the Côte d'Azur's annual revenue may exceed $1 trillion. Chapter 747 Heavy News March 7. North America. What? Blue Star Technology jumped out to cut us? Disney's head Bob Iger was caught off guard when he heard the news, and a moment later said, is the other party really interested in mergers or acquisitions, or simply wants to respond? The executive who received the news in return said, I don't know. Recently, Blue Star Pictures sent a research team to contact Murdoch. The news came out that Blue Star Technology intends to acquire 21st Century for $81.5 billion. Fox. Damn it. It is disgusting whether it is an intentional acquisition or simply messing up. If the former is, Disney will lose 21st Century Fox. If the latter is also bound to raise the cost of mergers and acquisitions, resulting in mergers and acquisitions failure or indefinitely. It is worth mentioning that in the past 10 years or so, in the face of the profound impact and even transformation of new internet media platforms on the way audiences watch movies, and the declining of traditional media, Fox has been unable to compete with the Azure Coast in the 21st century. Blue Star Technology has competed with emerging technology giants such as Google. Murdoch, its head, has long decided to withdraw from the entertainment industry, spin off the remaining assets such as Fox Broadcasting Group, sports, news and television stations, and set up a new company worth about $10 billion. And Disney's biggest concern is also the internet giants, including North American content production and streaming giant Netflix, and the rapidly rising Blue Star Pictures. Because of this, Disney is eager to spend $60 to $70 billion at the expense of the acquisition of 21st Century Fox to strengthen its weakness in copyright, international channels and distribution. The acquisition of the company can obtain a large number of film and television copyrights and National Geographic. After waiting for more than 300 international channels, the problem of no distribution rights was solved. Disney, which has plenty of ammunition, has begun to build its own streaming media platform and withdraw the film and television works licensed to Netflix and Blue Star Pictures to confront the two cross-latitude competitors that have opened up content production and distribution channels. In the era of rapid technological development, the weakness of Hollywood producers in the distribution channels has led to an increasingly weak voice. Relatively speaking, Disney is the fastest to react. Fear may be increasingly marginalized in the future. In the end, it became a content provider for emerging internet streaming platforms such as Blue Star Pictures and Netflix. In this context, the media giant Murdoch directly played GG and chose to give up, while Disney chose to take the initiative to counterattack the dimensionality reduction attacks launched by competitors. Obviously, if Hollywood filmmakers in the future do not want to be eliminated or become content providers to internet giants, they must embark on a cross-platform integration path that connects production, distribution, and on-demand. Bob Iger asked, what does Murdoch think? Sell for the price, the higher the price will get. Damn it. Disney is a $200 billion super entertainment giant. It must be strong. But Baby D is still a little emboldened when it comes to fighting Luo Sheng for the currency ability. Blue Star Technology swallows 21st Century Fox, and can even use all of the cash to pay. It is so powerful and so rich. But Disney can't do it. It doesn't have so much cash at all. If you want to annex this company, you can only trade it with its own company's stock. otherwise you can't afford it. At this moment, the news has been exposed to the media, and it was the first to cause a large-scale sensation in the entertainment industry. Entertainment media such as The Hollywood Reporter all quoted their report for the first time, and the Technology Circle and major mainstream media followed up. The acquisition of 21st Century Fox for $81.5 billion, if successful, will be the largest M&A case ever produced, which can be called epic. Luo Sheng's actions are extremely swift and violent. He wants to swallow the 21st Century Fox. This is not a simple game, but a multi-dimensional struggle. On March 9th, another heavy news came out and hit the headlines of major news websites around the world. Blue Star Technology and Côte d'Azur each drafted a total of €20.3 billion in the EU District Investment Plan for 2019 in their respective fields. The EU and the two companies signed the agreement on the same day and made it public. The speed is really a bit fast, almost sudden news. In fact, it is not difficult for a caring person to observe the past history and find that this is both unexpected and reasonable. It is a well-known thing that the economic environment of AUSA has become worse in recent years. In addition to the unstable global situation, what is even worse is that the relationship between the two parties is not as close as before. For example, the United States tried its best to prevent the laying of the EU's Bixi No. 2 inches energy pipeline. This energy pipeline is intended to be inserted into the Persian Gulf by the EU to relieve its over-reliance on natural gas supply. If the supply is cut off, the people of AUSA can't survive the winter. It doesn't matter if Mauxan jumps out to make trouble, but Laum also makes trouble. He understands the baby's idea and is very fruitful, and prevents the construction of the Bixi No. 2 inches energy pipeline. The purpose is to beat the people in North America to buy North American products. Energy. You know, since the shale oil and gas revolution, North America has changed from the world's largest energy importer to an exporter. It's unwilling to beat the people in the continent, and it's expensive. This account is obviously not worthwhile. This is just one of the fundamentals. In fact, there are more and more economic conflicts between North America and AUSA. At the same time, in 2108, the people in AUSA followed the babies, which caused the investment of enterprises in Asia's largest economy to directly drop by 80% year on year. The people in AUSA took the initiative to restrict investment in the first half of the year. Okay, something was found wrong in the second half of the year. I restricted this, and only then discovered that no one came to beat the continent to play. The economy was already in recession, and this day was even more sad. An important factor for everyone not to play is that Germany, which is the locomotive of the European economy, is no longer working. Investment is about returns. For global investors, no profit is nonsense. When to invest in the European continent? How can you wait for Germany to welcome it after the economic recovery? You reading. In fact, whether global investors are betting on AUSA, to a large extent. The choice of several companies or institutions of Luo Sheng has a significant influence on the decisions of global investors, and in a sense has a role as a weather vane. Last year, Luo Sheng's major companies or institutions such as Shengfeng Capital invested only $606 million in Germany, while the total investment in Germany in 2017 was as high as €4 billion, and the decline was not ordinary. Big. For global investors, whether to bet on AUSA first depends on the investment intensity of companies in Asia's largest economy in AUSA, and this mainly depends on several companies and institutions of Luo Sheng. The role of a weather vane is not just to talk about it, but global investors are implementing it with practical actions. Entering 2019, this situation still hasn't improved. The people in AUSA are really anxious in their eyes. At this moment, Luo Sheng's people visited again and asked whether there is a possibility of cooperation. With such an obvious step and a major economic benefit, the AUSA people got on the bus with little hesitation. The two sides reached an agreement in just a few days, and the total investment of more than €20 billion landed smoothly. In just the past 2 days, There was another heavy news on March 11 that the regulatory agency of the league announced unconditionally to approve Blue Star Technologies' acquisition of 21st Century Fox's assets. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 748 official announcement for the three-body project at the subsequent press conference. In response to the acquisition of 21st Century Fox, a Blue Star Technology spokesperson revealed that the company is still waiting for regulatory approvals from a few countries, but refused to disclose the specific countries. Judging from the information that has been disclosed, the EU approval is particularly eye-catching because there are no conditions attached. In contrast, Blue Star Technology has been surprisingly smooth. In the past year or two, Disney has undergone quotations, negotiations, bids, price increases, and regulatory reviews in more than a dozen countries for the acquisition of 21st Century Fox. The Union League has also approved it, but it is conditional. Disney needs to commit to stripping off the company's rights in factual television channels in the European Economic Area, including History and Lifetime channels, in order to avoid acquiring Disney the assets of Fox in the 21st century hinder competition in the future. But the unconditional approval of Blue Star Technology is a green light. In the 21st century, Fox is a North American company. The reason why it needs the approval of the regulatory agencies of other countries is that there are a large number of businesses in other people's markets. M&As may trigger monopolies in the local market and potentially disrupt market-oriented fair competition. Different markets have different levels of risk leading to potential monopolies, and naturally the approval conditions given by overseas regulatory agencies are also different. If the local market regulators do not approve the approval, the forced merger will lose the local market, which will inevitably bring resistance to the merger. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the assassins made a transaction and said that they were unconditionally approved. There are no conditions in the film and television sector because the conditions are in other sectors. The 4-foot Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology have spent more than €20 billion down, and the back heel announced unconditional approval, and the performance was not performed. This is obviously an indirect response to the unhappy North America and should understand the baby. If I repair the energy pipeline and let you buy and sell, I will get better with your rival, better than before. When global investors saw Luo Sheng's end, a group of capital soon followed. Although they knew that this was a transaction between the two sides, and whether the European economy would be better or not, the money had to find a place to stay. Now there is Luo Sheng's pocket. If you hesitate, then lie down. The next day, video conference. The League of Nations has unconditionally approved, and several other big box office markets have also been approved, and now it is the last major obstacle to North America. The acquisition of the entertainment assets of 21st Century Fox was officially submitted to the North American judicial system yesterday. Department Zhang Bowen is reporting to Luo Sheng the recent progress of the major merger and acquisition. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Well, the potential external instability factors have been leveled out by lightning, and we will try our best to launch a general attack against this last obstacle. Zhang Bowen continued, there was still a bit of accident. There was news from North America. Universal Pictures parent company Comcast Telecom also joined the merger and spoiled the merger and gave an offer of $85 billion. The price we gave is still a lot higher. Hearing the news, Luo Sheng couldn't help but cursed and said, Marder, this is obviously raising the price on the ground and deliberately raising the cost. And Murdoch is also a goodbye. Zhang Bowen nodded and said, yes, no matter from which point of view, Comcast Telecom can't really buy Fox. AT&T's acquisition of Time Warner was officially approved that year, which directly led to a surge in media stock prices. Now the overall value of Fox in the 21st century is also rising. The stock price has soared by about 12% in these 2 days, and the total market value has climbed to $28 billion. Luo Sheng thought about it for a moment, and said swiftly, our bottom line is $100 billion. After this line, We will give up the acquisition. The premium is too high. This transaction is not worthwhile. Reevaluate Fox's assets. Murdoch talked that $55 billion can be paid in the form of shares of Blue Star Pictures, and the remaining assets can become debts of the parent company Blue Star Technology, but Murdoch must withdraw so that his son can get Blue Star. A seat on the board of directors of the film industry can do both, but it cannot affect the parent company's right to speak with Blue Star Pictures. Zhang Bowen said, then Disney. Luo Sheng said in a deep voice, at this poker table, Disney is no longer the main player. It's just a fight of words. If we can't afford it, Disney won't be able to swallow it anymore. North America will definitely obstruct it in every possible way. Pass. But Murdoch is not stupid. He wants to sell at a high premium. We can give him a relatively high valuation and let him become a major shareholder of Blue Star Pictures. As long as he gives up control, he will be indispensable in the entertainment industry in the future. Eat one bite of meat. In the future, it is not impossible for Blue Star Pictures to be separated and listed separately, but Murdoch wants to eat big meat and count money in the future. He must actively promote the success of this merger and acquisition. It should be promoted. This is in line with his interests. Just too greedy. The 21st Century Fox M&A is regarded as a M&A of the century case. The trouble is certain, but Luo Sheng has not paid too much attention to it. Since the rise of the company, the debts have been in a pot of gruel. Big and small troubles, and he has long been used to it. Zhang Bowen nodded and replied, I understand. I will arrange it after the meeting. Luo Sheng added, prepare with both hands. Our own streaming media channel advantages must be fully utilized. The popularity of Wandering Earth has brought a good start to the company's biggest goal, occupying the commanding heights of cultural output. Do the content. After the video conference ended, Luo Sheng went to the Blue Coast to inspect the production capacity of Dabai Robots, and the cultural industry layout of Blue Star Technology is also accelerating. The global headquarters of Wandering Earth has successfully surpassed $800 million, and temporarily won the top position of the box office in 2019. However, there are many strong films released this year. Blue Star Marvel and Sony's Spider-Man, Heroes blockbuster movies such as Expedition, Disney's Frozen 2, and the blockbuster finale Avengers: Endgame were released. However, Wandering Earth won the top 10 box office movies of 2019. It is not a big problem. The most terrifying part of is such explosive results. 90% of the box office contribution comes from the single market of the Greater China market. The explosive results of Wandering Earth actually gave Blue Star Technology a great say in the acquisition of 21st Century Fox. Of course, it is not the movie itself, but the box office appeal of the Greater China market. It has been verified by Wandering Earth again. The Greater China market is a huge box office that the major Hollywood movie giants cannot lose. This is the bargaining chip. In the coming days, Blue Star Technology is actively promoting the acquisition of 21st Century Fox. On the other hand, Blue Star Pictures is also actively promoting content production plans. As the first domestic sci-fi three-body series, the film and television was officially put on the agenda, and it has become the most important new project of Blue Star Pictures. Even the leaders of the Ministry of Culture attach great importance to this project. Movies, TV series, and cartoons go hand in hand. If you have money, you dare to fight on multiple lines. Since winning the Hugo Award for Three Body, it has become a best-selling science fiction masterpiece worldwide. If Wandering Earth is the touchstone of Blue Star Technology's film and television culture strategy, then Three Body is the absolute main force. Nowadays, Wandering Earth is still in theaters, and Blue Star Pictures has already announced the establishment of the Three Body project at a high point, causing a huge sensation in the domestic film and television circles for a while. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 749. Cool down. A post by Blue Star Film Official V has been searched hotly. The dynamic content is a signal from an extraterrestrial civilization was detected, and the emission source is located in a star system about 4 light-years away from the Earth, Samsung Centauri. Would you please answer? This dynamic message is also accompanied by a 3-body poster. More and more comments were soon left below the feed. Fuck. 3-body is really coming. I was always worried that the domestic film and television industry would ruin this IP, but I learned that Blue Star Pictures had hidden all DLU's works 10 years ago, and only took it out today, more than 10 years later. I feel relieved. Up. The explosion and production level of The Wandering Earth is not inferior to any Hollywood blockbuster. Blue Star Pictures is not the one lacking money, and the 3 bodies are definitely worth looking forward to. A country can make excellent science fiction films. In a sense, it is also a manifestation of a strong national power. Absolutely agree. The themes of science fiction films are often about saving the world. A medium-sized and weak country cannot protect itself. How to save the world is doubted by its own citizens. My son should study science after reading the science fiction novel written by Liu Liu. To study quantum physics. Show, this is the charm of science fiction works like. I guess he should have read the same book as me, Liu's Ball Lightning. The ball flash involves knowledge of quantum physics. My son likes Bumpman very much. Can he also cultivate. Blue Star did not make the expecting fans wait too long. On March 15th, it formally announced the establishment of a special fund for the development of the 3-body project. The budget is as high as $1.92 billion, which is approximately RMB 12.5 billion excluding exchange rate changes. The official announcement of this news directly detonated the film and television industry and all fans, and also made domestic filmmakers engaged in the entertainment industry unable to sit still, whether the director, actors, or other people behind the scenes. The word 3-body has directly become a sweet potato, and being able to join this project is definitely promising. The budget of 12.5 billion yuan has also been specifically divided. The core development is film and television, mainly the production of animation, TV series and movies. Movies are ranked last, and animation content will be released first. Although the money is strong, it is not a small sum. There is no shortage of risk control. First try the least expensive one. If the response is good, hit the TV series while the iron is hot, and the movie project can start if it is good. On the contrary, if it hits the street, then the movie project will have time and space to shelve, not only to protect the IP of 3-body, but also to reduce unnecessary losses. The budget cost of the 3-body animation project is 450 million yuan, which is not included in the publicity budget. The TV series are broadcast on a quarterly basis, and the first season is established as 8 episodes. The average episode is about an hour. The single episode production cost budget is 1.1 million yuan, or about $1,750, surpassed the $15 million budget for a single episode of Game of Thrones. The international comparison is also the top scale, and it goes to the top production level, but in China, the production cost of most movies is difficult to exceed 100 million, let alone TV series. Domestic media, film and television stocks have been hot in recent days. Many stocks have gapped and opened high, then they hit a daily limit for 3 consecutive days. The speculation is called a hot deal. The media in the entertainment industry are shouting that the real era of super production has come. It's just that no one thought that it was an internet giant leading the trend. Instead, traditional filmmakers were reduced to supporting roles, and some non-beneficiary celebrities in the circle said sourly that this was the magic of capital. There was a lot of heated discussion inside and outside the circle. When this year was recognized as the first year of domestic science fiction movies and the anticipation was extremely high, there was a science fiction film that made many movie fans tight. A sci-fi movie named Fortress in Shanghai released a trailer at this time, taking advantage of the current heat. and it is scheduled to be released in August. The film crew is crazy to suggest that this movie will take The Wandering Earth and take over the banner of subsequent sci-fi movies. When the audience watched the starring names that emerged in the trailer, they immediately sweated for the domestic science fiction movies. This sci-fi movie was established in the era when traffic stars were the hottest. The actors used were traffic niches. You can't even say actors, stars. Judging from the trailer, some melon netizens have said, Wandering Earth has only opened the door of domestic science fiction movies, and Shanghai Fortress closed the door backhand and it was funny. There are other netizens who eat melon teased. Really? Maybe the Archbishop will be fainted by anger. The producer of Fortress in Shanghai is now dreaming about it. Taking advantage of the current trend of sci-fi craze, it will make a big contribution to the box office. Seeing Wandering Earth is about to reach the top position of the domestic movie box office. It is also very enthusiastic. Even if the box office is poor, it will start at 1 billion. However, what I never thought was that the market feedback was not the expectation of Shanghai Fortress, but the 10,000 People's Blood Book request not to be released, so as not to destroy the dream start of domestic science fiction movies. Being shelved indefinitely would really close the door of science fiction movies. Domestic movie fans have identified domestic science fiction movies. For now, no one producer except Blue Star Pictures can afford this banner and Hollywood blockbuster. While the outside world is still focusing on current hot topics, Liu Sheng has drawn energy from the layout of film and television culture, and the decision to make has been set. Negotiations with Murdoch and the development of the three-body series of projects and so on. The management is implementing it. With the passage of time, the launch of the new summer product Dab iRobot is approaching, and it has entered the countdown, which is only 2 to 3 months. At the same time, the SciTech Innovation Board has only been launched for 3 months, and the two have a certain linkage effect. Institutions knew about the opening of the SciTech Innovation Board 6 months in advance. In the past year, the stock price has been declining. By the end of this year, it bottomed out on January 4th, when the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index had reached the position of 2,655 points. At this time, anyone who understands the index trend a little knows that the market bottoms out and will go up. If it falls below this position, it will be the rhythm of the stock market crash. The market really bottomed out, and the short position absolutely crushed the short position. Institutional funds that had already been sharpened began to buy into the market since the beginning of the year. The Big A has fallen for more than a whole year, and finally ushered in a small bull market in the first quarter of the new year, starting a wave of main rising waves, and now it has recovered 3,000 points after a lapse of 8 months. Pass has rushed to the 3,200 pass in mid-March. That afternoon, Qin Weimer had just arrived at the Science and Technology Complex from Shengfeng Capital. What can't you say on the phone? I received a notice 2 hours ago that the disk is overheated and needs to be cooled down, Liu Sheng said directly when she saw her coming over. Following this posture, wait for the opening of the Science and Technology Innovation Board to go up by 4,500 points. After pressing, the management does not want to see the motherboard go out of perfect form. If it is not pressed now, the price of protecting the disk will be even greater in the future. Qin Weimer said simply and concisely, the heat is not so good now, almost all of them are positive, and the motherboard will go up at least 200 points in the next month. I don't count this. Liu Sheng talked helplessly, and after a little thought, he added, Blue Pure Electric Vehicle is the main board's first heavyweight. This task must be accepted. Qin Weimer said, as far as I know, Wheel and Pure Electric Automobile has issued an announcement. You decide to pay dividends. Liu Sheng laughed and said, the so-called good news is bad news. I will cooperate with you here. Our task is very simple. The main board must not be rushed above 3,500. This pressure level must be held down until the SciTech Innovation Board opens. Going up will affect the market outlook of the SciTech Innovation Board and the main board. Well, since it's a task, I will try my best. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 750. Taking the cheapest. The next day, Luo Sheng made a phone call to the office of Ding Ping, then CEO of Blue Pure Electric Automobile. Huh? Mr. Luo, now, explode several factories and release some bad news. Ding Ping, who was on the phone, was a little caught off guard when he heard Luo Sheng's arrangement, and another voice came from the other end of the phone. It didn't make you really blow up. In this regard, learn how Samsung plays. Ding Ping. After a while, Ding Ping asked, the bonus issue. Luo Sheng, you can hold a temporary press conference or a conference call. Just say that this accident happened. The board of directors temporarily decided for the company's long-term interests. The dividends depend on the accident investigation loss and the company's overall layout. The monthly dividend plan may be cancelled. Ding Ping, understand. I know how to do it. Soon after the call ended, Luo Sheng then made another call to Xunxin Electronics head Liu Yixuan, and arranged for Xunxin Electronics. But Xunxin Electronics certainly cannot catch fire or something, and if it catches fire at the same time, it cannot be justified and it is hard to explain. In addition, Luo Sheng continued to make arrangements and called Chen Xin and Cao Junhui, who are in charge of two medical device industry technology companies, Bochuang Technology and Huacheng Technology. Basically, half of Luo Sheng's companies that plan to list on the Science and Technology Innovation Board have been arranged. Time passed. On Monday, March 18th, listed or non-listed companies such as Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology, Azure Pure Electric Automobile, Shengfeng Capital, Bosch Technology, Huacheng Technology, Xunxin Electronics, etc. released on the same day 2018 financial report. There is no doubt that the dazzling performance announcement that illuminates the outside world is good. This node must release the annual report. If it is delayed in the future, it will be disadvantageous. It must be done as soon as possible. This time the annual report information was released not before or after the market, but an announcement issued at about 9:40 in the market. Originally, today's market was flat open and fell below the average price line of the day and was already green. As a result, it was at 9.40, less than 10 minutes after the opening. The main board changed, and the technology sector rose rapidly, leading the main board to break through the average price line. One attack on the road has no intention of stepping back at all. Shareholders are stupid. What's the situation? After looking at the board, I realized that it was the conceptual theme of Luo Sheng's several companies that suddenly exploded. It took 10 or 20 minutes to realize that the announcement had spread quickly. It turned out to be the release of the 2018 annual report. Its performance far exceeded market expectations. Originally the market thought it would whisper expectations. After all, in 2018, understanding the baby to do things will have a great impact on Luo Sheng's several companies. Multinational companies are most afraid of understanding the baby's mess. So, last week's market was the main decline, because several of Luo Sheng's companies used to publish annual reports in January and February, earlier than most companies. Shareholders took a look and found that it was a big benefit to buy quickly. This time, even many of the main hot money of institutions have followed up and ran into the arena. Their news is more scattered than ordinary, both in depth and breadth. Until now, the small casualties do not know that several high-quality subsidiaries or affiliated companies of Luo Sheng will be listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. The result was that the main board closed at 3,356 points after the market that day, a sharp increase of 2.57% and a new high for the year. It can be said that the technology sector has attacked, and the performance of other sectors is average, because several companies of Luo Sheng have good performance. It does not mean that other companies have good performance. Wall Street, Morgan headquarters. What did you say? Are you sure? At this moment, the head of Morgan Bank was surprised when he heard the news from his subordinates. Yes, boss. Although Luo Sheng did not explicitly invite him in his name, several high-quality technology companies under his command deliberately revealed that they wanted to go public on the New York Stock Exchange and look forward to cooperating with Morgan. Subordinates reported truthfully. Which companies? Subordinates immediately handed over the drafted documents to their immediate superiors for a glance. There are several high-quality companies with great prospects such as Xunxin Electronics, Bochuang Technology and Huacheng Technology. Xunxin Electronics will not say anything. It is rushing for $200 billion, and the target is lifting semiconductor. Although the establishment of several other startups is still quite young, they have already achieved profitability and their future growth is all have a market value of more than $50 billion, actually intentionally packaged to sponsor the listing of Morgan Stanley and listed on the New York Stock Exchange. After reading the news, Morgan's then head could not help but mutter to himself, will there be fraud? It's so obvious that it's cheap. It seems like Luo Sheng is arranging Wall Street. It's not a day or two for the two sides to fight back and forth. Last year, he was smashed by his call options. This thing is still vivid. Although he was vigilant, he still made a very decisive decision. Let Steve Lodge lead a delegation as soon as possible. No matter what medicine Luo Sheng's gourd sells, let's check the situation first. Damo did things simply and neatly, without any muddles. The next day, he sent chief economist Steve Rocky to lead a team known as the $3 trillion Consortium on a special plane to visit him. The next morning, Luo Sheng sleeps until he wakes up naturally. He spent last night in Qin Weimu's villa. Qin Weimu, who was sitting on the dressing table in the bedroom, was painting eyeshadow in the mirror. He sensed that Luo Sheng was awake and said casually, "The people on Wall Street have arrived in Sioux City this morning, but if you use them this time, if they know I have been deceived and may cause new changes. This operation is like a tool in the hands of a goddess, throw it away when you use it up." It's impossible for those companies to go public in the United States. They just want to use Wall Street. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "I have been in love and killed on Wall Street for so many years, and it is not enough. As for compensation, it must be necessary. If you use it up, you will lose a little scum." Qin Weimer glanced back at her. How to compensate? Luo Sheng snapped his fingers www.mtlnovel.com and laughed. Blue Star Pictures was spun off from the parent company and went public in the United States. Qin Weimer was stunned for a while, and after a second thought, he understood his intentions. He couldn't help but laughed and said, "You guys really make the best use of everything. You can't use it once, you have to use it twice." The two have been together for so many years. She still doesn't understand Luo Sheng's intentions. Can be described in 4 words. The advantage is taken up. Blue Star Pictures is undoubtedly a high-quality asset under Blue Star Technology. If it wants to go public in the United States, Wall Street's capital institutions will definitely compete for sponsorship. At this moment, Blue Star Technology is negotiating with Murdoch about the merger and acquisition of 21st Century Fox. If Blue Star Pictures really wants to go public, it must be after the merger and reorganization. Therefore, there are still conditions. Wall Street's efforts to match this merger plan, although it will be very angry if it is put on one, but if it is a waste of time and joy, if it is used as a tool, it will be thrown for no benefit. Isn't it even more angry? Anyway, after the merger and reorganization, Blue Star Pictures is not a small company, and it can reach the same level as Disney's hundreds of billions of dollars in film and television media giants, and its future growth and prospects are even more likely to surpass Disney. That can only take a little more effort, otherwise it would be too bad to do it for nothing.